Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 6NF Chapter 191 Fujitora Smiles Anyway. Under Vegapunk's magical changes. Marine's transitional battleship was determined. Its main performance is 5 twin-mounted 180mm cannon main guns with a maximum effective range of 2.8 nautical miles. 14 127mm high-level dual-purpose secondary guns. The cruising speed is 10 knots and the maximum speed is 12 knots. At the same time, it has thicker armor than the King's Landing battleship, weighing 18,000 tons. This information was obviously a top-secret document, but it was delivered to Luo Lan's desk immediately. Why, you ask? Because Marine itself does not have the ability to build ships. So, just like before, the first batch of 8 battleships, although the Marine Special Science class provided plans and finished products of various major devices. But the warship itself was commissioned to be manufactured by Carrera Company. Naturally, Ace Baku sent the design drawings sent by Marine. It was passed to Junlin through a fax phone bug. I have to say that Luo Lan was really surprised. I somewhat underestimate the natives of the pirate world, especially Vegapunk. Although its performance is far inferior to that of King's Landing's battleships. But this magical change. The 3 main turrets were changed to 5. The number of secondary guns was also increased to 24. As for the armor, almost all parts have been thickened by 30%. Suddenly, it went directly from 10,000 tons to more than 18,000 tons. Even in order to propel this 18,000-ton giant, in addition to the original propellers, Marine's traditional craftsmanship, namely 4 sets of oversized auxiliary wheels, was installed on both sides of the warship. As for the coke power turbine, it has also increased from 2 groups to 6 or 4 groups. If I don't have the skills to play the main one, then I'll try a powerful flying brick. It has quite the style of an old man from his previous life. In short, just looking at the surface, it is indeed quite deceiving. Only, the price of one vessel is 1.2 billion Baileys, which is unbeatable. No wonder, with the strong support of the world government, Marine could only build 8 ships in the first batch. It's too expensive. As for the construction time, the main body of the warship from Carrera Company alone is expected to take 20 days. In addition, only 2 ships can be built at a time. In other words, the hull alone will take nearly 3 months. Advertisement: this does not include the later outfitting time. In short, it will take 4 or 5 months for these 8 warships to become combat effective. By that time, King's Landing's 2 fleets composed of 32 second-generation battleships are probably already running around, and even the third-generation battleships may have started to be built. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. The next moment, the office door was pushed open. A tall figure appeared. It is none other than Robin, the current leader of the King's Landing Intelligence Department. Robin, what's the matter? Well, I have something to tell you. Okay, you say it. Luo Lan motioned for Robin to sit down and then said. Didn't you ask me to find someone before? Which one did you find? Luo Lan's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. Eagle Eye has not appeared on the sea recently. If nothing else happens, he should have stayed at Krycon Island. As for Green Bull and Yishao, there is still no news about the former, but the latter. Our people found him in Yuyanian's casino, Alabasta? Yes, Alabasta's rain feast, after killing Crocodile and taking down all the agents. According to Luo Lan's order at that time, Robin examined everyone. All those who had killed civilians were executed, and the rest were gathered into peripheral members of King's Landing's intelligence system. And continue to use Yuyan as a base to act. So, does this count as throwing yourself into a trap with a smile? The only trouble is that he can't eat devil fruit, otherwise he will eat a thunder fruit, which will make it much easier to move. Of course, although it is not as fast as the thunder fruit, it does not mean that Luo Lan can only rely on taking a boat. Robin, come with me to the rain feast. Tana didn't come back, and you sold 4 battleships to Marine. How are we going to get there? It's easy. I'll take you for a ride in the sky today. Take Robin outside the building. He held her waist with his left hand, and then the 2 people just flew up. Robin's eyes widened in an instant. This guy can't eat devil fruit. What's going on with this ability? In fact, the fact that Luo Lan can fly is not complicated. Simply with the improvement of mental power and the gradual unlocking of his second genetic lock. The power of thought has just become more powerful. Advertisement not to mention using his telekinesis to fly. Now he can even lift a hill with his telekinesis. Keep developing like this. Like the Golden Lion, he could quickly control the floating island directly. Of course, Luo Lan's current flying speed cannot reach that of the Thunder Fruit, let alone the Shining Fruit. But only now. As the mental power continues to grow every day, the power of thought is also constantly getting stronger. Moreover, after unlocking the second genetic lock, Luo Lan's mental power has no upper limit. In other words, the intensity of his telekinesis also has no upper limit. This is a little scary. About an hour later, Luo Lan took Robin and fell from the sky, arriving outside Yuyan's casino. Is anyone still inside? I have people watching, and if he leaves, they let me know. Well, come in with me to meet one of the future generals of King Lin. Luo Lan nodded. Then he walked into the casino. As soon as I entered, I saw a large group of people gathered around. Luo Lan also clearly sensed from what he saw and heard that there was a very powerful guy among that group of people. In terms of physical fitness alone, he is far stronger than himself. Of course, even in terms of overall strength, it is not much better than myself. It seems. It was indeed a smile. After all, people who can reach this level of strength don't have much overall strength. In addition, Robin's subordinates reported that this person matched Yi Xiao's outfit perfectly. Then, even if it has not been confirmed with the naked eye, Luo Lan can already confirm his identity. It is the future Marine General Yi Xiao in the original work, codenamed Fujitora. Luo Lan slowly walked toward the crowd, and during this process, the people surrounding Yi Xiao were pushed away one by one as if by an invisible force. Spread out to the edge. Then, it was as if there was an invisible wall that prevented them from rushing towards the gambling table where Yi Xiao was. The next moment, Robin waved. The croupier lady sitting in the dealer nodded and then stepped back. Luo Lan took his place and took the position of dealer. At this moment, he and Yi Xiao were the only two people left on the entire gambling table. Uncle Yi Xiao, I have been looking for you for a long time. Luo Lan raised the corner of her mouth and said, Chapter 192 Persuasion. Under Robin's command, the casino was quickly cleared. As a result, only Luo Lan, Robin, and Yi Xiao were left in the huge space. Uncle Yi Xiao, I have been looking for you for a long time. Luo Lan showed a smile. He smiled but frowned slightly. I've noticed since an hour ago that someone has been monitoring me, I guess. That's your person, right? Holding the staff and sword in both hands, he smiled and spoke calmly. You are indeed my person. After all, I have asked them to look for you all over the world for some time. Looking for me, why? To invite you to join King's Landing. So, you are the leader of King's Landing, the organization that has become famous recently? Yes. Luo Lan was very frank. Why should I join? Yi Xiao heard a hint of confidence in Luo Lan's tone. He was very curious. Why was this young man so confident that he could convince himself to join King's Landing? How about you listen to me tell a story? Story. Yes, the story about the origin of the name King's Landing. Okay, I also want to know what made you use King's Landing as the name of your organization. Speaking of which, Yi Xiao has heard about the organization Junlin for at least 3 months. Among the organizations he knows, this is the only one that has not harmed civilians. Not even the Marines and the Revolutionary Army can do this. But what makes Yi Xiao strange is, why is such an organization named Junlin? After all, literally speaking, what the two words Junlin represent is endless ambition. It even makes people think of the celestial dragons for the first time. At this moment, he was very interested in hearing how Luo Lan would explain. Uncle Yi Xiao, what do you think is above this world right now, or who is it? Dragon people. Yi Xiao answered directly. For this question, if you ask 100 people in the pirate world, you will get 100 identical answers. No exceptions. Yes, it's a celestial dragon, advertisement. But there was once a man who believed that no one should rule this world, but justice. That's right, only justice is qualified to override everything. I even wrote a copybook and hung it on the wall to remind myself at all times, and what was written on that copybook? Justice reigns over the world. For a long time, he adhered to this concept until one day, as he was in a high position, he finally discovered the truth of the world. This truth was so heavy that he could hardly breathe. In the end, the man made a choice between the complete destruction of justice and the preservation of a part of justice. Yes, he is desperate. Rather than the complete demise of justice, he chose to preserve the limited remaining justice at the cost of. Hold your head to evil and surrender from now on, so as to continue to maintain the most basic justice within the very small scope allowed by evil. This man is none other than the current Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Yi Xiao was a little surprised. He did not expect that the story Luo Lan told would be a story about Marine Fleet Admiral during the Warring States period. Moreover, this story has never been circulated. So, is there any connection between this young man and the Warring States period? Yi Xiao made a guess, but had no answer. At this time, Luo Lan was still talking. When Sengoku became Fleet Admiral and finally realized how insignificant he was in front of the Celestial Dragons, as I just said, he surrendered. After all, once you resist, you will definitely be suppressed without any suspense. In order to prevent Marine from resisting again, the world government will arrange a more obedient Fleet Admiral. Then, Marine will completely lose justice and become a simple killing machine of the world government. Yes, in order to allow Marine to retain his limited right to exercise justice, he surrendered to the Celestial Dragons. And on the day he surrendered, he personally took off the copybook on the wall. On the same day, a child broke into his office and snatched the copybook he had just taken off. Now this copybook is hanging in my room. This is the name of our organization and the origin of the word Junlin. Our organization is not above the world, and neither am I, but justice will surely rule the world. Yi Xiao fell silent. Therefore, taking Junlin as the name of the organization does not mean that the organization or himself will rule the world. But, let justice reign in the world. What is your relationship with Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku? I am the adopted son of the Warring States period. That's it. Yi Xiao nodded. No wonder he knows things that outsiders don't know. Turns out to be the adopted son of Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Advertisement. The story you told surprised me, but it still doesn't convince me to join. After all, according to what you said, the Warring States Fleet Admiral had the same idea as you when he was young, so how can you guarantee that in the future you will not compromise with power like the Warring States period? Yi Xiao asked the question. Yes, it is not uncommon for people to have lofty ideals when they're young. Take Marine for example, which recruit doesn't have great ambitions when he joins. But as time goes by and your position improves, you come into contact with more and more of the real world. Final. Aren't they all compromising or even going with the flow? So, as a young person, how can you ensure that you will not be like this in the future? This question is difficult to answer and difficult to prove. But Luo Lan, I can't prove what will happen in the future, but you can stand by and witness my future, right? And once you find that I can't do it, or have forgotten my original intention, you can leave at any time. With the strength of a general, if you want to leave, no one can stop you, right? Yi Xiao fell silent again. He knew very well how difficult it was to answer his question. Unexpectedly, Luo Lan didn't answer her question at all, but I can't prove it, but you can witness it from the side. This statement, what an interesting little guy. Although I have thought about joining Marine as a senior executive and then changing Marine's methods from within. But now it seems that this King's Landing, quite interesting too. Maybe he can really do it. I don't know why, but this thought suddenly came to Yi Xiao's mind. He even shocked himself, but soon, he made a decision. Just like Luo Lan said, what's the point of losing if you go and take a look? If he finds that Luo Lan can't do it or has forgotten his original intention, then he can just leave. Lead the way. Good. Chapter 193 Plan to capture the East Daxia Sea. Joined in with a smile, for Junlin, it is definitely a milestone event. Because, for the first time, Junlin has the combat power of a general. After all, at this stage, Momosagi has not yet reached the general level, and even if Luo Lan uses all his cards, he can only reach the level of strength that Momosagi had before entering King's Landing. As for Tina, she is still at the elite lieutenant general level. And Yi Xiao fills in the biggest shortcoming of King's Landing, that is, the lack of peak individual combat power. Above the comm zone, 3 figures flew past quickly. Robin looked at the smiling figure not far away, then he felt the strong arms around his waist. Luo Lan, why can Mr. Yi Xiao fly alone? When he came, he thought Luo Lan could only fly by himself, so he hugged him. But now, he can obviously let him fly into the sky without touching him or even keeping a distance away. Robin still doesn't know. This guy is flying with people, so there is no need for contact at all, okay? Luo Lan rolled her eyes. Isn't this nonsense? I hug you because it feels good in my hand and because you have a unique personality. As for why not hug and smile, is your sexual orientation normal? Since you are still the head of the intelligence department, do you still need to ask this question? Seeing Luo Lan's expression, Robin immediately understood what was going on in this guy's head. But there is no way. After all, this was high in the sky. He couldn't push Luo Lan away and then fall freely, right? He had no choice but to grit his teeth and acquiesce to this guy's behavior. An hour later, the 3 arrive in Rhode Island. Yi Xiao was shocked. He was already super strong at seeing, hearing and S**X, and he directly covered most of the island. The number of people here and the strength of the people. They all shocked him. Although there are no strong people at the top of the sea, there are many people with strength reaching the level of colonel in Marine headquarters. A quick guess revealed that there were at least 5,000 people. What is this concept? Even the Marine does not have 5,000 headquarters colonels. Moreover, among the colonels in the Marine headquarters, there are actually only a small number of elite-level colonels who can reach more than 500 power points. Most people can't reach this level. Advertisement. But when you come here, in terms of strength at the middle and lower levels, Junlin even far surpasses Marine headquarters. This was a situation that Yi Xiao had not expected at all before coming here. According to this situation, once Junlin gains sufficient strength in terms of high-level combat power, then it is really possible to oppose the world government, at least. You can also defend yourself in front of the world government. Maybe what Luo Lan said was not as far-fetched as she thought. On the contrary, maybe it's within reach. How does it feel? Seeing that Yi Xiao was a little dull, Luo Lan asked with a smile. Big shock. I'm shocked now, but it's too early. Luo Lan shook his head. Whether it's the number of people or individual combat power, these have never been the things King's Landing is most proud of. Technology is it. The ultimate goal of King's Landing is even to allow ordinary people to suppress the strongest with the help of technological means. You know, human beings are intelligent creatures. Simply relying on individual brute force is just the behavior of barbarians. Although they are obviously highly intelligent creatures, why do they like to follow the path of less intelligent species? Of course, Luo Lan doesn't mean that personal force is completely unnecessary. What he is saying is that we should not only look at personal strength in everything, but rather consider humankind's greatest treasure, wisdom. Abandon it completely. A few days later, Tana returns to King's Landing. On the same day, the first batch of 2 new warships were completed. It's not that Luo Lan doesn't want to make more in one batch, it's really there are currently only 2 shipyards capable of building this warship with a displacement of up to 26,700 tons. Of course, the shipyard is currently being renovated, that is, it is being upgraded to a Class B building. Not far away, in the newly opened space, there's a very large shipyard, which is also under construction. There will be another 10 days until the shipyard upgrade is completed. You can build 3 ships at once. In addition, there is also a shipyard under construction in the north of Rhode Island. Different from the hidden shipyards on the west coast, there is a large open-air shipyard in the north. There are 4 super-large shipyards that can build new warships. In addition, there are more than 20 other shipyards of various sizes. Various small and medium-sized ships can be built. Nor will the docks be wasted. Advertisement because Luo Lan proposed to Roy the classification concept of future battleships based on the concept of his previous life. Right now, battleships, cruisers, destroyers, frigates, and lower-level patrol gunboat concepts. In addition to the Heiser class, which is currently under construction and is defined as the first-generation battleship, Roy also designed destroyers and frigates during this time. Now they are all being built in the #1 shipyard on the west coast. Especially frigates. This will be the key to Luo Lan's next plan. After all, you can't patrol the entire sea with battleships. After controlling the actual territory, small and high-speed ships are still the biggest demand. What? Occupy the East Daxia Sea, in the conference room. Everyone's eyes widened. Hiding in the windless zone, the world government was unable to do anything to King's Landing for a while. After all, King's Landing's lair can't be found, can occupy the East Daxia Sea. This situation is completely different. King's Landing will go directly from the darkness to the light. You can no longer hide, you can only rely on your strength to speak. But now, can King's Landing compete with the world government? Obviously, you can't. Everyone, be quiet. I saw that the conference room was a little noisy. Luo Lan couldn't help but shouted loudly. Looking around at everyone, I saw that they were all quiet. Luo Lan turned on the 3-dimensional projection in the meeting, and what was displayed at the moment was the huge map of the pirate world. Yeah, spherical and 3-dimensional. Everyone, we have to come to the stage sooner or later. The difference is just earlier or later. Of course, I am not saying that we must conquer the East Daxia Sea now. This is not realistic. As for what I just said, it is actually a plan for my future. The implementation time will be about 3 months to 6 months later, depending on our development. Hear this. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If we run to capture the East Daxia Sea now, we are definitely courting death. As for 3 months to half a year later, isn't it looking for death? Of course not. After all, it has only been a few months since King's Landing was established. But in the past few months, what has King's Landing become? In the next few months, who can say that we can't go out and have a showdown? In the conference room, everyone nodded slightly at this moment. Okay. Since everyone has no opinion on the general direction, let me talk about why it is the East Daxia Sea. Chapter 194 News about Green, Bull East Daxia Sea. This is a very special place in the entire pirate world. Some people say that this is the weakest sea. Some people also say that if there is no strong person in the East Daxia Sea, if it is, it will be the top strong person. These are all correct, but the East Daxia Sea is important for many other reasons. In the conference room, Luo Lan pointed to the 3-dimensional map of the pirate world. Keep introducing. The East Daxia Sea is the same as the South Blue. Pirates from the New World cannot reach it directly. Therefore, compared with North Blue and West Blue, the pirate power here is very weak. Coupled with our previous raids, it can be said that there are no more pirates left in the East Daxia Sea. This is the first reason, it is stable enough. Let's talk about the second reason, that is. The terrain of the East Daxia Sea, the words fell. Following Luo Lan's operation, the map on the East Daxia seaside was enlarged. As you all know, the Red Earth continent in this world intersects with the Grand Line, thus dividing the entire world into 4 parts. And the Grand Line was divided into Paradise and New World by the Red Earth continent. In this case, the East Daxia Sea, South Blue and New World are not connected. They are the 2 sea areas farthest from the pirate power. But why did I choose the East Daxia Sea instead of South Blue? The reason is very simple, that is the topography of the East Daxia Sea. In the entire East Daxia Sea, 99% of the islands are concentrated on the Jumaid Islands side, which is also known as the prosperous area of the East Daxia Sea. The other side of the windless zone occupies approximately 57% of the East Daxia Sea, but only has 1% of the islands are all small desert islands that do not have permanent survival conditions, and this sea area is also called a deserted sea area. Do you know what this means? Luo Lan looked around at everyone and then asked. I saw that everyone was deep in thought. This is a strategic issue, not a tactical issue. Luo Lan also wanted to see how many people under his command could have a strategic vision. General and handsome, it's completely different. However, among the 2 people who were originally considered to be most likely to be handsome, Momosagi frowned deeply at this moment. This made Luo Lan a little disappointed. It seems that Momosagi's tactical ability is good, but his strategic vision. Advertisement but very ordinary. The next moment, the other person did not disappoint Luo Lan. It was Tina who stood up, because, once we take over the East Daxia Sea, whether it is Marine or the army sent by the world government, if they want to take back the East Daxia Sea, they can only enter through the windless zone, and after crossing the windless zone and arriving at the East Daxia Sea, they will face it's a barren sea area spanning thousands of nautical miles. There is almost no place for supplies or footholds in this sea area. We can only engage in naval battles and naval battles. Our capabilities far exceed those of Marine and world government. Another point is that no matter how we fight here, it will not affect the East Daxia Sea Prosperity Zone. In other words, as long as we prevent them from crossing thousands of miles of desolate seas, we can ensure the stability of the prosperous area in the rear. Bang bang bang. Luo Lan clapped her hands, very satisfied with Tina's answer. That's right, this desolate sea area spanning thousands of nautical miles is a natural and insurmountable buffer zone. As Tina said, in terms of naval battles alone, today's Marine and world government are no match for King's Landing. And if Luo Lan is to speak, then there are two more reasons. First, in the future Luo Lan will not only have naval combat advantages, but also have unilateral air force advantages. If you want to cross the desolate sea area of thousands of nautical miles, even if the world government has new shipbuilding technology, it will still take nearly 10 days. In such a long time, they managed to reach the prosperous area despite being attacked by a fleet of warships and naval forces? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No chance. Second, that is the radar technology that Junlin possesses. Whether it is the color radar that has been developed to the second generation, or the conventional radar that is under reverse research. These will infinitely amplify King's advantage in the deserted sea. At the same time, once conventional radar is developed reversely, Luo Lan can establish a radar network that completely covers the deserted sea area. Any ship that breaks into this sea area will have no escape. Originally, the desolate sea area that was ignored by everyone will become the strongest natural barrier for King Lin in the East Daxia Sea. This is why Luo Lan chose Donghai. If it were the other three seas, Luo Lan really wasn't absolutely sure that he could withstand the joint counterattack of world government and marine. After listening to Tina's speech, many people suddenly understood and nodded. And once it is shot down, it will fall directly into the sea. And this time, the only feasible option is to let a small number of strong men with the ability to fly try to break through from the air. Advertisement, Aramu. Luo Lan asked dozens of questions in one breath. And with all the magical facilities in King's Landing, will Fujitora still be at the general level in a few months? Turn out. I know him. One is a distance of thousands of nautical miles, and not every person with the ability to fly can do it in one breath. These all need to be resolved or come up with plans before formal action is taken. However, now Junlin also has the same general level smile. Also, wouldn't Momosagi still be able to reach the rank of general after a few months? Fifth, how? Fleet Admiral, the question you just mentioned is about requiring the intelligence department to find the remaining two general candidates as soon as possible. I also know where he is now. Fourth, how to deal with the large number of marine branches in the East Daxia Sea. First, how to deal with the kingdoms and nobles in the East Daxia Sea. Being intercepted on the vast sea, there was not even a place to hide. Third, how to deal with the revolutionary forces entrenched in the East Daxia Sea. But this is not a small problem. The only one who can be more confident about breaking through the defense and successfully entering the prosperous area of the East Daxia Sea is probably Kizaru. So, put in a yellow ape. Given the huge gap in naval combat capabilities, there is really nothing we can do. Hands raise. Not to mention how powerful Luo Lan, Tina, Ace, Zoro, and Ian, etc. will be in a few months. Luo Lan made an exception and was promoted to general and given the codename Fujitora. Needless to say, what is the result of a person with abilities falling into the sea? The other is, what should we do if we are intercepted by the King's Landing fleet on the way? At the same time, he brought himself to the side of marine and world government, thinking about whether he could break through this barren sea spanning thousands of sea miles. You know, King's Landing's fleet is not Marine's fleet, especially the various new warships being built. Their anti-air firepower is really not weak. Of course, there is still a lot of preparation work to be done before we officially attack the East Daxia Sea. Otherwise, even if we win the East Daxia Sea, it will only be a mess. So what? Second, how to establish a new order in the East Daxia Sea. I might be able to provide some clues. Chapter 195 Roger's Kendo Experience. Speaking of which, Luo Lan was quite surprised by this incident. Before joining Marine, did you know Aramaki from Yishao? Luo Lan didn't know, after all, the original work didn't mention it. But that's not important. What's important is that at this moment. Get to know each other with a smile. That's it, Uncle Yishao knows him? Well, I met him once in South Blue. If he hadn't gone to sea, he should still be there. Where? I'd better go over to this matter. I'm afraid you won't be able to convince him. Okay, then it's up to you, Uncle Yishao. Since Yishao thought he could convince Huang Mu and took the initiative to take over the task, Luo Lan naturally had no objection. According to his own ideas, the only one left is Hawkeye. Although this guy is the hardest to convince, Luo Lan has an offer he can't refuse. Take advantage of the time you have now to go to Kraikon Island? Take action as soon as you think of it, without procrastination. After summoning Momosagi and Tina and explaining things, Luo Lan left Rhode Island directly. This time there was no need to bring anyone with me, so the flying speed was naturally faster. It took a full 5 hours. Luo Lan finally arrived at the destination according to the chart. This island is not big, but except for the center, it is covered with jungles. Luo Lan landed directly in the center of the island. Seeing, hearing and color are swept away. Sure enough, Eagle Eye is on the island and located in the central castle. At the same time, Luo Lan could also sense that there were many lives on this island, and none of them were weak. Even the strongest one among them almost reached the level of an ordinary Marine Lieutenant General. If his guess was correct, it should be the Orangutan King. Sure enough, he is very powerful, and he is worthy of being the one who tortured Zoro in the original work. Moreover, this guy is approaching him quickly. Good guy, are you all targeting yourself? Just talk about how there was no movement from Hawkeye. With his strength, it was impossible not to notice his arrival. It seems like you want to test yourself. Well, since my mind power has been developed to this extent and I haven't really used it in actual combat, let's try it with this Gorilla King. Just when Luo Lan was thinking about this, a figure suddenly jumped out of the woods and came behind Luo Lan. Then, there was a sword that was exactly the same as the black sword Yoruichi, except that it was completely white. Just slashed it down. However, Luo Lan, who was the target, made no movement at all, as if he didn't notice it. The next moment, the originally powerful slash suddenly stopped. The blade was close to the back of Luo Lan's head. Only 1 centimeter. Advertisement, but it happened to be just 1 centimeter. No matter how hard the Orangutan King tried, he could never cut in. Then, Luo Lan had a thought in her mind. Within Junlin's code, more than a dozen flying knives without handles shot out instantly. They all drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then attacked the Orangutan King at a speed that could not be seen clearly by the naked eye. In an instant, blood was flying all over the sky. With dozens or hundreds of stab wounds, the Orangutan King's huge body fell straight down. Of course, Luo Lan didn't kill him, although at that moment, more than a dozen flying knives came back and forth, leaving hundreds of wounds on the Orangutan King. But actually, each stab wound was not deep, and all of them avoided vital points. Therefore, it may look bluffing, but it is not fatal. With the physique of this Orangutan King, it would only take him a few minutes to get up. And within a few days, all the wounds will be completely healed. And this time, the city gates were opened. A figure also appeared in front of Luo Lan. I've seen you. This was the first thing Hawkeye said to Luo Lan after he walked out of the castle. Yes, you did see me. Luo Lan was not wearing a mask at this moment. A big reason for this is, although it happened many years ago, he and Hawkeye did meet. You can practice? That's right, I just solved my physical problem a few months ago. A few months. Hawkeye was a little surprised. He thought that Luo Lan had solved his physical problems since that meeting. And after these years of hard training, I finally have the strength I have today. I didn't expect. Not a few years, but only a few months? Hawkeye couldn't believe it, but when he looked into Luo Lan's eyes, he couldn't tell that Luo Lan was lying. If all this is true, then Luo Lan's talent, simply unheard of. It shouldn't be about Marine that you came to see me today, right? Hawkeye asked after looking at Luo Lan's attire, although he was very curious about how the adopted son of the Warring States period became the leader of King's Landing. But given his character, he would not ask these things thoroughly. I represent Junlin, and I came here specially to invite you to join me. I refuse. Without any thought at all, Hawkeye refused outright. I said Mahawk, even if you want to refuse, you should listen to the conditions, right? Advertisement, don't listen, I won't join any organization. Nonsense, isn't Shichibukai an organization? That's just to avoid being disturbed by Marine all day long, so I just put my name on it. Alright. Luo Lan also knew this. After all, that's Hawkeye's character. He said it was in name, but it was really just in name. Even if there is a compulsory recruitment, with the eagle-eyed character, if you are interested, you will go and have a look, but if you are not interested, you will just ignore it. By the way, what is the name of the book you brought? Luo Lan also forgot the specific details. Gold D. Rogers' Kendo experience. Luo Lan was shocked. Having no choice but to use his trump card, Luo Lan had no choice but to use his trump card. And he took the black knife out from behind his back and placed it across his knees. After more than 10 minutes. Turn the page. Boy, this is almost an epiphany, right? After a few seconds, his eyes suddenly widened to their maximum size. Luo Lan stepped forward and picked up the book from the ground. In the entire space, there was only the sound of Hawkeye turning the pages of a book. Waiting is boring anyway. After all, he didn't understand Kendo, so he just took a Kendo-related book from the library of Supermarine Academy. Then I looked at the cover. How could it be this one? I don't care anyway. Oh, by the way, it seems to be called XX's Kendo Experience. How does this thing exist? Ignoring Luo Lan's presence, he closed the book and sat cross-legged on the ground. I saw on the cover of this book it says. This gesture directly reminded Luo Lan of a special vocabulary. Damn. Should I say that he really deserves to be an eagle eye? He just looked at it for a while and then started practicing swordsmanship directly? Not small, no, I should say. But now it seems that this book has inspired Hawkeye. Then flip it open. Still turning the page. If you are dissatisfied, just take back the Shichibukai title. Hawkeye caught the book that Luo Lan ran towards. He took out a book from King's Landing's code and threw it towards Hawkeye. Turn the page. Knife Zen. Let's take a look first, and then we'll talk. Chapter 196 Zoro and Hawkeye, Challenge, all right. In the library, there is indeed the experience of all the strong swordsmen in the pirate world. Therefore, it is not surprising that there is Galdi. Roger's experience in swordsmanship. In fact, it's not just swordsmanship, martial arts, or other aspects. As long as there are famous figures who have appeared in the pirate world, their experiences in their respective fields also exist in books. This is why Momosuke always spends time in the library. This is also the reason why a Marine Super Academy building without any special features is classified as an S-class building. It's really, the textbook is too comprehensive. The only thing that Luo Lan didn't expect was that he picked up a book in the Kendo experience area, and it turned out to be Galdi. Rogers. This is really a bit surprising. Being idle was boring, so Luo Lan also looked through it to pass the time. Good guy, there is actually some experience in practicing divine avoidance in this. It's a pity that Hawkeye doesn't have conquerors and can't learn divine avoidance. Wrong. In the previous books about conquerors in the library, it was said. Most people are unable to awaken conquerors simply because their mental strength does not meet the minimum requirements for awakening. And this question, King's Landing does not exist. Because one of the architectural characteristics of the Junline Villa area is that one's mental power continues to increase while inside the villa. What's more, in the library, there are also books on spiritual cultivation methods. In other words, after Hawkeye joins King's Landing, he will awaken conquerors sooner or later. And with his talent, coupled with this book of Roger's swordsmanship experience, there is no doubt about learning to avoid God. Good guy, Shanks' biggest killer move was learned by Mihawk. If these two fight again in the future, will Shanks have to vomit blood? Interesting, I will definitely promote this scene in the future. Luo Lan touched her chin and couldn't help but think so. A full 3 hours later. Hawkeye is finally the end of Tuzan. He stood up and looked at Luo Lan with a complicated expression. I owe you a favor. Wait a minute, you want to send me away just for a favor, are you too ungrateful? What if, I just said, join me in King's Landing? Impossible. Hawkeye still refused. Advertisement. If it were other organizations, forget it. But King's Landing. Hawkeye is not stupid, on the contrary, he is very smart. Once you join King's Landing, you will have to directly confront the world government sooner or later. I just want to pursue the supreme swordsmanship and break through the legendary swordsmanship field that no one has broken through for 800 years. I don't want to be involved in a war with the world government for nothing. Therefore, favors can be owed. But joining King's Landing. No need to talk. Oh, really? That's such a shame. Luo Lan spread her hands and spoke in a very hermaphrodite tone. We in King's Landing have the means to awaken conquerors in anyone, well, anyone. By the way, there are things like Roger's swordsmanship experience. Not to mention 800 years ago, or even thousands of years ago, King's Landing has a collection of the swordsmanship skills left behind by all the strong swordsmen who have appeared. Quote. I almost forgot, King's Landing also has a training ground that can be adjusted at will between 1 to 60 times gravity. Hey, it's a pity that you don't want to do it, Hawkeye. Otherwise, the way of swordsmanship can definitely be improved to a higher level, and maybe you can actually reach that legendary realm. After a certain hermaphrodite finished speaking, he sighed slightly. Then he made a move to leave. Wait, why, is there anything else? I can only work for King's Landing for 1 year at most. Okay, deal. Luo Lan smiled. 1 year, haha, let alone a year, it only takes more than 3 months. You'll never want to leave King's Landing again. Welcome to King's Landing, Jorakal Mihawk. From today on, you will be King's Landing's second general. A few hours later, when Luo Lan returned to Rhode Island with Hawkeye, Momosuke and Zoro were stunned. Although Momosuke had heard Luo Lan mention 3 candidates in the meeting before. But she really didn't expect that Luo Lan would actually bring Eagle Eye over. After all, based on her understanding of Hawkeye, there was no way this guy would agree to the invitation and join King's Landing. Therefore, Luo Lan must have come up with something that Hawkeye couldn't refuse. Wait, library, those kendo experiences. Yes, definitely those. Advertisement. Indeed, as long as these things are taken out, no one who practices swordsmanship can refuse them. Believe it or not, if you give it to the flying squirrel at the headquarters, this guy will immediately send a resignation letter to the warring states period. There is no doubt that for those who practice swordsmanship, those new books. The lethality is so great. Luo Lan, you have recruited all 3 generals, what about me next? During this time, Momosuke has been improving by leaps and bounds, whether in terms of physical fitness, swordsmanship, or domineering. In her opinion, in 2 or 3 months at most, she will be able to reach the level of a general. But now, all 3 generals are full. In other words, even if you have reached the level of strength, there is no place for you to be promoted. Gion-sama, King's Landing is not marine. Luo Lan said very seriously. But Momosuke didn't seem to understand what he meant. What's the meaning? Marine has a system of 3 generals, but who told you that King's Landing can only have 3 generals? You mean, you can create a 4th general? Of course, let alone 4th place, what about 5th, 6th, or even 10th place? The reason why Marine only has 3 generals is simply because the world government did not allow Marine to be too powerful, so he only gave Marine 3 general positions. Of course, with Marine's current state of inactivity, even if they were allowed to exceed 3 generals, they would not be able to find anyone at all. Okay, that's good. Momosuke breathed a sigh of relief. Satisfied, he failed to become a general in Marine, and he would also fail to become a general in King's Landing again. Momosuke can literally cry to death. Now, since there is no limit on the number of generals in King's Landing, she was naturally relieved. Immediately, Luo Lan didn't even say hello. He turned around and ran away without a trace. In order to win the position of general earlier, I went to practice hard again. So, only Luo Lan, Eagle Eye, and Zoro were left here. Zoro's eyes were fixed on Hawkeye. The promise I made with Kuina when I was a child suddenly came to mind. Now, the world's greatest swordsman of this generation was standing in front of him. So, the greatest swordsman in the world, Jorakal Mahawk. I want to challenge you. Chapter 197 Zoro's Ghost Aura. Challenge me. In fact, he had noticed Zoro from the beginning. Although he is not a great swordsman like Momosuke, he has reached the peak of swordsmanship and is only one step away from becoming a great swordsman. At the same time, he could also feel that Zoro's sword energy seemed to be very special. There's a hint of ghostly aura mixed in. This is a rare thing. After all, adding attributes to one's sword energy is something that only great swordsmen can do. In the past, this was considered an iron rule. But now, Zoro, who is still just a swordsman, has integrated ghost energy into his own sword energy. Although it is still very shallow, he did it. In addition, Zoro is less than 20 years old, and Hawkeye is very optimistic about his future. But challenge yourself now. It's still too early. You are not good enough now. Wait until you become a great swordsman, then you can do it again. Hawkeye shook his head. Then he said, however, is Zoro the kind of person who can be dismissed by Hawkeye with just one word? Obviously not. He slowly pulled out the word Hidao and bit it in his mouth. Then, he pulled out 2 more supreme sharp knives made by Sato. Finally, square up to Hawkeye. I know I'm not your opponent yet, but I also need to know how far behind I am from the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye had already turned around and started walking, intending to go to the library mentioned by Luo Lan. At this moment, he stopped. Turning around, he looked at Zoro, his eyes as sharp as his sword. Challenge me now and you will die. Maybe, but I still insist. There was no trace of wavering in Zoro's expression. Although Hawkeye didn't say anything else, he felt more recognition for Zoro in his heart. A swordsman would rather break than bend, be unyielding and fearless. Without such a character, no matter how talented you are, you will never be able to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Fear death, but there was just a hint of such an idea. Then, your path to the pinnacle of swordsmanship will be closed to you from now on. Therefore, although Zoro seemed to be a mindless challenge, Hawkeye recognized him more. Take off the black sword behind you. But instead of using it, Hawkeye stuck it directly into the ground. Then he turned and looked at Luo Lan. Advertisement. Can your soldier lend me a sword? Hawkeye had already noticed it. All the soldiers in King's Landing each have a sword. Zoro is a good prospect, but he still has a lot to learn. Today. Let me teach him a lesson. Of course, no problem. Luo Lan nodded, and then called a nearby soldier. Immediately, the soldier took off his saber and handed it to Hawkeye with both hands. The next moment, the saber was unsheathed, and Hawkeye was dumbfounded. Are you sure this is the standard saber? Yeah, what's the problem? Whose standard saber is the best and sharpest? Hawkeye rarely complained. Moreover, this is not only the level of Liang Kuei Dao, it is completely the pinnacle of Liang Kuei Dao, even infinitely close to the level of Great Kuei Dao. But you told me that this is just a standard saber, and even tens of thousands of soldiers in your kingdom have one. In fact, Luo Lan is also innocent. Who told our sword casting workshop to have the characteristic of greatly increasing the quality? Even if you make an inferior sword, after adding it, it will become a good sword. What's more, with the craftsmanship of the swordsmiths in King's Landing and the high-quality materials, how can it be possible to create an inferior sword? Finally, with the addition of characteristic bonuses, a peak-level sharp knife is not surprising at all. Even if Sato were to forge it himself, it might be a peak-level good sword without any additions, and after the additions. I'm afraid even a big sharp knife won't be bad. Of course, Sato doesn't have time to forge these high-volume standard swords. Hawkeye was speechless. Forget it, a good and fast knife is a good and fast knife. There's no need to waste time, just use your strongest move. Turning around, Hawkeye held a knife in both hands. Said, just what I wanted. The next moment, Zoro's eyes suddenly froze. The whole person's momentum changed instantly. The black ghost energy is continuously emitted at a concentration visible to the naked eye. The entire space is filled with an eerie atmosphere, making people feel uneasy and even creepy for no reason. This is somewhat similar to Conquerors, but somewhat different. Hawkeye's eyes widened slightly. How on earth did this little guy achieve such a strong ghost aura when he was a swordsman? It is not unusual for a great swordsman to inject attributes into his sword energy, maybe it is an element, maybe it is a characteristic. These are very common. But the ghost energy is different. In the entire 800 years, few swordsmen can awaken. Advertisement. Let alone complete mastery. Even in the swordsman circle, ghost energy is also called the kendo version of conquerors. Hawkeye originally thought that Zoro had only initially awakened his ghost energy, which already surprised him. But now it seems that this is not a preliminary awakening, but it can already be used to a certain extent. How did Zoro, who was only at the level of a swordsman, do it? Hawkeye couldn't understand it at all. But one thing he knew, it seemed that he had to use all his strength. Although only 40%, 50%, or even 30% of the strength is enough to defeat Zoro. But, this doesn't make sense. This battle must be an instant kill. This is not because Hawkeye deliberately wants to humiliate Zoro, but because he is optimistic about Zoro and hopes that Zoro can go further in the future. And in order to achieve this purpose, Hawkeye has decided to take action with all his strength. But when he takes action with all his strength, dead or alive, it all depends on Zoro's own luck. Under the ghostly aura, Zoro's figure showed some changes at this moment. This change made many onlookers think that they had an illusion. Because Zoro suddenly changed from one head to 3 heads, and his 2 arms turned into 6 arms. A man with 3 heads and 6 arms came right away. Even the 3-sword style has become the 9-sword style. On the side, Luo Lan was also amazed. I didn't care about Zoro's progress for a while, but this guy can already use Asura. But yes, after all, ghost energy is very similar to Conqueror's, and it is also supported by mental power. On the King's Landing side, Zoro's mental power is even stronger now than it was 2 years after he was targeted. It's still much stronger. Awakening ghost energy and being able to use it to this extent is not too surprising. I just don't know, can he use that move now? The move that hurt Kaido in the original work. If it is really used, and Hawkeye doesn't attack with all his strength, maybe. It's really possible for Hawkeye to flip over. Luo Lan couldn't help but think so. However, at the next moment, he knew. I think too much. Because Hawkeye's aura suddenly exploded at this moment. Just feeling this momentum makes people feel as if their body is being chopped into pieces. Luo Lan knows that eagle eye. It's time to get serious. Chapter 198 The Revolutionary Army in Action. Whoosh. There was a sound of breaking through the air. Momosuke appeared next to Luo Lan. Originally, she had already gone to practice more, but she suddenly felt the aura here halfway. He ran back immediately. Luo Lan, what's going on here? Nothing, it's just that Zoro wants to challenge Hawkeye. Is nothing going to happen? Momosuke can feel that Hawkeye is definitely going to take action. Very worried. After all, although Zoro is very powerful, he is still just a swordsman and has not reached the level of a great swordsman. But at this moment, Luo Lan had not had time to speak. Zoro took action. Seeing that posture, Luo Lan was also surprised. This kid can really use that move. Yes, it was the move that killed Kaido in the original work. Ghost Energy 9-sword style Asura drawing sword. The play of the dead. The bright golden light spurted out, and then it was like a kind of energy, covering the body and the 3 knives. It feels like turning into a Super Saiyan. In addition to the golden energy, there is still a large amount of black ghost energy covering it. Regardless of the power, at least, the special effects are absolutely packed. On the other side, Hawkeye also held the sword with both hands, and the cyan energy also covered the blade, exuding an indescribable sharpness. It was as if there was nothing that could stop him under his sword. Even space will be cut off. The 2 figures moved at the same time, and completely different energies collided instantly. Immediately, the 2 people passing by exchanged positions. At the moment of the fight, only a few people could be seen clearly in the entire scene. As for others, they simply enjoyed a visual feast, nothing more. On the sword in Hawkeye's hand, the green sword energy dissipated, revealing its original appearance. On top of the darkness, there is a special luster. Even in this luster, there is still some reddish-purple halo. The next moment, the black receded. This standard saber has been restored to its original color. As for Zoro, in his hands, the 2 Tachi swords, which were of the highest quality, made a crisp sound. All broken. The 2 sword blades fell down and plunged straight into the ground. Zoro also opened his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Advertisement. At the same time, the word Hidao also fell to the ground. Only then did everyone notice that on Zoro's chest, a terrifying wound started directly from his left shoulder and spread all the way to his right waist. The bright red blood continued to flow out as if it was free of charge. The whole person could no longer hold up and fell straight back. Why? Zoro was puzzled. His 2 knives both have the quality of a supremely sharp knife. And Hawkeye just used a standard sword of the soldiers of King's Landing, but why? Can he cut off his own 2 knives? Even if there is a gap in swordsmanship, it shouldn't be like this. After all, why? At this time, Hawkeye walked up to Zoro. One of the 12 skills of the supreme sharp sword, Black Sword Knight. Almost everyone knows that the most distinctive feature of knight is color, but few people know that the original knight was not black, and even just a big sharp knife. How was the strongest sword born? You should think that it was made by a swordsmith, right? This concept is actually wrong. What the swordsmith can decide is actually just the prototype of a sword, and only the user can decide its final posture. Think about it carefully. When you understand the truth, you can truly become a great swordsman. After saying this, Hawkeye turned and left. Luo Lan waved his hand, and several military doctors who were already on standby rushed forward to treat Zoro. Sister Gion, what does Hawkeye mean? I'm not sure either. How is it possible? According to what he said, you don't need to understand these to become a great swordsman. If you say you don't know, how do you become a great swordsman? Luo Lan was stunned, then asked. After all, what Hawkeye just said was, when you understand the truth, you can truly become a great swordsman. However, Momosuke said he didn't know. What is the situation? I really don't know. Generally speaking, the difference between a swordsman and a great swordsman is nothing more than 3 indicators. First, the degree of concentration of sword energy and the amount of reserves. Second, the separation distance of the sword energy from the body, that is, the distance of flying and slashing attacks. Third, let at least one element or certain characteristics be integrated into your sword energy. Momosuke explained. And this is similar to what Luo Lan knew before. It can be regarded as the standard quantitative standard in the pirate world for how to distinguish swordsmen and great swordsmen. But what did Hawkeye mean by those words he said to Zoro? Forget it, why do I think so much? Advertisement. I don't practice swordsmanship myself. Shaking her head, Luo Lan stopped thinking about this. However, he stopped thinking. Momosuke beside him. But he fell into deep thought. After all, she practices swordsmanship, and Hawkeye is the world's greatest swordsman. At this moment, the world's greatest swordsman said something completely different from what he knew. How could I ignore it? Luo Lan smiled bitterly and ignored Momosuke. He left directly, relying on the architectural characteristics of Marine Hospital to accelerate recovery. In addition, for several months, I relied on the daily high-energy supplement in the Marine cafeteria and the strong physique developed through gravity training in the training center. On only the 3rd day after being admitted to the hospital, Zoro was already fully recovered and began to do various exercises. Even on the 5th day, he had recovered. Was allowed to leave the hospital. And on the day Zoro was discharged from the hospital, Yi Xiao also sent back the news. The Green Bull has been found, and he agreed to temporarily join King's Landing for a try, but if he feels unsuitable, he will withdraw at any time. Luo Lan naturally agreed to this condition. Just kidding, as long as you agree to join King's Landing, your loyalty will increase by 1% every day. Are you here yet? Want to leave? The longer I wait, that makes it even more impossible to leave. Dash 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 dash. At the same time, located on a small island in the East Daxia Sea, a group of cadres from the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army were gathering together. How is our deployment going in the Akado Kingdom? It's almost there. The rebel army now exceeds 100,000, and those stupid nobles haven't noticed anything yet. After hearing the question from Army Commander Betty, a cadre replied immediately. The Akado Kingdom is located on a medium-sized island on the north side of the Zumaida Islands. It has a city and about 20 villages, with a total population of about 600,000. Although the kingdom appears to be very prosperous. But in fact, it is a country where 600,000 civilians are oppressed like slaves by a few hundred nobles. Especially in the past few years, since the new king succeeded to the throne, it has been even more exaggerated. Let's not talk about adding tax items. Even the outrageous law was enacted that all women's right to first night belongs to the royal family. The Revolutionary Army saw this opportunity. After a whole year of deployment, without any nobles discovering it, in the kingdom of Akado, a rebel army of over 100,000 people was created. And now, it's time to harvest. Chapter 199 Call with Dorag. Inside the room, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were very excited. But Ahilu, who was the deputy commander of the Eastern Army, looked a little unnatural. Ashilu, what's wrong with you? Belabeti, who noticed this situation, couldn't help but ask. Do we really want to do this? Last year in South Blue, the joint suppression by the world government and Marine resulted in the death of more than 300,000 people, and more than 500,000 people have since become slaves. And our Revolutionary Army. But he left them alone and evacuated before the suppression fleet arrived. As soon as these words came out, the whole room fell silent for a moment. Everyone here knows about these things, but no one mentions them. The reason is also very simple, because they all know it. Over the years, the real purpose of the rebellions launched by the Revolutionary Army in several kingdoms was not to save the civilians in these kingdoms. After all, today's Revolutionary Army does not have the strength to confront the world government head-on. And once the rebellion succeeds, the world government will definitely send absolute force to suppress it. So, what's the result? Of course the Revolutionary Army fled. Well, take them with them to absorb a lot of new energy from the rebellion. Therefore, every time a rebellion is created in the kingdom, it becomes another opportunity for the Revolutionary Army to grow. However, the price is, countless civilians died, and countless civilians were reduced to slaves or served in hard labor for life. If you really want to calculate it, more than 1 million people have died from this in the past few years. More people died one after another in the process of endless labor and becoming slaves. Of course, the Revolutionary Army is also in this process, from the initial few hundred soldiers. Now it has grown to tens of thousands of warriors. Axelu, long said that revolution will never be smooth sailing, and this process is destined to be accompanied by bloodshed. But it is not our revolutionary army that is bleeding, but those innocent civilians all the time. Ahiru had heard enough of this rhetoric. Enough. Belobeti shouted loudly. Ashilu, please don't participate in this operation. I see. Ashiro nodded. Participating in such actions ultimately led to the death of hundreds of thousands of people. She really couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. Dash 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 dash. At the same time, Rhode Island. In Luo Lan's office. Dong dong dong. Come in. Luo Lan, urgent information. Advertisement. As soon as he pushed the gate of opening, Robin spoke directly. Very anxious. What happened? Do you still remember when you asked me to find a way to break into the Revolutionary Army? Well, is there any result? Yes, one of the people we went undercover to gain the trust of a small cadre in the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army was promoted to his deputy. Robin nodded, although it has not yet successfully joined its corps. But in just 1 month, he has already gained the trust of a small cadre. This result is quite good. Based on the intelligence that just came in, all the cadres of the Eastern Army held a meeting today. The content of the meeting is to prepare for a repeat of the rebellion in South Blue last year in the Akado Kingdom of the East Daxia Sea. Hearing this, Luo Lan's expression became serious. Over the years, every time the Revolutionary Army caused trouble, it was followed by a disaster. When they overthrew a certain kingdom, they never thought about how they would face the subsequent suppression by the world government. They have never thought about how to resettle the tens of millions of civilians who were incited by them to rebel. For them, overthrowing a kingdom is not the goal. In the process of rebellion, the main purpose is to select a group of qualified soldiers from tens of millions of rebels who have a firm belief in the ideals of the Revolutionary Army. Once the people are screened out, they will take this new group of people and evacuate them all before the world government's suppression forces arrive. As for the tens of millions of rebels who were left behind, all that is waiting for them is the ruthless killing and repression of the world government. Even those who are lucky enough to survive will either become slaves or be thrown to all corners of the world to work for eternity. And according to the oppression methods in those places, these people, basically, they will all die one after another within a few years. Replicate what South Blue did last year. Have these bastards forgotten how many people died in South Blue last year? Even if the statistics are counted, the number of deaths is 370,000, and the number of people who were sent out to serve in hard labor for life is as many as 500,000. This is just a rough statistic, the actual number will only be higher. This guy Dorag, after tasting the sweetness a few times, he became addicted, right? Luo Lan slapped the table hard. Yelled. This was also after Robin joined King's Landing. It was the first time I saw Luo Lan lose such a temper. Luo Lan, should we reveal this news to Marine or world government? In this case, the rebellion shouldn't be started, right? Robin made a suggestion. Indeed, as long as world government and Marine deploy in advance, then naturally, the rebellion in the kingdom of Akado cannot be started. But, no, with the temperament of the world government and the nobles of the kingdom, they will definitely cleanse the entire kingdom of civilians. I would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Advertisement. Perhaps, the result may be better than the original, but at least 10 or 200,000 people will die in this purge operation. Luo Lan shook his head. I don't think this is appropriate. Then what are we going to do? Directly intervene? Robin asked again. And Luo Lan. Then he took out the phone bug. This is of course, although the two do know each other, they are not very familiar with each other. If this worked, you wouldn't contact me. But he was only slightly surprised. Dorag's tone remained calm. How could Luo Lan not know Dorag, and how could she not have his contact information? You must stop what's going on in the Akado Kingdom. The leader of King's Landing, is this status enough? Speaking of which, even if Luo Lan has not recovered her memory when she was a child, for Dorag. Hold the phone bug. Dorag's tone was very calm. What's up? He didn't show any surprise as to how Luo Lan knew. This was the first time Dorag showed surprise after the call was connected. Maybe even more will die. Civilians in the Akado Kingdom will still die. In what capacity do you say these things to me? And most importantly, but the same, just like what he said just now. If this worked, you wouldn't contact me anymore. He clearly knew what would happen if Luo Lan revealed this matter. Aren't you afraid that first we'll tell Marine your plans in the Akado Kingdom? Luo Lan frowned deeply. As an adopted son of the Warring States period, he grew up in the headquarters. It is true that the long-term deployment of the Revolutionary Army will come to nothing. This time they didn't die because of the Revolutionary Army, but blue brew brew. Therefore, he expected that Luo Lan would not dare to tell Marine or the world government the news. It's me, Luo Lan. Dorag is very smart. Enough, but my answer is no. But I never catch a cold. Died because of Luo Lan. King's Landing. Who? Chapter 200 Their respective plans. If possible, Luo Lan wouldn't want to find Dorag. Not to mention telling him that he is the leader of King's Landing. But King's Landing is not ready yet, and 1 month is really too late. At that time, it will only be dispatched to stop the Revolutionary Army. This is obviously inappropriate because This will allow Junline to face hundreds of thousands of civilians who are incited and trust the Revolutionary Army. Suppress civilians. Don't be kidding, it is absolutely impossible for King's Landing to do this kind of thing. The only way is to wait until the rebellion is completed, the suppression forces of the world government and marine are dispatched, and the Revolutionary Army escapes. At this time, those civilians saw clearly the true face of the Revolutionary Army, and King's Landing appeared again. Naturally, there will be no confrontation with hundreds of thousands of civilians. However, this also means that King's Landing will come to the surface and start a war with the joint suppression fleet of the world government and marine. This brings us back to the old problem. Time is too tight, King's Landing is not ready yet. That's why Luo Lan took the risk and contacted Delog directly. He even revealed his identity in order to have an equal conversation with him. But obviously, Luo Lan underestimated Delog. This guy's city was quite deep. It may not be easy to convince him. And just when Luo Lan was thinking about how to convince Dorag next. It's not like we can't talk about this matter. What do you want? I heard that you bought 4 battleships for the Marine headquarters. I want the full set of design drawings and technology for the battleships. Impossible. Luo Lan flatly refused. If you give Marine 4 warships, they are just finished products. And even if Marines are manufactured, most of them will be used to fight pirates. This is actually not a bad thing for the world. How can the Revolutionary Army obtain the design drawings and the technology of all devices? They will not use these warships to fight pirates, but will use them elsewhere. In the end, it will only lead to the world falling into chaos. I don't know how many civilians will die from this. Our Revolutionary Army only has this condition. If you cannot accept it, then there is no need to continue the negotiation. As soon as the words fell, Dorag hung up the phone directly. Maybe he has absolute confidence, and Luo Lan will definitely compromise and contact him again. But on this point, he was wrong. Luo Lan, what should we do now? Advertisement. After listening to the entire conversation between the two, Robin had a look of anxiety on his face. Since you can't stop him, then delay him for as long as you can. At the same time, send an order to all departments that the plan to conquer the East Daxia Sea may be accelerated, asking them to do everything possible to speed up preparations. Luo Lan pondered for a moment and then spoke. Then, the phone bug was called out again. Blue brew brew. Morgans, it's me. As soon as the call was connected, Luo Lan spoke first without wasting any time. Why, do you have any more news for me? Indeed, but it's not for you. Morgans was stunned for a moment. I need to use your channel to spread a message to the ears of the 5 elders. Can you do it? That's no problem, but what message do you want to convey? As for the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, I think those 5 old guys will be interested, right? What, do you know where the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is? Hearing this, Morgans was shocked. 1 minute later. Luo Lan put down the phone. Then he leaned back in his chair and breathed a sigh of relief. Although with Dorag's cunning, Luo Lan expressed doubts about whether the world government could directly take it down. Otherwise, 5 elders would not have been able to do anything to defeat Dorag for so many years. But in any case, an attack on the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army will not affect ordinary people on the one hand, and on the other hand. It also creates some trouble for Dorag, thereby delaying his movements in other directions. Of course, with Luo Lan's understanding of the original work, he can still create more trouble for Delog. But he didn't want to say that in this incident, all the cards were played out at once. Otherwise, when he really wants to deal with the Revolutionary Army in the future, he will become ignorant of it. At the same time, the island of White Earth, Aldigo. As Dorag's personal disciple, he is also the newly appointed chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Sabo was a little worried at the moment. Mr. Dorag, does it really matter? It's okay. Although I am surprised that Luo Lan is the leader of King's Landing, based on my understanding of him, it is impossible for him to do something that would cause countless civilians to be massacred. But even if he doesn't tell the world government about the matter, if King Lin takes action himself. No, he won't take action. Advertisement. Dorag was very confident. If he takes action, it means standing on the opposite side of the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the Akado Kingdom. Should he follow the world government in suppressing civilians? 2. After we complete the operation and leave the Kingdom of Akkad, King's Landing will take action to stop the world government's suppression fleet. The other 4 people were all a little surprised. Regardless of the outcome, at least. As for the second option, let King's Landing fight the world government and let them consume each other. You know, according to the intelligence of the Revolutionary Army, the 4 warships purchased by Marine have not been able to complete the reverse calculation so far, and can only build a castrated version with much worse performance. That's right, to deal with Dorag, you let Marine take charge of the operation. So that's it. That's right, even if it's false news, the most we can do is waste some time. I can't think of the possibility that he deliberately gave us false news. What do you think of this information from Morgans? So, let Marine start deploying. Between powers. The Revolutionary Army can take advantage of this opportunity to do many things. In this case, then don't tell Marine the specific details, just let them prepare their troops and follow orders. Directly reject it. Although Sabo didn't know Luo Lan, since Dorag said so, it should be like this. For the first option, the Revolutionary Army can obtain the blueprints of new warships and all the technology. As for the person in charge of the operation, then, in the naval battle, we will gain an absolute advantage over Marine. Saint Jagolucia Satan said lightly. Saint Jagolucia Satan looked around at the other 4 people and asked. 1. Compromise with me and use the blueprints of the steel battleship and all related technologies as bargaining chips in exchange for our plan to give up the kingdom of Akado. The other people also understood immediately. Do you want to go in person? He doesn't dare to deceive us about this kind of thing. In my opinion, there are only 2 choices he can make. No matter which one he chooses, we will be the biggest beneficiaries. And once the Revolutionary Army gets all the design drawings and technology directly from Luo Lan. Holy Land Marie Joya. No, we can't let Marine take charge of this matter. After all, Garp. Let me do it myself. Just like Dorag said, can you ensure that Garp is not tipped off? No matter what Luo Lan chooses, the Revolutionary Army will be the biggest beneficiary. Saint Topman Wachuli shook his head. Chapter 201 New Fighter Testing. More than 20 days pass quietly. At this moment, King's Landing is preparing, the Revolutionary Army is preparing, and the world government is also preparing. During this period, the world was really not peaceful. I don't know why the 5 elders suddenly went crazy and suddenly ordered Marine to form a large fleet. In addition to Aokiji, who was stationed at the G1 branch, Akainu and Kizaru were also dispatched. Under the generals, lieutenant generals dispatched more than 20 people at one time. Among them, like Momosugi, there is also a T-Dolphin who was recently awarded the title of candidate for general. As for the fleet, there are even more. All 5 newly completed new warships were dispatched. In addition, there was a super fleet composed of more than 100 warships. The total strength is as high as 18,000, all of which are composed of elite naval soldiers. This is just the marine part. The most outrageous thing is that one of the 5 elders, the god of science and defense, Jagolucia Satan, personally went out to direct the entire operation. Along with him, there were hundreds of elites from various CP units and 5 CP0 members. The lineup is quite big. However, the Warring States period is still a bit confused. What is this going to do? You know, except for Garp who was left to guard the house. Marine was at his best, and even he, the fleet admiral, was not spared. This kind of strength can even fight against 2-4 emperors groups at the same time. But unfortunately, the 5 elders have not told him yet where the target of this operation is. Satan Saint, all troops have been assembled. Well, according to the original plan, let's give orders to Marine. Yes, Saint Satan, a female agent in a black suit from the G8 branch bowed respectfully and bowed before retreating. If Luo Lan were here, she would definitely recognize him. That woman looks exactly like Khalifa. Whether it's body shape or appearance. Can't tell any difference at all. This is none other than Khalifa's twin sister, Kalfa. At the same time, it was also this time that he was sent to Saint Jagolucia Satan to be responsible for the work of delivering orders. Soon, an order was passed to the Warring States side. Inside the bridge of a new battleship. After reading the results of the order, I suddenly understood. Why, the 5 elders asked the entire Marine to leave, but left Garp. Fleet Admiral, what does the order say? At this time, Aokiji asked. From this moment on, no one in the entire Marine is allowed to move alone. Even if they want to go to the toilet, they must find someone to go with them. Once you find someone acting alone, take them down immediately. Advertisement. Also, including me, no one is allowed to contact the outside world until the end of the combat mission. Once discovered, they will be killed directly. Even if that person is me, I'll handle it the same way. In addition, Kizaru immediately dispatched to eliminate all informants around the fleet, no matter who they are. Finally, the fleet will set off in an hour. The target is Aldigo, the White Earth Island. There is headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Whoa. Everyone in the bridge was stunned. Not even the crane escaped. No wonder so many troops were mobilized. No wonder Garp is kept at Marine headquarters. No wonder even the top Marine executives kept it a secret beforehand. No wonder, after learning the purpose of this trip, all the things that were unreasonable before became reasonable in an instant. He couldn't help but look up at Sangguo. I saw some struggle in his eyes, but soon he regained his determination. Crane knows. Sengoku has already decided not to tell Garp. Okay, here's the order, just execute it. Besides, Kuzan, you stay here. Aokiji was speechless for a while. Fleet Admiral, do you just not believe me? Maybe I really can't tip off Garp. Early the next morning. Luo Lan's phone was already ringing. When I picked up the call, it was Morgan's. Morgan's, what's going on? The matter with Aldigo is over. How did it turn out? Thousands of people died in the Revolutionary Army, and many cadres were arrested, but Delog failed to catch him and ran away. You're doing pretty well. Luo Lan was a little hesitant. Sure enough, even if the 5 elders took action personally, they could not catch Drago. I don't know who the arrested cadres are. This time, Dolig's losses are not small. The Akado Kingdom's rebellion plan was originally scheduled to be launched in a few days. I guess it needs to be suspended, right? Next, as long as it can be postponed for a month, Luo Lan won't worry. Advertisement. You know, just in case. Luo Lan has been working hard during this period. A lot of points slid down and were exchanged for a large number of A-level and B-level boatmen. This greatly speeds up shipbuilding. Moreover, the recruitment speed from Alabasta has been accelerated. It's finalized. A full 50 bottles of Coke can be added to the fighter's fuel tank. The most important thing is that the consumption of Coke is not much. Compared with the first-generation experimental product created by Silas before, its appearance alone is much more stunning. What is this concept? The recruits who were recruited later did not even have a month of training time. A piece of good news reached Luo Lan's ears. Coke may soon become the oil of the pirate world. I'm going. Can I fly for 2 consecutive days if I fill up with Coca-Cola? It's just not enough. Maybe. Hodis told him that a new generation of fighter jets. You have really developed Coca-Cola power into all walks of life. But there is no way. Who makes the situation urgent? Outrageous. Simply outrageous. Soon, Silas introduced Luo Lan. At this moment, a single-wing piston fighter plane was parked at one end of the runway. Fleet Admiral. Next. The length is approximately 800 meters. Do you have to do this? It was not a systematic building, it was just a runway temporarily leveled out in the forest by soldiers cutting down trees. Later, the soldiers who had no time to train could only rely on veterans to lead recruits and train in actual combat. In just over 20 days, Tana made 5 trips there, transporting back a total of more than 8,000 people. Start test flight. At this rate, there will be no problem reaching more than 30,000 people in 1 month. The original 3-month preparation time was suddenly reduced to 2 months. It's also powered by Coke. Especially the power part shocked Luo Lan. 3 days later again. Now the number of soldiers in King's Landing has officially exceeded 20,000. Luo Lan was very excited and rushed from his office to the testing site as quickly as possible. The only flaw is that other times can be compressed, but the time for recruit training. According to Hodis, just 1 bottle of Coke is enough to fly a fighter plane for 1 hour. Chapter 202 The Outrageous Mustang Fighter. A plane that can fly for 2 full days. This shocked Luo Lan so much that it could even be said that her outlook on life was shattered. Is the battery life so great? Theoretically yes, but to what extent it can actually be achieved will only be known after the test flight. Hodith nodded. Luo Lan silently gave a thumbs up in her heart. He truly deserves to be an EX-level aviation scientist, awesome. By the way, the code name of this aircraft has not been determined yet. Please ask Fleet Admiral to come up with a name before the test flight. Name. Looking at the fighter in front of him, Luo Lan held his chin with one hand. Thinking silently. This look looked familiar. Luo Lan hadn't remembered where she had seen it before. But now he remembered. In this case. Okay. The model is P-51, codenamed Mustang, how about? Wild Horse. This is a good name. It just so happens that our generals are all named after animals. This name can be regarded as the same origin. Hodith nodded in agreement. Luo Lan, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment. Do our generals all have animal codes? No, Fujitora and Green Bull are indeed, but Hawkeye. Etc. Good guy, isn't an eagle an animal? Nothing wrong. I never deliberately used animals as code names, but it turns out. This name is actually in the same vein as Marine. A few minutes later, a King's Landing soldier specializing in Type 6 moonwalk entered the cockpit. After some inspection, start the engine. The nose propeller rotated rapidly. Immediately afterwards, the runway was cleared, and the fighter plane began to taxi, and its speed continued to increase. Final. Soaring into the sky, Luo Lan's eyes widened again. Because the fighter plane only taxied less than 100 meters before completing takeoff. What is this concept? If I remember correctly, the wild horse in the previous life must have been at least a few hundred meters away, right? 100 meters. Simply outrageous. Hodis, what is the maximum flying speed? Nearly 1,200 kilometers per hour. What? Close to 1,200 kilometers. Advertisement. Hey guys, it's almost supersonic speed, okay. Is this something that a piston propeller aircraft can do? Luo Lan didn't even know where to complain. What about weapons? Speaking of which, we are about to test it next. Look, Fleet Admiral is coming. Pointing to the fighter plane doing various maneuvers in the sky, Hodis said. The next moment, the slash suddenly started to dive downwards. Then, ta-da-da-da-da. On the ground, a circle about 3 meters in diameter was instantly filled with dust. It can be said to be quite accurate. No, this is your first test flight, and you just launched a ground attack just a few minutes ago. Luo Lan complained. Logically speaking, shouldn't this be a project that will be carried out after repeated test flights for a long time? You, so radical. Fleet Admiral, what's the problem? No problem, as long as you are happy. Yes, you cannot use your past life experience to look at the world of pirates. Anyway, the test pilot is Grandmaster Moonwalk, and his health is as high as 800. Even if something goes wrong, it will be fine. Isn't it just a flight from the plane, and no one will die? I need some yarn safety regulations. 1 hour later. Test pilots completed all tests, including various tactical maneuvers, as well as air and ground strikes, etc. Even the clearance 30 centimeters above the ground was done. From Luo Lan's initial shock to later. Already completely indifferent. Next, is the maximum range test. After landing and filling up the coke, he flew up again. However, Luo Lan doesn't plan to continue reading, after all. I have to fly for 2 days in a row. There is nothing wrong with me, is it possible that I still have to stand here for 2 days and 2 nights? After saying hello to Hodies, he left. Now that combat aircraft with practical significance have been secured, then it's time to form the Marine Aviation Corps. Time waits for no one. For this reason, Luo Lan brought Momosuke and Tina over to discuss it together. As for the generals, Fujitora and Green Bull haven't come back yet, and Hawkeye knows nothing about this kind of thing. Therefore, we only found 2 women. After all, they all have experience in commanding troops and group operations. I think the selection criteria should focus on 3 aspects. Advertisement. First, physical strength. Second, Moonwalk's Grandmaster level. Third, the ability to shoot. After understanding the combat methods of fighter planes, Tina spoke first. These 3 points are similar to what Luo Lan thought. And Momosuke also added something after Tina finished speaking. I think that in terms of physical fitness and basic abilities, we should follow what Tina said, but fighter piloting skills should also be listed as an important consideration. Well, that's absolutely true. But there is a problem here, that is. Sister Guion is right, but our problem now is time, and if you want to know a person's driving level, you must first teach him how to fly a fighter plane. In the remaining time, we may only have time to train a group of pilots, so we cannot conduct this screening. Luo Lan shook his head. Thinking optimistically, there may still be more than a month. But this is a very optimistic situation. But if things go badly, it might only be less than half a month, or even less than half a month. Obviously, this little time is not enough for King's Land to train a large number of pilots, and then select the best among these trained pilots. In this way, although we cannot let all the soldiers in Junline learn, after all, this will affect everyone's training time, but first, according to the conditions Tina said, find 200 people, and finally select 100 of them as the first batch of Marine Aviation soldiers in King's Landing. What do you think? This is the result of Luo Lan's careful consideration. It won't affect too many people, and it can ensure that you can choose one of the 2 in the end. Try to keep as many skilled pilots as possible. Because Luo Lan asked Hodies about the mass production speed of this fighter jet. And the answer is, as long as there are sufficient manpower and funds, it can produce about 100 P-51 Mustang fighter jets a month. Agree. When the 2 women heard this, they both nodded. This is considered the best solution without affecting other matters. Okay, I'll leave the selection to you, Sister Tina. No matter which army it is, even if it is the intelligence department or logistics department, etc., as long as there are people who meet the conditions, they can be transferred. He attaches great importance to the Naval Aviation Force. Luo Lan directly delegated power to Tina. In the selection process, all departments must cooperate unconditionally. And just then, there was a knock on the office door. Dong 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 dong. Come in. Luo Lan, the alert airship just sent word that a sailing ship was quickly approaching us. The door was pushed open. Luo Bing walked quickly into it. He didn't even have time to say hello to Momosuke and Tina before. He shouted directly at Luo Lan. Chapter 203 The Encounter Between 2 Crazy Women. How far are we from? The radar on the airship can cover a radius of 3,000 kilometers. Of course, these 3,000 kilometers refer to the air, and the sea certainly cannot cover such a large area. But 2,000 kilometers is still no problem. Luo Lan didn't investigate the soldier on the air conditioner, why he didn't report it until now. The reason is also very simple. Although the windless zone is dangerous, it is not unmanned. Marines, pirates, or some merchants who conduct the Grand Route to the Four Seas route will all pass through the windless zone. Of course, the premise is that there is a strong person on board. At least, it must be the kind of strong person who can defeat Poseidon. Otherwise, entering the windless zone at will is a life-threatening gamble. Therefore, it is impossible for the soldiers on the airship to report every target they find, unless a target is approaching and its route happens to pass through Rhode Island. However, when Rhodes originally chose the location, he had already avoided all possible routes between the Grand Route and the East Daxia Sea. Because of this, this is the first time that a ship has been discovered approaching Rhode Island. About 100 nautical miles, its speed is very fast, measured at more than 20 knots. 20 knots. Luo Lan was stunned. Even Marine's new warship can only reach a speed of 12 knots. 20 knots, which is almost impossible for sailing ships in the pirate world. In other words, we will arrive at Rhodes Island in another 5 hours. That's true if they don't change course. Robin nodded. Rhodes Island is not exposed yet. Sister Guion, take your first fleet and dispatch immediately to intercept it 30 nautical miles away. If they are pirates, capture them all and deal with them according to our old rules. If not, then bring them all back. Junline will feed them well and feed them until we launch the operation to capture the East Daxia Sea. Then we will give them some compensation and let them go. Luo Lan pondered for a moment and then immediately issued the order. Momosuke nodded and turned to leave. Of the two fleets originally set, only about 2/3 of the warships in the first fleet were in place. As for Tina's second fleet, even the keels haven't been laid yet. But no matter what, just 2/3 of the size of the first fleet, for the pirate world. It is still a very terrifying force. A total of 10 battleships and 20 destroyers. As for cruisers and frigates, there are none. It's not that Luo Lan doesn't need these two kinds of warships, but because he doesn't have enough time, he can only choose the two kinds of warships that have the greatest effect and build them first. Advertisement. Half an hour later, 18,000 King's Landing soldiers gathered at the military port and quickly boarded the battleship. The first fleet of King's Landing, composed of 30 warships, appeared on the sea for the first time. Above the windless zone, two snakes hundreds of meters long, dragging a large pirate ship, galloped across the sea at an extremely fast speed. Ordinary Poseidons don't even dare to get close. Sister, why do we come here? Yes, those merchant ships won't go here at all. Why? Sandasonia and Marigold both had doubts on their faces at this moment. After all, the main purpose of his and their coming out this time was to reproduce offspring for Nine Snake Island. Therefore, in addition to the members of the Nine Snakes pirates, the pirate ship also carried hundreds of Amazon Lily citizens. Well, these citizens are all women. After all, there is not a single man in the entire country. According to the previous method, it should be to hijack a few caravans in the windless zone or the Grand Route. Then, from these caravans, select some people who are in good health and have no pain. Chat about life with those Amazon Lily nationals they brought with them. Well, everyone gets what they need, right? Amazon Lily's girl got the next generation, and the lucky ones in the merchant ship also had a happy night. Everyone is happy. But this time, Hancock didn't know what was going on and let the two snakes drive the boat here. Stay away from routes that ships may pass through. It wasn't me who ordered it, but the snake made its own decision. Hancock shook his head. He was also very confused about this situation. But no matter how she ordered the two snakes, they just didn't listen. It was as if there was something in front of them, attracting them. This made Hancock a little curious, so he simply didn't stop him. More than 1 hour later. At this time, Hancock left Sandasonia and Marigold on the deck. He returned to the cabin to rest. However, just a few minutes later, Sandasonia rushed in with a panicked look on his face. Sandasonia, what makes you so panicked? Sister, get out quickly, something happened outside. Advertisement. Hancock frowned slightly. Then he stood up and walked outside. At this moment, all the female warriors of the Nine Snakes pirates were already in place on the deck. One by one, they held bows and arrows, pointing toward the front and both sides. And looking in the direction they were aiming. The next moment, Hancock was also stunned. I saw a large number of battleships emerging from the sea level in front of me and on the left and right sides, surrounding my pirate ship on 3 sides. The battleships all had huge turrets and a metallic luster all over their bodies. Also, none have turrets. Elder sister, this seems to be the legendary King's Landing organization. I heard that the warships they own are made of steel and have no sails. Sandasonia said quickly from the side. The last time they went out to sea to catch men, they heard it from one of them. Although, these are just some unconfirmed rumors. But this did not prevent Sandasonia from knowing the name King's Landing from those people. I don't know what Junline is, I only know. No one can stop me from moving forward. Rush over at full speed. Hancock said with a sickly look. Of course, the last sentence was not meant for her 2 younger sisters. But he said it to the 2 snakes pulling the boat. After hearing this, the 2 snakes no longer had any scruples and immediately pulled the pirate ship forward and rushed forward. Speed, faster than before. It even exceeded 30 knots. After all, the reason for not pulling too fast before was for the stability of the ship. Otherwise, the owner would not be comfortable sitting, and the 2 of them would be miserable. But now, when it's time to charge, don't worry about stability. Just accelerate with all your strength. This is their favorite thing. And the other side. Momosuke also recognized the flag on the other side. I was speechless for a while. How come we met this crazy woman? Fortunately, Luo Lan is not here, otherwise he would definitely say something. You crazy woman. Do you have the right to call other women crazy? Chapter 204 Momosuke who robbed civilian girls. Hancock is one of the Shichibukai after all. Momosuke naturally knows her very well. Especially Amazon Lily's so-called Nine Snakes pirates. They are different from ordinary pirates. Although they can also do plunder, they will not attack civilians. Instead, they will only select some merchant ships to attack. And, they don't kill. Just leave after robbing, instead of just killing everyone on the boat like other pirates did. Of course, these are not the reasons why Momosuke secretly called Hancock a crazy woman. The real reason is Amazon Lily the way this country continues. This is a country also known as the daughter's country. The entire country is made up of women and not a single man exists. Then, here comes the problem. Is it possible? Are all Amazon Lilies reproducing parthenogenetically? Obviously, this is impossible. They are still human beings, and they still need the cooperation of men and women to reproduce the next generation. So, what should we do in a country without men? It's actually very simple. Every time the Nine Snakes pirates go out, they bring a group of citizens with them. After the robbery, a group of strong men were selected from the opponent's crew, and then they talked about life. It is precisely because of this custom that Momoshiki called Hancock a crazy woman. Who makes Hancock the emperor of Amazon Lily? Dash 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 dash. Lieutenant General, do you want to start the bombardment? Well, let's get closer and then hit. Understood. The accuracy rate is higher at a closer distance. The Lieutenant General doesn't want to waste more shells on them, right? Hear Momoshiki say that. A major next to him understood immediately. However, get out of here, I'm afraid it's too far and you can't control it well and blow up their ship. What? Notify all the ships and give me the aiming point in a moment. It's okay to have a near miss, but don't really sink the ship. Momoshiki said angrily, although several school officials on the side were a little confused. But he immediately went down to deliver the order. After the others left, he looked at the pirate ship rushing towards him and muttered. Last time you said you wanted to find a way to solve the big life problems of tens of thousands of men in Junline, and it just so happened. Although there are not many people in Amazon Lily, there are about 100,000 citizens, and all of them are women. Advertisement. That should be enough for you to solve the problem, right? Yes, just after confirming that the person opposite was Hancock. Momoshiki also happened to remember what Luo Lan said at the meeting some time ago. What a coincidence. Amazon Lily and King's Landing are definitely a match made in heaven. While rescuing a few people, all of them were men. The other side is even more awesome, there are no men at all, they are all women. If these two forces don't learn from each other's strengths and offset each other's weaknesses, it just doesn't make sense. I never imagined that one day in Guion, he actually did the job of robbing civilian girls in broad daylight. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Momoshiki showed a somewhat sick smile. Dash 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 dash. Both sides are very fast. Especially the Nine Snakes pirates, due to the crazy charge of the two snakes, the speed reached almost 40 knots. So, it only took less than 5 minutes. The distance between them has been shortened to less than 2 kilometers. The next moment, 10 battleships, with a total of dozens of main guns, opened fire at the same time. From 3 different directions, the pirate ship of the Nine Snakes pirates was shot at rapid speed. In order to ensure that they did not hit the target, each ship deliberately shot a lot of misses, and basically kept the impact point hundreds of meters away. But even so, after dozens of shells hit the sea a few seconds later, the terrifying explosion still frightened the two snakes. Suddenly there was a sudden break. He even threw several unprepared Nine Snakes pirate soldiers directly into the sea. At this moment, everyone on the entire ship was confused. Although the boat was intact, so were the people. But wasn't the shelling just now too powerful? With this kind of power, I'm afraid just one shot would destroy the ship under my feet, right? Involuntarily, everyone looked at Hancock. Sister, withdraw. Yes, I don't know why King's Landing wants to intercept us, but it's definitely not a good idea to break in. Sandersonia and Marigold were really frightened, and quickly persuaded Hancock. He was just afraid that Hancock's head would get cramped, so he continued to rush forward. Then, the Nine Snakes pirates may be destroyed today. Advertisement. Withdraw. Look around, do you think you can still evacuate? Hancock changed his previous attitude, and even his expression became much more serious. After hearing this, Sandersonia and Marigold also looked around. Suddenly, my heart skipped a beat. I saw that the fleets that were still on both sides of them had now circled to the rear left and right sides of the Nine Snakes pirates. It formed a triangle with the fleet directly in front, surrounding itself in the middle. In this case, no matter which direction the Nine Snakes pirates escape, they will be attacked by the two fleets. There is no way to withdraw. Got it. It is no longer possible to retreat. The only way to survive is to continue moving forward and make a frontal breakthrough. Pointing at the fleet less than 2 kilometers ahead, Hancock said. However, Sandersonia and Marigold were somewhat silent. Yes, if they break through to the front, they will indeed not be flanked. And as Hancock said, as long as they defeat the fleet in front, they can use the speed of the snake to escape from the encirclement net. But with only one fleet, can they defeat others? Sister, recognize the reality, it's still impossible. Didn't you see that the round of shelling just now was completely missed on purpose? However, they did not dare to say it directly. After all, the two of them know Hancock's temper better than anyone. Forget it, no matter what my sister wants to do, all the two of them can do is. Followed silently. Immediately afterwards, under Hancock's order. After the two snakes stabilized their emotions, they carried the pirate ship again. Accelerated and rushed. Naturally, this move soon ushered in a second wave of shells. This time, the impact points of all the cannonballs were closer. There were even a few shots that landed only 30 meters away from the pirate ship. At such a close distance, even if there was no direct hit, it still tore several holes in the hull. If it weren't for the two snakes carrying them, I'm afraid these few rounds would have missed. It was enough to sink it. And the most terrible thing is that these near misses not only damaged the hull, but also injured the two sea snakes. The severe pain made them stop again. And screamed. Chapter 205 The Nine Snakes Pirates are in a desperate situation. The two snakes were seriously injured. No matter how hard Hancock drove him, he just refused to move forward. They are really scared. Hancock could only watch helplessly as the King's Landing battleships from three directions compressed the encirclement little by little, and finally. Around his pirate ship, he was surrounded by a distance of less than 300 meters. On one side is a pirate ship, with nearly 100 female warriors on board, bows and arrows drawn, and the arrows are all black. On the other side, there were 30 large and small warships and dozens of artillery aimed at the pirate ship, while tens of thousands of people were aiming their guns. Once the battle is triggered, then, there is no need to guess what the outcome will be. It's too obvious. Hancock, come out and have a chat. Momosuke walked out of the bridge and jumped into the air. He shouted loudly in the direction of the pirate ship. The next moment, Hancock also jumped out of the ship, but unlike Momosuke, she did not know how to moonwalk. So, he just jumped on the top of one of the snakes. After all, although this position is not as high as Momosuke, it is still much higher than standing on the deck. Do you know me? Hearing this, Momosuke took off his mask. Revealing one's identity is completely unimportant. After all, today we must either capture Hancock or kill the Nine Snakes pirates. No matter which choice is made in the end, in short, no news can be spread. Although we are not familiar with each other, we have met once. Hancock was stunned for a moment. Give me your name, I don't know you. ... Looking at Hancock in front of him, Momosuke was also a little embarrassed. Although I was only a colonel back then, I still followed Sister He to talk to you about joining Shichibukai. I even had a fight with you back then. You don't even know yourself. Also, if you want to speak, look at yourself and bend your waist back, or even raise your head behind your back. What kind of weird posture is this? You know, many years ago, Momosuke followed Crane to Hancock and asked him to join Shichibukai. Although Hancock was already a bit yandere at that time, at most he was not looking at people in the eyes, but he was not as weird as he is now. This time, Momosuke has learned a lot. Forget it, she didn't want to say more. Then he waved his hand. Advertisement. Suddenly, hundreds of figures emerged from several battleships, and one by one stepped on the moonwalk and rushed towards the ship of the Nine Snakes pirates. Presumptuous. Saw this scene. Hancock shouted, and Conqueror's domineering energy instantly burst out from his body. Spreading around. Originally, she thought that the soldiers of King's Landing would be like dumplings, losing consciousness one by one, and then they would all fall into the sea. This is why she didn't panic at all even though she was surrounded by 30 warships. If they had been 2 kilometers apart just now, she would have been helpless against King's Landing's fleet. But you were looking for death, you are only 300 meters away. What else do you have to worry about? However, the imagined picture did not appear. On the contrary. Although most people did stagnate or tremble when they were covered by conquerors. But no one lost consciousness. Yes, none. Momosuke raised the corner of his mouth slightly. What happened to conquerors? You know, every few days in King's Landing, all King's Landing soldiers must undergo conquerors' resistance training. The person responsible for this training is Luo Lan himself. It was an eye-opener for Momosuke to see how ridiculously powerful his conquerors was. In contrast, Hancock's conquerors. Too weak. The soldiers of King's Landing, who had endured dozens of conquerors like Luo Lan's, remained conscious in the face of Hancock's conquerors. It's so easy. After a few seconds, Hancock frowned deeply when he saw that Conquerors was unable to show off his achievements. Immediately he was about to take action, attacking the soldiers of King's Landing who were already close to the pirate ship and were about to attack. But, just at this time. But a figure suddenly appeared next to her. It was none other than Momosuke. When I was on the volcanic island, the ghost I photographed was already out of its sheath. It pointed directly at Hancock. Don't move, your opponent is me. Get out of the way. Hancock was anxious, so he raised his leg and kicked him. Momosuke didn't show any weakness and directly covered the blade of Netherworld with his weapon color, blocking it easily. And launched a counterattack. 2 figures were fighting in a ball just above the head of one of the snakes. The snake beneath the 2 of them was trembling. Advertisement. He was afraid that the 2 terrifying women above him would accidentally hit his ultimate move on top of his head. Just one click and I feel like I'm going to die. On the other side, although there is no obstruction from Hancock. After a few seconds, one can imagine how powerful the bows and arrows shot by the female warriors on the pirate ship at this moment are. She wasn't worried about what would happen to Nine Snakes. After all, she had seen everything clearly from the shelling to the hand-to-hand combat. It's really not difficult to avoid it. These are not ordinary arrows, but arrows wrapped in armed colors. Moreover, those who dealt with Luffy were not the female warriors of the Nine Snakes, but just Amazon Lily's warriors protecting the country. Some of the stronger ones have Taoist power worth over 1,000. Either unconscious or defeated and handcuffed. The rest of them have all lost their fighting ability. At this moment, black arrows were shot out one after another. After losing their best long-range method, the female warriors of Nine Snakes were at an absolute disadvantage from the beginning. In other words, these are not hundreds of soldiers, but hundreds of Tina from a few months ago. The soldiers of King's Landing relied on their skilled moonwalk to easily avoid these incoming bows and arrows. But it's a pity. The power is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary arrows. People kept being knocked to the ground and then restrained. It seems that he has always been merciful. On the entire deck, there were originally nearly 100 female warriors of 9 snakes, except Sandersonia, Marigold, and a few cadres. Go straight towards the incoming King's Landing soldiers. Marigold, what should I do? Because, after all, armed color winding can enhance the power of arrows, but it cannot increase the speed of arrows. After all, only Amazon Lily's strongest warriors can join the 9 snakes pirates. Sandersonia shrugged, very bachelor. Just 1 minute. Among the hundreds of warriors who attacked King's Landing this time, even the weakest ones had a power value of no less than 800. I just don't know, this Junline. What are you going to do? Hundreds of King's Landing's elite soldiers have all attacked the ship. Even the woman who fought with her sister seemed to be merciless. But the nearly 100 female warriors on the pirate ship had already prepared their bows and arrows. What else can I do? I have no choice. Other side. Let alone an ordinary soldier, even Luffy suffered briefly in the original work. When Tina first joined King's Landing, her power level was less than 1,000. Chapter 206 Hancock's Conditions. At this moment, Hancock's face looked extremely ugly. The 9 snakes pirates were wiped out almost instantly, but Kong did not come to the rescue. No, it is no longer a question of rescue, but a matter of survival. Because, the strength of this strange woman in front of me is definitely not inferior to her, or even higher. She alone can't solve it by herself. Not to mention, there are nearly 20,000 King's Landing soldiers around. Moreover, what he saw and heard told him that among the nearly 20,000 people, there was not a single minion. One by one, all are Superboys. What is Superboy? According to Lucci's theory in the original work, a person with a power value exceeding 500 can be called a Superman. Some of Luo Lan's 18,000 King's Landing soldiers had just entered King's Landing a few days ago. Even though he enjoyed the bug-like food in the marine canteen, the time was too short after all, and he still only had 300 to 400 power points. 300 or 400, isn't he just Superboy? There are even many guys who are not as strong as me, but they are definitely not weak, at least they are guys with the strength of a colonel in the marine headquarters. No wonder his own 9 snakes pirates were defeated so easily. Even my 2 sisters and several other cadres raised their hands and surrendered. Hancock, all your people have been captured, do you want to continue? What do you want? Simple, bring Amazon Lily under the rule of King's Landing. Momoshiki said directly. In exchange, we in King's Landing will provide protection to Amazon Lily. Even the celestial dragons can't do anything to you. Celestial dragons. Hancock's eyelids jumped when he heard the name. Is it possible that you still dare to go against the Tianlong people? Of course, as long as you bring Amazon Lily to join, even if the Tianlong people dare to take action on 9 Snake Island, we will still take action. Momoshiki didn't understand why Hancock had such a big reaction when he heard about the celestial dragons. But these are not important, what is important is. Momoshiki knew that the celestial dragons were most likely a breakthrough for Hancock. Therefore, she immediately followed this breakthrough and continued. I don't believe you unless. Unless what? Unless you can capture a celestial dragon and bring it to me. ... Good guy, I did say that as long as she brings Amazon Lily to join, even if the Tianlong people want to harm 9 Snake Island, Junline will still take action. But you haven't joined yet, so you want us to take action against the Tianlong people first. This is like asking us to pay you lifetime wages for decades before you even start working in our company. Advertisement. It's past. Wait a minute. After pondering for a moment, Momoshiki decided to leave this issue to Luo Lan to make a decision. He immediately took out his phone and called. Well, right in front of Hancock. Blue brew brew. I am Luo Lan. Luo Lan, I am Gion. How's the situation? Except for the opponent's leader, everyone else has been captured. Oh, who is the other party? Luo Lan was a little curious. Momoshiki led an army out, but only captured the opponent's subordinates, but not the leader. It seems that these people are not simple. It's the 9 Snakes pirates. Tell me again, who is it? Amazon Lily's Kuja pirates, led by Shichibukai's Hancock. Momoshiki repeated it again, and in great detail. Okay, but even if it's Hancock, you should be able to take it down, right? Originally, yes, but now the situation is a bit special, it is like this. Soon, Momoshiki explained the situation in detail. Although he blocked Hancock's face, he did not explain clearly why he wanted 9 Snake Island to be incorporated into King's Landing. But how could Luo Lan not understand? After all, just a few days ago, I told Momoshiki that there was a serious imbalance in the ratio of men to women in King's Landing. And isn't this Amazon Lily the best solution to this problem? Hancock, she's right next to you, right? Yes, you can just say it, she can hear it. Good. The next moment, Momoshiki removed the phone bug from his mouth and raised his hand in front of Hancock. The current emperor of Amazon Lily, the leader of the 9 Snakes pirates, and the pirate empress Boa Hancock of Shichibukai, right? The conditions you just proposed, as the leader of King's Landing. Agreed. By the way, do you want to live, or die? As soon as these words came out, Hancock's eyes widened. No, I just said a condition that the other party cannot fulfill. It is used to refute what the other party just said, that if the Tianlong people want to cause trouble on Nine Snake Island, they Junline will also take action. So you agreed directly. Moreover, he asked me if I wanted to live or die. Are you serious? Of course you are serious. After all, this is what you said. As long as we attack the celestial dragons, you will bring the entire Amazon Lily to join King's Landing. What, as the Emperor of the Amazon Lily, do you want to go back on your word? Advertisement. Okay, as long as you bring the celestial dragon to me and kill him with your own hands, Amazon Lily will be part of King's Landing from now on. Well, that's it. Sister Guion, bring them back and then set up a temporary residence. I see. Momosuke on the side nodded. Then, hung up the phone. Hancock, keep your ship behind. Much better quality. The family traveled to the Sabayati Islands every 2 days and frequently attended auctions there. And Momosuke also returned to the fleet with a group of King's Landing soldiers. After being closed for more than a month, is that auction house about to reopen in a few days? On the contrary, he wanted to see if the leader of Junline would really capture the Tianlong people and show them in front of him. Those Tianlong people who go out to sea are indeed a good target, but they don't happen every day. After replying calmly, even better than Alabasta's troop sources. Inside the Fleet Admiral office in King's Landing. I see. Kill a celestial dragon with your own hands. The women of Amazon Lily are all very capable, so. The Holy Land is certainly inappropriate. At this moment, Hancock has no objections to going to King's Landing. In addition to the issue of male and female balance, there is also a very excellent source of soldiers. Luo Lan was thinking about where he was going to find a celestial dragon. Suitable, simply perfect, 100,000 girls. Therefore, they will never be absent. Then, the only remaining problem is that for the sake of an Amazon Lily, Junlin personally goes to the battlefield to take action against the Tianlong people. This time. Is it appropriate? Hancock jumped back onto his ship. It just so happens that I saw the news some time ago. Isn't this what the Roswalds love most? Anyway, in more than a month at the latest, King's Landing will directly confront the world government. That's the Roswald family. Well, there is indeed such a goal. Although Doflamingo has been arrested by himself, the auction there has not closed down, but has been taken over by other underground forces. It is also very important to Junline. Even if the time is advanced, as long as the world government doesn't know the location of Rhode Island, there won't be a big problem. This is not just a matter of gender balance, you must know. And the Tianlong people who are the most direct and don't have many strong people around them. The most important thing is that in order to make the auction a success again, the forces that took over are said to have prepared quite a lot of good things, as well as some slaves from the westward journey races. Chapter 207 Xiaobing's hero saves the beauty. These days, the Sabayati Islands are very lively. Due to the publicity for more than half a month, nobles from various kingdoms all came here. In addition to the nobles of the kingdom, there is naturally the iron-clad Roswald family. With hundreds of guards in black suits and riding huge slaves, a family of 3 was swaggering through the market. Along the way, all the civilians knelt down on both sides of the road, their heads pressed tightly to the ground. Father, there should be a mermaid tomorrow, right? It should be. Hearing the words of his silly son Charles, Roswad nodded. He had been asked about this a long time ago, and the answer was yes. Moreover, there is more than one, it is said to be a pair of twin mermaids. That's great. It just so happened that one of my 12 wives was killed by me a few days ago, so let's buy the mermaid to replace her. Of course there is no problem, but I heard that there will be twin mermaid sisters tomorrow, so. You take one away, and the other one will be mine. What, twin mermaid sisters? No, I want both. Hear Roswald's words. Charos was startled, then sniffed hard and shouted. Roswald had a headache, but in the end he compromised. Indeed, if the twins are separated, it will lose its meaning and the playability will be greatly reduced. In this case, just give it all to Charos, who makes him his son. As for myself, when the time comes, tell the auction house and ask them to grab another one separately and wait until the next auction to buy it. Seeing Roswald nodding, Charles was very excited. Twin mermaid sisters. It's exciting just thinking about it. Not caring at all, the snot he had just sucked up hung at least 10 centimeters longer. Lulia Palace, on the other hand, looked disgusted. Stop playing with those dirty things, and even if they want to play, let them be dealt with first. Also, after playing with those dirty things, you are not allowed to come within 100 meters of me for a month. 3 days later, watching 3 Tianlong people, leading a huge array through the avenue. The civilians kneeling on both sides of the road were trembling, begging these Tianlong people to hurry over. Otherwise, who knows the next moment, advertisement. From time to time, those celestial dragons would suddenly dislike someone, and then just shoot them? This kind of thing has happened too many times. Every time the Tianlong people appear, these civilians who happen to be nearby are all like lottery. No one knows whether they will still be there after a few minutes. However, no one noticed. Unlike those civilians, there were 2 figures in the crowd. Although they were also kneeling there, their bodies did not tremble at all. One of them even held a phone and reported in a low voice. The Tianlong people appeared in Area 31 and are currently passing through Central Street. However, just when he was reporting, the marching team of Tianlong people suddenly stopped. Let that woman raise her head. Charles suddenly pointed to a blonde woman kneeling on the ground beside the street. He ordered to the black suit on the side, "Yes, St. Charles." After hearing the order, the black suit didn't hesitate at all. Quickly walked to the street and stood in front of the woman. "Keep your head up." The woman was trembling all over. She knew very well what a tragic result it would be if she was taken aback by the Tianlong people. Still lowering his head, he didn't dare to raise his head. But the man in the black suit didn't care about that. "If you can't do this well, you will definitely be killed by the Tianlong people in the next second." He directly grabbed the woman's hair, pulled it back, and forcibly pulled the woman's head up. But the next moment, there was a gunshot. Everyone thought that it was the woman who refused to raise her head and angered the Tianlong people. However, they didn't dare to look up, so they could only guess. But in fact, Charles's shot was not aimed at this woman, but shot at the man in the black suit. The bullet penetrated directly into his forehead, killing him beyond hope. "Are you allowed to touch the woman I like with your dirty hands?" Zhuo Ross took back the golden pistol and said with disdain. Then he looked at the woman who had raised her head with a look of horror on her face. "Hey, she's so beautiful, it's you. It's up to you to fill my wife's vacancy." Charles's eyes lit up. Shouted excitedly. On the side, several agents in black suits soon walked up to the woman and put a pair of handcuffs on him. At the same time, the handcuffs were connected to a rope, and the other end of the rope was in Charles's hand. Advertisement: several agents in black suits were very careful and did not even dare to touch the woman's skin when handcuffing him. What kind of abuse will this woman suffer? But save people, but never attack the celestial dragons. Then she doesn't need to worry about it. Luria Palace mocked from the side. Didn't you see that less than 1 meter away, one of your colleagues was already lying in a pool of blood? Although there is still some gap between them and the named beauties in the pirate world. Although action will be launched against these Tianlong people soon, who can know that before taking action. So, although Charles said he had 12 wives, in fact, it's no wonder that this guy Charles is attracted to him. After the shock, there was rage. Charles' ugly face hidden in the mask had a distorted expression at the moment. Otherwise, General Marine will come next to comment on tonight's actions. Hissed. Anyway, in the end, these women will be played to death by Charles Rose. These 12 people have changed countless times, and the number of them has already exceeded 100. And just when the team was preparing to continue marching. Of course, although he was impulsive, he also understood. But Charles didn't care at all. I have to say, this woman is indeed pretty. He knocked down the 2 men in black suits beside the woman, then cut the rope with a sword, picked up the woman and ran away. Immediately, Charles pulled the rope and pulled the woman over. Lulia Palace doesn't care either. Although he hates these dirty civilian women, Charles likes them. Since there are no vacancies, then increase the number of my wives from 12 to 14. Why are you in such a daze? Let me catch that couple. Didn't you just say that you wanted the twin mermaid sisters to fill the place? Why, the taste has changed? Okay, as long as you're happy, it will have a huge impact. Among women without names, she can definitely be regarded as the pinnacle existence. I'm going to play with this woman in front of that man, and then execute him with my own hands. A figure suddenly rushed into the team before everyone could react. Generally, it is 3 to 5 months at most. This person was none other than the King's Landing soldier who was on a mission to monitor the celestial dragons. He really couldn't do it for him to watch this woman being taken away. After all, there are lessons learned from past mistakes. Chapter 208. Pluton. Really, for a while, the entire Sabahadi Islands were in chaos. In the marine branch here, nearly 1,000 people were mobilized in full force, searching from house to house just to catch the guy who dared to snatch women from the celestial dragons. Even the Marine headquarters specially arranged for a lieutenant general and hundreds of elite Marines to come. Arrive in 2 hours at most. Of course, after all, the Tianlong people were not attacked, so no generals were dispatched for the time being. The Rothschild family, on the other hand, had no interest at all and left the civilian area and returned to their manor on Sabahadi Island. Waiting for Marine to catch and deliver the reckless guy and the woman who was snatched away. Just like that, the time came at night. I'm sorry, Fleet Admiral, it's all my fault. It's still Area 31, in the basement of a certain building that is used as a safe house for the King's Landing Intelligence Department. A King's Landing soldier stood in front of Luo Lan, bowing his head to admit his mistake. Keep your head up. Yes, Fleet Admiral, tell me, what's wrong? I acted privately, which brought uncertainty to the next actions. So, what if you were asked to choose again? The King's Landing soldier was stunned for a moment, then looked at the blonde girl next to him. His expression instantly became firm. Let justice reign in the world. This is the oath we swore when we entered the army. I really can't do it when I see someone being bullied in front of me and not doing anything. Isn't that it? Then let me ask you again, where do you think you went wrong? No, I'm not wrong. Very good. Luo Lan stood up and patted the soldier on the shoulder. Because you are a celestial dragon, you have to watch and do nothing? If we really do this, how can we let justice reign in the world? Therefore, Luo Lan never thought of blaming this soldier from the beginning. Soldier, what's your name? Dam. Very well, Captain Dam. From this moment on, you will be Major Dam. Luo Lan roughly felt that this soldier named Dam had a physical strength of about 1002, and he was quite strong. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Dam looked excited. Not only did his own Fleet Admiral not punish himself, he even gave himself a military rank. Sure enough, joining King's Landing was the most correct choice in his life. By the way, the one you rescued will be brought back to Rhode Island in the Sabaody Islands after the operation is over. She can't stay any longer, Luo Lan said. Advertisement. Dam naturally nodded in agreement. The blonde girl next to him, who had been holding on to Dam's arm from the beginning, also had a hint of blush on his face. Luo Lan, who felt something was wrong in the atmosphere, smiled bitterly and shook her head. This kid is really lucky. It seems that she will be single soon, and she is also a rare beauty. Speaking of this, it seems that I am still single. Luo Lan shook her head again, getting rid of the messy thoughts in her head. He didn't have time to think about this now. Half an hour later, Luo Lan took Tina, Ace, and Zoro. Appeared outside the estate of the Roswald family. In this operation, he did not bring many people with him. Even the few soldiers from before were only deployed in Sabaody. Affiliated to the intelligence department, Robin's subordinate. As for those who actually participated in the operation, he was actually the only one, along with 3 members of the Quick Reaction Force. After all 4 of them can fly, and they are extremely fast. Even if something goes wrong, it's easy to get out. Who? The appearance of the 4 people immediately aroused the vigilance of the guards. Dozens of guards in black suits quickly rushed over and surrounded the 4 people. King's Landing code, be careful, these are people from King's Landing, and they are all cadres. Contact Marine immediately for reinforcements. The leader in the black suit, after seeing clearly the Junlin code behind Luo Lan and others, his expression suddenly changed. After all, everyone now knows that King's Landing is very similar to Marine in terms of clothing. Take Marine's Code of Justice as an example. You must reach the rank of colonel to be eligible to wear it. That is, a lieutenant colonel. Although he is also a colonel, he can only wear the same uniform as ordinary sailors, that is, Marine uniform. The same is true for King's Landing. Anyone who wears the code of King's Landing behind him. Then they are all cadres. What they don't know is that the military rank of King's Landing Company is the same as Marines. Moreover, only the colonel is eligible to wear the King's Landing code. Hearing the captain's shout, one of the guards immediately took out his phone and was about to make a call. But unfortunately, it's too late. The next moment, a terrifying momentum erupted from Luo Lan's body. In just one moment, whether it was this group of guards or the phone bug in the hands of that guard, all lost consciousness. Everyone rolled their eyes and lay on the ground blowing bubbles. After finishing, Luo Lan and the other 4 walked directly to the manor. Along the way, I haven't seen anyone who can still stay awake. Advertisement like the guards outside, they were all completely unconscious. Until the 4 of them arrived on the 2nd floor and opened a door. Inside is a huge room like a hall, and on the sofa. The 3 Tianlong people, like everyone else outside, all rolled their eyes and foamed at the mouth. It was the Roswald family, now that the goal is achieved. It's time for me to withdraw. Luo Lan never thought about staying and waiting for a certain Marine general to come and have a fight. Raise your right hand and make a hook with 2 fingers. The 3 members of the Roswald family just floated up and floated behind Luo Lan. If you do this, do you know what the consequences will be? At this moment, another voice suddenly appeared in the large living room where there were only 4 people, Luo Lan and 3 Tianlong people. However, Luo Lan seemed to have known it for a long time and was not surprised. Rayleigh, are you trying to stop me? I don't want to stop you, but I want to prevent the world from completely collapsing. Come on, just say that you don't want me to ruin Roger's plan. Isn't it ridiculous for a pirate to do anything for the sake of the world? The next moment, a figure walked out from behind a column in the hall. If not Rayleigh, who else could it be? Roger had calculated everything, but he had not calculated that an organization like King's Landing would appear after his death. So, you want to eliminate the variables in his plan for him? Rayleigh said nothing, but Luo Lan could see it in his eyes. This guy did have such an idea, but he seemed to be struggling. Forget it, we're people from the old era after all. If Roger's plan fails, it will fail. What does this have to do with me, a retired old man? After a moment, Rayleigh's whole body suddenly lost its momentum. It has returned to normal life. That old Lay, a slightly famous coder in the Sabaody Islands, turned around and walked out. Seeing this, Luo Lan took a deep breath. If they really wanted to do it, the 4 of them wouldn't be able to beat Rayleigh, but they probably wouldn't be able to win in a short time. And the movement was so loud, plus time dragged on. A large number of Marines will arrive, not to mention that the headquarters also has a super mobile Kizaru. If you get this guy here, it won't be a big problem if you want to leave, but you have to take away 3 Tianlong people. It's unlikely, but now it seems that Rayleigh is not going to care anymore. That's fine. Retirement should look like retirement, and don't mess around. I usually coat my boat with paint, go to the auction house to make a fortune when I have nothing to do, and then go to Shocky's place to have a cool time. Isn't this great? Why are you running out and messing around? Chapter 209. Hancock with his elbows turned outward. Until an hour later, when the base director of Marine Sabaudi's local branch came to the manor to report the situation, he realized something was wrong. Hundreds of guards throughout the manor were all brought down quietly. Good guy, even 3 Tianlong people were kidnapped? Suddenly he broke out in cold sweat. At the same time, all ports were ordered to be blocked. But how did he know that Luo Lan had already left? Those marine. Although I searched every house on the island, how could I possibly find it? When leaving, Luo Lan not only took away 3 Tianlong people, but also took away Dam and the rescued blonde girl. After all, both of them have shown their faces and cannot continue to stay in the Sabaody Islands. The ports are also blocked by marines and cannot be left by ship. Therefore, Luo Lan can only come. With his current telekinesis level, controlling 5 people to fly is the same as controlling 5 flying knives. There is no essential difference. At the same time. Sabaody Islands, District 13. Shaki's rip-off bar. You guy, can you calm down? King's Landing wants to arrest the celestial dragons. Why are you joining in the fun? Shaki cursed angrily. Then he threw a document in front of the man. Let's take a look at this first. In front of the bar, Rayleigh picked up the intelligence document and started reading it. Then, why is Little Hancock still involved? Wait, Little Hancock is at the headquarters in King's Landing now? How did you get this news? Rayleigh's eyes widened suddenly. How come? Of course Hancock Jr. called me and told me, otherwise how do you think it came about? Is it so casual in King's Landing? Rayleigh was stunned. Hancock was captured by King's Landing. No, according to Hancock, there was indeed coercion in King's Landing, but in the end she went to King's Landing voluntarily. At the same time, this time King's Landing came to capture the celestial dragons. Was it also to fulfill his promise with Hancock? As for the phone call with Shaki just now, I asked the leader of King's Landing in advance and the other party agreed. If only. Is it okay not to reveal the specific situation and location of King's Landing? Advertisement. Rayleigh continued to look down. It turned out that it was written at the bottom. If the people in King's Landing run into any trouble catching the Draconians, I hope Rayleigh. Well, that means you are the one who helps them escape. No, Little Hancock, you were half forced to be taken to King's Landing, and it's only been a few days. The elbow is turned outward. King's Landing attacks the celestial dragons. You want me to help? If this is the seed of Roger's plan, then forget it. At worst, he will go out and do it. But the people who come to the throne, if I help them, I won't be able to stay safely. Besides, those few guys need a helping hand. As long as the general does not appear, the 4 of them can directly sweep the Sabaody Islands. What a problem. Putting the information aside, Rayleigh became a little emotional. Hey, you're still in a mood. Do you really think of Little Hancock as your own daughter? In the bar, Shaki laughed and teased, Shaky, what do you want to do with the Junlin organization? I don't know what they want to do, but this organization, just like Marine, is an organization with justice at its core. Shaki shook his head, but there is a clear difference between them and Marine. Marine's pure justice only exists at the grassroots level, and the grassroots level is limited by the orders from the top and cannot fully implement justice. As for the top brass, Shaki sneered. In short, the meaning is that Marine has justice, but not much. Moreover, people with pure justice are basically at the grassroots level. They are suppressed by high-level officials and cannot practice this kind of pure justice. The result is, Marine is shouting for justice on the surface, but in reality, it is just a force, nothing more. But King's Landing is different. Because they are not suppressed by the world government and the celestial dragons, they can carry out justice without any scruples. Take what happened this afternoon as an example. There were a lot of Marines around at that time, but what about them? Although they were angry, each of them just clenched his fists, and even dug his nails into his flesh, causing blood to flow all over the floor. But what was the result? Still no one takes action. This is Marine's current situation. He has justice in his heart, but he doesn't dare to practice it. So, what do people in King's Landing do? Not only did they have justice in their hearts, but they also dared to practice this justice and directly rescued the child. That's the difference. Shaki crackled a lot. Advertisement. Rayleigh also had some feelings. Indeed, as Shaki said, although both Marine and King's Landing emphasize justice. But in action, the two are completely different. One only talks about justice, while the other directly practices justice with actual actions. And this is where Rayleigh has a headache. Roger's original plan and his predictions. By the way, Shaki, do you know where Samir went? I haven't seen him for a long time. I can't find anyone to accompany me when I'm drinking lately. I'm warning you, when you retire, retire well. If you think about this again, get out of here. From now on, I will be a coder with peace of mind. That was Rayleigh's best friend on the Sabaody Islands. Before the final results come out, Rayleigh's eyes widened again. That is, Shaki said angrily. What Shaki didn't expect was that Rayleigh actually became good friends with her. Rayleigh doesn't know either. At the same time, change the topic. Half of the people in the world will die. What a bullshit plan. From Shaki's point of view, it's still unclear whether this plan will come to fruition in the end. Or at least, undoubtedly, this has produced huge changes in the entire plan. I thought about Roger's plan all day long. Okay, I don't want those things, I don't want those things. What is the final result? Shaki went crazy on the spot. They already knew it. Even organizations like the Revolutionary Army had expected it, but they never expected that an organization like King's Landing would appear. But one thing, she was certain of, This left her speechless. Do the Tianlong people have any trump cards that they don't know about? What? Old Saw also ran to King's Landing. This was what she was most unhappy with about Rayleigh. Who is Samir? In fact, Samir's identity is a Marine intelligence officer. Because no one knows. It's not like you don't know that he is the person sent by Marine to monitor you. Why, do you really consider him a friend? Seeing Shaki going crazy, Rayleigh quickly gave in. Both are ship coders and drinking buddies. Okay, according to the information I investigated, he was transferred from the Sabaody Islands by Crane and then sent to King's Landing. Well, it's not like I pretend. Rayleigh, are you thinking about Roger's plan again? Chapter 210 The Previous Emperor, Shaki. When the Roswald family was thrown in front of Hancock. She was shocked. Unexpectedly, Luo Lan captured the person so quickly. Moreover, there are 3 in 1 catch. In order to prevent Luo Lan from deceiving himself, he was also worried that something would happen to them in the Sabaody Islands in order to help him catch the Tianlong people. She also called Shaki specifically to learn about the appearance of the Draco people there and asked for some things. At this moment, she was sure that these 3 guys were the 3 that Shaki described on the phone. Did you really attack the Tianlong people? Hancock's voice trembled. It feels a bit like a dream, I want to confirm. No problem, you can do whatever you want, although it is almost certain. But Hancock still wanted to make sure. Were the 3 celestial dragons on the Sabaody Islands really captured? And it is very easy to confirm this. Hancock pulled out the phone bug. Blue brew brew. I'm Shaki, Shaky, it's me, Hancock. Hey, little Hancock, it's only been 3 hours since you called again. Don't worry, nothing happened to them. They have already left the Sabaody Islands. I know, they are in front of me now, as well as the 3 Tianlong people. Well, so fast? Shaki was stunned. Is it possible that the headquarters of King's Landing is right under the nose of Marine headquarters? After all, 3 hours. Even the fastest sailing ship can only travel less than 30 nautical miles. Shaky, I want to confirm that the 3 guys they brought back are really Draconians? Little Hancock, I can guarantee this. Now the Sabaody Islands are in complete chaos because of the disappearance of 3 Tianlong people. Even the generals are here. Really? Hancock became stunned for a moment. Of course, speaking of it, because of this incident, the Sabaody Islands may not be able to do business well for a long time. Ask the leader of King's Landing if you need to compensate me. After all, I have a small business. Next to Hancock, Luo Lan was speechless. If you confirm the news, you will confirm the news. Advertisement. Why are you involved with me and why do you still need to compensate me? Ahem. Luo Lan couldn't stand it anymore and coughed a few times. Hey, the leader of King's Landing, is this right next to little Hancock? Hello Shaki, the previous emperor of Amazon Lily and the former leader of the 9 Snakes Pirates. When dealing with people like Shaki, it's best to let them know from the very beginning that you know everything. Otherwise, this woman will definitely keep teasing you. There was a sudden silence among the phone worms. Hancock's eyes widened after hearing this. The previous emperor of Amazon Lily? Shaki her. Brother Chief, it seems you know a lot. It's not too much, I just know basically what I need to know, that's all. Then do you know Hancock's past? Shaky. It was Shaki who suddenly shouted. How can you talk about this when you were chatting? This is my biggest secret and the one I least want others to know. Little Hancock, although I am the emperor of the previous generation of Amazon Lily, this generation is yours, so even if you want to bring the entire Amazon Lily into King's Landing, I am not qualified to stop it, but I need to know how much the leader of King's Landing knows, and how he will treat you after knowing it. If the answer dissatisfies me, then even if I am not the emperor of Amazon Lily today, I will become the emperor again tomorrow and prevent Amazon Lily from being brought into King's Landing by you. Shaki's tone was very serious, completely different from the past. So, leader of King's Landing, can you answer my question? Ahem. First of all, Shaki, can you please stop calling me that? What a leader brother, it sounds very awkward. Haha, if you are not satisfied with this title, how about telling me your real name? Luo Lan. Originally, Shaki was just teasing him casually. She never thought that Luo Lan would really tell her real name. After all, this is the most mysterious King's Landing today. Unexpectedly, he actually said, wait, the name Luo Lan is familiar to me. By the way, Luo Lan is not. Are you the adopted son of the Warring States period who was called a waste? Ahem. I'm sorry. After all, that's what the intelligence said. I accidentally shouted it out. Advertisement. Shaki was a little embarrassed. After all, it is indeed very rude to call someone trash in front of them. Shaki thinks that since this guy can reveal his identity and even hint that he knows everything. Shaki exclaimed. If that's the case, maybe. Okay, to answer your question just now, I know Hancock's childhood experience very well, and I don't look down on her. As for Amazon Lily. Although she scolded Rayleigh all day long, she also knew that it was useless. But Luo Lan said that he was not a waste who had a power level of only 5 and could not practice in just a few months. He knows. But at least Shaki can accept it. He probably even knew about Hancock's childhood. That's right, I'm the loser who can't practice. But the appearance of King's Landing is a variable. On the other end of the phone, Shaki nodded silently. You can safely leave Hancock and Amazon Lily to each other. Like I said, we're here to take care of it and no one can touch it. Even he couldn't convince Rayleigh to really give up on that matter. There will be huge chaos. Shaki knew very well that once Roger's plan really unfolded, the world would. Luo Lan has been hiding herself since she was 5 years old and has been acting like a loser for more than 10 years. This is very outrageous. Even the Amazon Lily may not be able to escape this vortex. Don't know why, but Shaki, impossible. Maybe there will be some possibility that can turn everything around. It was even more impossible to stop Roger's plan before his death. A huge variable. I haven't deceived anyone. A few months ago, I was still the waste who couldn't practice and had a power level of only 5. Why would he know? Then you've been hiding so well that you've actually deceived everyone in this department, and you've been doing it for more than 10 years. That's how it feels. As expected, it turned out to be the case. Countless people will die tragically. On the side, Hancock's eyes widened. This really made her don't know how to accept it. Indeed, there is a certain chance that this distorted world can be corrected again, but before that, he became a strong man that even Rayleigh said he could not defeat in a short time. As for Luo Lan's statement, she could also tell that it was not perfunctory, but a very serious and confident expression. Chapter 211 The critically ill Hancock on the main campus of King's Landing. There is a special trial going on at the moment, and execution ceremony. The protagonist is the Holy Family of Rosewater. It took a full 3 hours, after reading out hundreds of pages of accusations obtained from Shaki about all the bad things happening to the Roswald family. Luo Lan, who served as the temporary judge, immediately sentenced the 3 Tianlong people to death. Execute immediately. This trial was not only because of Hancock, but also for everyone in King's Landing to see. Tell them something. We're King's Landing, an organization established to bring justice to the world. At the same time, there is nothing special about the celestial dragons, so there is nothing to be afraid of. If you commit a crime, we in Junlin will be as brave as to arrest you. Dare to kill. I have to say, this effect is really good. At the beginning, many people did not dare to look up at the 3 Tianlong people. But it was time for execution. There were tens of thousands of people in Junlin, and everyone's expressions were different. There is no fear anymore, replaced by excited, thrilled, and proud. From this moment on, no one in the world can make them afraid. Over the past 800 years, something deeply written in the genes has been completely eradicated. On the other side, the 3 Hancock sisters also watched the entire process. Sandersonia and Marigold hugged each other and burst into tears. As for Hancock, although she was still standing there upright, it could be seen from her expression that she was extremely uneasy at the moment. After a while, she walked up to Luo Lan. Thanks. It's a small matter. Next. Do you need help removing the things on your 3 sisters' backs? Luo Lan shook her head and then asked. Upon hearing this, Hancock's eyes suddenly widened to their maximum size. You can do it? Of course I can't, but our marine hospital can indeed do it. The corners of Luo Lan's mouth raised slightly. In fact, there is no hospital, which is just a place to treat diseases and does not have the ability to remove the hooves of the celestial dragon. But this does not mean that there is no way. Today's marine hospital has also been upgraded to Class A. In addition to changing from a single-story building with only a few wards to a building with more than 10 floors, hundreds of beds and a large number of professional departments. Advertisement. There are also 4 very outrageous architectural features. Building Feature 1. Recovery speed increased by 200%. Building Feature 2. Surgery success rate plus 30%. Building Feature 3. Life support time plus 72 hours. Building Feature 4. Skin and flesh tissue recovery rate locked at 100%. If we say, the first feature is pretty normal, then, the following 3 features are all bugs. The first is the surgical success rate plus 30%. As we all know, surgery is never 100% successful, and even minor surgeries still have risks. The only difference is whether the risk is large or small. Moreover, this feature is plus 30%, not an increase of 30%, in other words. That is, a direct increase of 30 points on the original success rate. For example, a surgery that originally had a 90% success rate will become 120%. Of course, the highest success rate is 100%, so with the blessing of this attribute, the original 90% success rate will become 100%. And some extremely difficult surgeries that originally cost less than 10%, after adding this 30%. The success rate has also doubled several times. This is a rather exaggerated characteristic. Secondly, the life support time of building characteristic 3 is plus 72 hours. What does this mean? No matter how badly you are injured, even if you only have a few seconds left to live, you can enter the Navy hospital as long as you still have breath. You will never be able to swallow this last breath within 72 hours. And with these 72 hours, there are so many things that doctors can do. Enough to allow most people to be rescued in the end. As for the final skin and flesh tissue recovery rate, which is locked at 100%, this is also quite impressive. No matter how serious the wound is, even if it's a large area of burn or a piece of flesh being cut off. As long as you lie in marine hospital for 10 days, you can be restored to your original state. Not even a scar will be left. And this 4th characteristic is definitely the most suitable for the current 3 Hancock sisters. Only, as this process, let me tell you first that the whole process will take 10 days, and it will be a little painful at the beginning. If you want to do it, Think about it carefully and then tell me. Although it didn't explain clearly how to do it, it was a reminder to Hancock. After all, according to Luo Lan's idea, the skin on the backs of the three of them would be cut off, and then the characteristics of Marine Hospital would be used to restore it to its original state in 10 days. This is equivalent to peeling off the skin. Even if you can get anesthesia, it will definitely be very painful just after the removal and the anesthesia wears off. And you can't sleep lying down for 10 days. Advertisement. Don't think about it, we're going to do it. In this matter, Hancock can directly make decisions on their behalf. After all, this kind of thing, no need to ask. It was as if he was about to eat Luo Lan. Okay, tell your sisters, I will take you there later.
Fleet Admiral, you are finally here. Ms. Hancock has been in a very bad state since half an hour ago. Luo Lan was completely confused. Why does this situation feel inexplicably familiar to me? Later, after a partial peeling operation, the hooves of the Draco behind the three. But soon, as Hancock let go of Luo Lan, he ran away with a red face. Luo Lan, thank you. The two sisters looked at Luo Lan instantly, their eyes finally disappeared, then whispered in his ear. Same day. This scene made the two sisters who were crying loudly not far away instantly became stunned. But in the face of the matter of removing the hooves of the celestial dragon, this pain is nothing at all. Etc. After that, he will stay in the hospital for 10 days. After all the skin and flesh on his back have grown back, he can be discharged. Early the next morning, I got a call from Marine Hospital notifying me of critical illness. Luo Lan was shocked. First came to Marine Hospital confused. Pain. Could it be? The three Hancock sisters were taken to the hospital by Luo Lan. Hancock took a step forward and hugged Luo Lan directly. Sister, the body temperature has increased inexplicably, the heart rate is extremely abnormal, and even the various organs in the body are gradually failing, and I can't find out what this is at all. Luo Lan went directly to the person in charge of the hospital, a female S-level medical biochemical person named Eva. As if running away, he ran to Sandersonia and Marigold, and talked happily for a while. He actually hugged a man. What's the situation? You were fine yesterday, but Hancock became critically ill early this morning. Luo Lan's heart went crazy when she saw it. She is also the only female among Luo Lan's cyborgs. However, after the anesthetic wore off, it was really painful. You are an S-level medical talent, but you still can't understand the symptoms. Chapter 212 Rebellion in the Kingdom of Akado. Ava, take me to Hancock's hospital room. Yes, Fleet Admiral, please go this way. Soon, Luo Lan followed Ava to the ward where Hancock was. Not the one from yesterday, but the intensive care unit. Good guy, this is the first guy to be sent to the ICU since the establishment of King's Landing. Luo Lan complained silently. Luo Lan, eldest sister, she. Quickly think of a way to save eldest sister. Sandersonia and Marigold saw Luo Lan appear. He ran over immediately. Don't worry, I should know what's wrong with her. You guys wait outside while I go in to confirm. After comforting the two of them, Luo Lan directly called the gate of opening and walked in. When I came to the bedside, I saw that Hancock was panting heavily, his head was covered with sweat, and he was in a very bad state. Seeing Hancock like this, Luo Lan felt even more certain. Could it be because he killed the Roswald family? And help her remove the hooves of the celestial dragon? If that's the case, then. Hancock. Ah, Luo Lan, are you here? Hancock was still lying on the bed and seemed to be dying at any moment. At this moment, he suddenly jumped up and his face was full of excitement. Good guy. This lovesickness passed down from generation to generation by the Amazon Lily Emperor has not gone away. They said you suddenly became seriously ill, so I came over to check on you. How is it possible? I am in very good health. That's it. Then I'll take you back to the general ward first. This intensive care unit is always a bit depressing. Looking at the blushing Hancock, Luo Lan said with a wry smile. I'm a patient. The next moment, Hancock sat directly on the hospital bed and looked at someone pitifully. Luo Lan was stunned. Then, he looked at Luo Lan's dull look. Hancock stretched out his arms directly, making a gesture of hugging. This shocked Luo Lan quite a lot. Is this Hancock? Well, this woman can indeed do such a thing after suffering from lovesickness. After giving a wry smile, Luo Lan stepped forward. He directly hugged her like a princess. Of course, she had to pay great attention to the position of her right hand. After all, she had an injury on her back. After a while, at the door of the intensive care unit, Sandersonia and Marigold saw Hancock being hugged by Princess Luo Lan and blushing. His jaw hit the ground directly. Advertisement. Are you sure this is their eldest sister and not someone who took her body away? The next day. A few hours later when Luo Lan left the hospital. Hancock is lovesick again. However, the situation this time was better and not as serious as the first time. Then, on the third day. Day 4. The fifth day. Every time after Luo Lan left, Hancock's condition would relapse. It's just that each time is lighter than the last. Until the 10th day, which was the day when the backs of the three Hancock sisters healed. Her lovesickness finally stopped recurring. According to Eva's research during this period, a conclusion was drawn. This strange lovesickness should be just a one-time symptom. Once it is cured, it will not recur in the future. This also made Luo Lan breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it will only take a few hours to send the wrong message, which will be quite troublesome in the future. With Eva's research results, he could finally feel relieved. And also on this day, the 16th ship of King's Landing and the last Heather-class battleship of the First Fleet officially enlisted. At this point, the First Fleet of King's Landing originally planned by Luo Lan was officially completed. The entire fleet contains a total of 42 battleships. 16 battleships, 24 destroyers. At first glance, this ratio is very weird, as if it was made by an amateur. There were 42 battleships in total, but battleships accounted for 16. That's right, if this was done in the previous life, no one would organize the fleet like this. But don't forget, this is the world of pirates, not the Blue Star in the previous life. Depending on the enemies we face, the formation of the fleet will naturally be different. After much consideration, Luo Lan decided on this configuration. In fact, if it weren't for the shortage of shipyards and time, Luo Lan wouldn't even want a destroyer, but would just build battleships and high-speed battle cruisers. In addition, after capturing the East Daxia Sea, a large number of destroyers and frigates will also be needed to patrol the entire East Daxia Sea. This is one of the reasons why destroyers are currently being built in large numbers. Anyway, the small and medium-sized shipyards are all empty now, and no matter how many destroyers are built, it will not be wasted. Next, just wait for the second fleet to be completed. The plan to capture the East Daxia Sea can now be fully launched. However, Luo Lan was destined to not get the time he wanted. Because, at this moment, Robin rushed into Luo Lan's office without even knocking on the door. Advertisement. Luo Lan, something happened. What's going on? Frowning slightly, Luo Lan had a bad feeling. Just now, there was a rebellion in the Akado Kingdom in the East Daxia Sea. Now only the palace has not been breached, but it will be a matter of time. In addition, our people also confirmed the existence of Dorag. That's right, Drago appeared in the Akado Kingdom and personally directed the rebellion. And this news is believed to have reached Marine and the world government. Bang! Luo Lan slapped the table hard. This guy still does it, and he's in such a hurry. I'm afraid that after Aldigo escaped, he immediately rushed to the East Daxia Sea, and then while a large number of marine troops were still searching for him in the New World, he launched the judgment of the Akado Kingdom as quickly as possible. However, if he appears in person to take command like this, I'm afraid that when the suppression fleet arrives later, not even a single person will be left alive. What is he going to do if he does this deliberately? Luo Lan's face was filled with anger. Someone is coming. Hearing Luo Lan's shout, the orderly soldier outside the door immediately ran in. Fleet Admiral, go, notify all brigadier generals and above, and come over for a meeting. Yes, Fleet Admiral. After saluting, the messenger immediately ran out. After a while, all the corps members in Junline received calls one after another. One by one, they put down what they were doing and headed to the Junline building, formerly the Marine building, which was renamed the Junline building more than a month ago, as quickly as possible. And at the same time, an emergency meeting was also held at Marine headquarters. Except for Akainu and several lieutenant generals who led the fleet to hunt down the Revolutionary Army, all the others who reached the rank of lieutenant general appeared in the conference room. Everyone is here, let's start now. According to the intelligence just received, the Revolutionary Army has launched a rebellion in the Kingdom of Akado in the East Daxia Sea. Half of the nobles have been killed so far, and the rest are hiding in the palace to hold on. However, it is only a matter of time before the palace falls. In addition, according to accurate information, Dorag also appeared in the Akado Kingdom this time and personally directed the rebellion. Boom. Hear the words of the Warring States period. The whole conference room exploded instantly. And Garp at this moment. His face was also very ugly. Warring States, let me lead the team this time. This brat, I want to catch him myself. After a moment, Garp suddenly stood up. He shouted with anger on his face. However, the way everyone looked at him was a little weird. Even the Warring States period is no exception. Are you sure I want you to go, really? Can anyone be caught? Chapter 213. Are you interested in live streaming? Final. Under the orders of the 5 elders, Marine headquarters took quick action. First, Garp was transferred to the G1 branch in New World, replacing Aokiji who was stationed there. Secondly, the fleet led by Akainu will stop the pursuit in the waters near Baldigo and immediately head to the East Daxia Sea as a vanguard fleet. On the one hand, establish a defense line in the windless zone. On the other hand, some forces will be sent to the upside-down mountain to block its entrance. The world government is not in a hurry to suppress the Kingdom of Akado. Anyway, those nobles were too late to save them, so there would not be much difference if they were suppressed earlier or later. On the contrary, blocking the Revolutionary Army's escape route from the East Daxia Sea is the top priority. Akainu's advance fleet is specifically responsible for this matter. Immediately afterwards, the joint suppression fleet composed of Marine headquarters and world government was the main force in dealing with the rebellion in the Kingdom of Akado. This fleet includes more than 500 ships of various types, and more than 80,000 Marine and world government soldiers. All members are elite. It's almost the same force that was focused on war in the original book. Although there are hundreds of thousands of rebels in the kingdom of Akado, most of them are civilians without any training, and their combat effectiveness is much lower than that of the elite Marines. Not to mention, there are a lot of strong people in Marine, even the top ones. Where can ordinary people resist? It is expected that Akainu's advance fleet will enter the East Daxia Sea in 12 days. The subsequent Joint Suppression Fleet will enter the East Daxia Sea in 20 days. In other words, the time left for Luo Lan. Not much left. Junline Building, top floor. High-rise conference room. Everyone has finished introducing the situation, let me talk about the task arrangements next. Ian took Baby 5 and set off immediately on Tana to harass Akainu's advance fleet and the subsequent Joint Suppression Fleet to slow down their advance. Remember, just keep a distance and make intimidating attacks. Soon, Zhu Lan issued the first order. Although warships can also be used to complete this task. But obviously, facing a general, a warship with only a speed of 2 to 3 knots cannot escape. However, if Tana and Baby 5 are added together, it will be a perfect match. High speed, submarine, and long-range missile strike after surfacing at any time. It will definitely make Akainu suffocate to the point of vomiting blood. Yes, Fleet Admiral, advertisement. After Ian responded loudly, he immediately left the conference room and set off to find Baby 5. Violet, you set off with the airship, enter the East Daxia Sea and fully monitor the movements of the Revolutionary Army, especially the position of Dorag. Violet, you have to keep an eye on me. After Ian leaves, Luo Lan looked at Violet. This time he not only wants to snipe Marine and world government. Even the Revolutionary Army is not going to let him go. After doing something and getting enough benefits, do you want to run away? Don't even think about it. However, those who want to capture the Revolutionary Army, especially Dorag. It is by no means an easy task. Otherwise, the world government would not have encircled and suppressed them so many times, but in the end they all ran away in anger. And if you want to really catch them, you must target them. Especially when Delog deliberately appeared in public and had not yet hidden himself, he kept a close eye on him. It is undoubtedly the most appropriate task to give this task to Violet. The radar on the airship is used to keep an eye on the ship, while Violet's staring fruit is used to keep an eye on people. Understood, I'll go right away. Violet stood up and nodded, and then left the conference room. Guion, how is the current training situation of the First Fleet? How much combat effectiveness can it exert? Time is a little rushed, especially for those warships that have just been commissioned. Taking everything into consideration, the entire fleet can currently exert about 80% of its combat power. Momosugi thought carefully and then gave the answer. To be honest, this answer surprised Luo Lan. After all, many of the warships had only been in service for less than a month, and some had only been in service for just 10 days. It stands to reason that if the overall combat power of the entire fleet can achieve 6 or 7, it would be pretty good. 80%. Well, pretty good. Continue to intensify your training. In 20 days at most, you will participate in the war, and it will probably be the largest naval battle in the past few decades. Clear. Momosugi nodded. Then sit down. But Luo Lan could see that there was a hint of complexity in her eyes. This is of course, because her opponent this time is Marine, although there are fleets and soldiers from the world government. But more than 80% of the entire Joint Suppression Fleet is from Marine. It would be abnormal if Momosugi didn't react at all. However, Luo Lan is not worried that something will happen to Momosugi. Advertisement. After all, it has the characteristics of the King's Landing building. Momosugi's loyalty to Junline, or to Luo Lan, has long since reached its full potential. This is a subconscious hint and does not affect Momosugi's own character. There are still mixed emotions about Marine. After talking about Momosugi, Luo Lan looked at Tina. Tina, according to estimates, the Second Fleet can deliver approximately 6 battleships and 12 destroyers in 20 days. Although it is not full, it is still a very important combat force, but there's no time for you to train soldiers. Therefore, starting today, you will organize the people first, and then temporarily go to the First Fleet for shipboard training. I require only one. When the first batch of new ships of the Second Fleet are delivered, your people must be able to board the ship immediately and use it. If the First Fleet's target is Akainu's advance fleet and the Joint Suppression Fleet of World Government and Marine, then your Second Fleet's target is the Revolutionary Army's fleet. Luo Lan also knew that this was a very exaggerated request. But time was tight and the task was heavy, so he had to arrange it this way. Don't worry, Tina can do it. Tina stood up and nodded seriously. Next is the arrangement for high-end combat power. Except for Zoro and Ace, including the 3 generals, everyone else will follow the First Fleet. As for Ace and Zoro, follow me to the Second Fleet and be responsible for defeating and capturing the cadres of the Revolutionary Army and its leader Dorag. Finally, the Island-class propulsion device has begun to warm up and will be fully activated in 1 hour. Rhode Island. Going home. Arrange everything. Luo Lan returned to her office. Pull out the phone bug. Blue brew brew. Ahem, this is the world scripture. Okay Morgans, it's me. Oh, isn't this Luo Lan? Do you have any big news to tell me? There is indeed big news, and it is news that will rewrite the entire world, but I don't plan to give it to you. We have cooperated so many times, Luo Lan, you can't just take the trouble and kill the donkey. Upon hearing this, Morgans immediately became anxious. If all the breaking news in Luo Lan's hands were used to support another newspaper, isn't it just a matter of minutes to blow up the world economic news? Don't worry, I just want to change my approach this time, by the way. Are you interested in the live broadcast? Chapter 214 The Threatened Akainu. General, we are about to enter the windless zone and arrive at the East Daxia Sea in one day. Got it, order the fleet to prepare for combat against Poseidons. After all, not every ship has a safe sea tower. Yes, General, the lieutenant colonel nodded. He immediately trotted down to deliver the order. Yes, even marine, only a few ships are equipped with bilge stones. After all, the output of that thing is small and the price is expensive. Moreover, most warships have no need to cross the windless zone at ordinary times. Soon, more than 10 warships in the entire fleet lowered their sails. Some warships with the ability to sail in windless zones have deployed the auxiliary power wheels on both sides, while the rest of the warships. A row of windows opened on each side, and soon there were more than a dozen huge oars on each side, sticking out from inside. As for the decks of each ship, a large number of naval troops are also in place. One part controls the naval guns and is ready to fire at any time, while the other part is on alert with their guns raised. A few minutes later, the fleet sailed into the calm zone. General, let me tell you, we might as well go directly to the Akado Kingdom and capture Drago before he escapes. When the suppression fleet comes, most of them won't be able to find anyone. On the bow deck of a giant warship, Ghost Spider stood behind Akainu, his tone somewhat dissatisfied. Currently, we are the only ones who can block the East Daxia Sea in advance. Akainu shook his head, but Ghost Spider still has great opinions on the arrangements of the headquarters. However, with just a dozen of our warships, it is impossible to block the boundary between the East Daxia Sea and the Calm Belt. That is more than 2,000 nautical miles, not to mention that Fleet Admiral also requires us to divide our forces to block the upside-down zone. Mountain. What is this concept? On average, each warship is responsible for a range of 200 nautical miles. And the most important thing is that if you really spread out the warships like this, except for the one where Akainu is, which other warship can stop the Revolutionary Army alone, let alone capture Dorag? You must know that when Dorag was still in the headquarters, his strength was already at the peak of all lieutenant generals, and he had even stepped into the level of general. As for Dorag now, over the years, they have fought against many revolutionary armies. Let alone an elite lieutenant general like him. Even if the generals were one-on-one, it would probably only be a tie. Therefore, in the view of Ghost Spider, this arrangement of the headquarters is not reasonable at all, and it is also suspected of deliberately deceiving their hawks. After all, in the end, Dorag ran away, and the blame was directly placed on the head of their advance fleet. And who are the people in the advance fleet? 1 hawkish general and 5 hawkish lieutenant generals. Even the major generals, brigadiers, and school officers below. They are all hawkish generals. You know, this fleet was originally the team of Akainu who returned from New World after the G1 branch changed defense. To be honest, Akainu was also very annoyed with this arrangement of the Warring States period. I even wonder if the Warring States period specifically left a hole for Delag so that he could escape. Advertisement. But there is no evidence after all. Okay, stop talking. Since the order from the headquarters has been issued, we will act according to the order. But, General, this. Don't. Wait. Suddenly, Akainu sensed something. He turned around suddenly and looked to the left, his eyes suddenly focused. I saw a series of small dots appearing on the horizon, heading straight towards the fleet. Akainu is very familiar with this stuff. After all, he had seen it before in Punk Hassad. However, that time it was to attack Kaido, but he attacked himself. This is something that can even hurt Kaido. Akainu doesn't dare to be careless at all. Yes, King's Landing. Instruct everyone to prepare for battle. No one of these things should be left behind. Remember, as long as one shot falls, one of our large warships can be scrapped. Hiss. Hearing what Akainu said, Ghost Spider took a deep breath. A large warship can be killed with one shot. What is so terrifying about it? Hurry up and get someone to pass on the order. Get everyone ready to intercept. Akainu raised his head and stared at the missiles that were getting closer and closer to the fleet. The next moment, he jumped out of the warship and used moonwalk to reach the air. Zahn even bowed and punched out. Big fire breathing. The right arm was elementalized, then reconstructed, and turned into a huge lava fist. Even though it is just a fist, its size is much larger than that of a large warship. Smash them directly in the direction in which those missiles were flying. Boom 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 boom. Missiles were destroyed in an instant. It exploded directly in the air. Of course, since there is still a distance of several hundred meters, Akainu and the fleet cannot be affected. However, Akainu's attack was not able to stop all the missiles. There were still 7 shots that missed the net, passing by Akainu's side at extremely fast speeds. At this time, Akainu had no time to take action and could only leave it to the lieutenants in the fleet. However, the interception did not happen at the next moment. Because, when these missiles approached the fleet, they maneuvered to both sides. In the end, they were all shot hundreds of meters away on the left and right sides of the fleet, and exploded. As this, a warning to us not to move forward. Akainu clenched his fist fiercely with an angry look on his face. At this moment, the phone in my arm suddenly rang. Blue brew brew. Advertisement. I'm Akainu. Senior Sakaski. Long time no see, I'm Luo Lan. Luo Lan. Akainu was a little confused. Of course he remembered who Luo Lan was. But, why is this guy calling me? And it's still at this point in time. Of course, you should be familiar with my other identity. I am the Fleet Admiral of King's Landing, and what you call the leader of King's Landing. I will handle the Revolutionary Army. If you insist on interfering, then deploy outside the windless zone to prevent any fish that slip through the net from escaping the East Daxia Sea. At this moment, Luo Lan's words completely tore this fig leaf apart. No matter what he thought, he had never connected Luo Lan with Junline. What do you want? After all, just call the rebels and never mention the word civilians. After all, the entire King's Landing will come to the stage next. Akainu was completely confused. How is this possible? I'm afraid that if it doesn't take more than a few words, this guy will have to hang up on himself. Akainu's eyes widened suddenly. Then, naturally there won't be too much burden when starting. Akainu calmed down a bit. What? You said you are the leader of King's Landing. Although everyone knows that those are just civilians, no one would use the word civilian to describe the hundreds of thousands of rebels in the kingdom of Akado. Senior Sakaski, I saved your life some time ago. Is it not too much to ask you to return the favor now? Massacre civilians. Asked. The advance fleet exits the windless zone and retreats to the grand route. Take a few deep breaths. Luo Lan, do you know what you are doing? For them, this trip was to counter rebellion and suppress the rebels. Senior Sakaski, tell warring states for me. Holding the phone bug, listening to Luo Lan's words. This time, are you being threatened? Your suppression fleet is really not enough. On the contrary, only after reporting your identity can you easily accept what he and Akainu have to say, otherwise. Or was it because of that kid Luo Lan? You know, I'm stopping you from massacring civilians. After all, I am from the headquarters. I don't want to attack Marine. Don't force me, otherwise. Also, don't think about breaking through the windless zone and rushing into the East Daxia Sea. Luo Lan no longer has any need to hide herself. The word Luo Lan used made Akainu stunned for a moment. What you know about King's Landing is only the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 215 Forced to Retreat, CP0 dispatched. Luo Lan, are you threatening me? Akainu clutched the phone tightly, his tone full of evil. No, it's not a threat, it's a well-intentioned persuasion. Exit the windless zone, otherwise. Maybe you can survive, Senior Sakaski, but no one in the entire Eagle fleet behind you can survive. As I just said, what you have seen so far, or what you think of the methods of King's Landing, is just the tip of the iceberg. I don't want to kill Marine. If you still want to enter the East Daxia Sea and massacre hundreds of thousands of civilians, then I can only order your entire fleet to be buried here. At this point, Roland wasn't bluffing. Defeating this fleet is not a big problem for King's Landing today. Even, the combination of Tana and Baby 5 alone can already do it. Unless the person commanding the fleet at this moment is not Akainu but Kizaru, it is possible to complete the counterattack or even sink Tana before the Baby 5 attack is completed and Tana has not had time to dive. Of course, if it was Kizaru, Luo Lan would not just let Baby 5 come alone, but only one general was sent to accompany him, specifically responsible for intercepting Kizaru. At this moment, Akainu was a little confused. Originally, according to his character, he would never negotiate with the enemy, let alone compromise. But as Luo Lan said, what he is commanding at the moment is an Eagle fleet. Among the generals in the entire headquarters, almost 90% of the Hawkish officers are here now. Once something goes wrong, the Hawks in Marine headquarters who are already showing weakness. I'm afraid it will completely fall apart. This is definitely not what Akainu wants to see. Okay, we will exit the windless zone, and the favor from before. Written off from now on. The favor Akainu is referring to is naturally that he was turned into a toy by Sugar. And then he was saved because of King's Landing. Of course, Akainu never remembers favors. This is simply a matter of finding a step to get off. Both Akainu and Luo Lan know this very well. However, as long as you don't tell the truth. That is returning a favor, there is nothing wrong with it. Stepping on the moonwalk, Akainu returned to his giant warship. General, the opponent seems to have missed the target on purpose. What does this King's Landing mean? Send the order. The fleet retreats, exits the windless zone, waits for the joint suppression fleet to arrive, and then decides on the next move after rendezvous. Advertisement. General, you, Akainu did not answer the Ghost Spider's question, but issued a retreat order. This confused everyone. Although the attack just now was indeed thrilling, it wouldn't make the general shrink back, right? He is Akainu. He is the backbone of their Hawk faction. How can you back down? Ghost Spider, execute the order. This is, General. Got a hard look from Akainu. Although he refused in his heart, Ghost Spider still responded and then went to deliver the order. After a while, the entire fleet began to turn around in an orderly manner, slowly withdrawing from the windless zone and returning to the grand route. At the same time, Akainu also reported what happened here to the Sengoku side. As for what to do next, let warring states decide. After all, that is your son. Now that something like this happened, why should I take the blame? Therefore, in the report, Akainu did not mention at all that he thought he could not deal with the missile attack. Instead, he only mentioned Luo Lan's threat, and because the other party was the adopted son of the warring states period, he had no choice but to suspend his actions and ask for instructions first. Look, it's a request for instructions. Warring states frowned immediately. You Akainu, when will you ask me for permission before the fight begins? But the warring states period also had to admit that Luo Lan's incident. It really put myself in a very embarrassing situation. What do you think that boy is planning to do? After thinking for a long time, warring states also asked people from other ships to quickly call he to his own ship. I just got off the phone with Momosugi. Yeah, I forgot, Momosugi is still in King's Landing. What did she say? She said that Luo Lan did not scare Akainu. King's Landing does have the ability to defeat the advance fleet easily or even without any damage, and Luo Lan is ready to do so. If Akainu does not retreat. Since it was Momosugi who sent the message back. Sengoku would not doubt it. But it was easy to defeat the advance fleet. Has King's Landing's current strength grown to this extent? You know, in that fleet, there is one general, 5 elite lieutenant generals, and countless other generals and officers. It is a complete group of 4 emperors. If you want to defeat this fleet, it will never be achieved in a short time. Now, things are in trouble. Warring states, I think you should. Advertisement. Red Continent. Holy Land Marie Joya. Between powers. Trash, Marine is all trash, and he was threatened by a king. Shepherd 10 Peter Saint, after learning the news, was so angry that he cursed. Just now, warring states reported the situation, except for Luo Lan's identity, everything else was reported intact. This made the 5 elders very angry. It has been 800 years. As the rulers of this world, when have they ever been threatened like this? What do you think? I think Akainu's concession is excusable. How to say? Have you forgotten Akainu's previous report? The weapon in King's Landing can even injure Kaido. Moreover, Akainu witnessed the whole process at that time. He must be extremely afraid. It is not surprising that he temporarily withdraws from the windless zone. Quote. Well, that's true, but what should we do now? Force Akainu to rush in?
No, if Junlin really has other methods that we don't know about, it's too risky. We should wait until the joint suppression fleet arrives before making any plans. Okay, at the same time, I suggest that the Holy Knights also be dispatched. No, we don't have direct command over the Holy Knights. That man won't agree. Upon hearing the name Holy Knights, the expressions of the other 4 people change. Saint Jaegalucius Satan directly vetoed it. Immediately, several sighs sounded in the room. The 5 of them had no choice but to sell for the next best thing. Let CP0 dispatch 3 teams to support. You know, the entire CP0 currently only has 6 teams, so half of them will be sent out directly. It can be seen that although Marine is criticized as a waste, in fact, they still take it very seriously. At the same time. Rhode Island, 15th floor of the King's Landing building. Fleet Admiral Office. Okay, I get it. Now that you have withdrawn, you will switch to monitoring the mission. If there are any changes, please notify me immediately. After finishing speaking, Luo Lan hung up the phone. The first step finally unfolded as I expected. Next. It's time to wait for 8 days. Chapter 216 The Windless Zone Blocking Battle begins. 8 days later. Outside the Windless Zone, there's the Great Sea Route. A super large fleet is staying here at the moment. The number of its ships even exceeds 400, and it has many peak combat capabilities in the sea. The number of its soldiers exceeded 80,000. The scale of mobilization has been unprecedented for decades or hundreds of years. Even the Battle of 8 Wall back then, or the earlier West Blue Valley of the Gods. Perhaps the number of strong people will not be less than at the moment, or even more. But the scale of the fleet and soldiers is definitely not as big as this time. About 80% of the fleet are marine warships, and the remaining 20% are from world government. The fleet sent by the world government consists of more than 40 ships. Located on the left wing of the entire fleet, in addition to soldiers, there are also a large number of CP agents in black suits and 3 groups of CP0 members with a total of 15 people. Every CP0 team has a strong man who is at least an alternate general as captain, and under his command are 4 elite lieutenant general level players. In other words, the 3 teams sent out by 5 elders in an emergency are equivalent to 3 alternate generals and 12 elite lieutenant generals. It is also a force that cannot be underestimated. Warring States Fleet Admiral, ready to go. Along with the 3 CP0 teams, we came here together. It was Spangdine, the previous commander of CP9 and Spandam's father. He was specially assigned by the 5 elders to come here as a supervisor, after all. They were very dissatisfied with the retreat of the advance fleet. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, give the order to begin. Master 5 elders, we are waiting for our good news. On the Marine Steel battleship as the flagship, Spangdine's face was full of sinisterness. Ever since Spandam was assassinated on Judiciary Island, he has been trying to find out who did it. Although no definite results have been found so far, more and more indirect intelligence points to the organization Junlin. After all, almost at the same time, 3 CP9 people in Alabasta and 4 people in the Seven Waters City all disappeared inexplicably. And in these two places, there are traces of the presence of King's Landing. This has to make Spangdine wonder whether the death of his son Spandam was caused by King's Landing. Therefore, this mission is said to be assigned by the 5 elders, but in fact, advertisement he asked the 5 elders for it, just to be able to personally annihilate King's Landing, capture its leader, and torture out the cause of his son Spandam's death. Although Sang Guo was very unhappy when Spangdine ordered him in a commanding tone. But there is no way, who made this guy a supervisor? And it was personally appointed by the 5 elders. Immediately, the Warring States period could only order the departure. Soon after, the huge fleet broke into the windless zone. The entire fleet numbered more than 80,000 people. At this moment, all the nerves are tense and ready for battle at any time. After all, no one knows when and where Junlin will launch an attack. Regarding King's Landing, probably no one in the entire fleet, except Spangdine, would underestimate them. How's it going? Have you found any trace of King's Landing? No, the warning warships outside the fleet did not detect the presence of the King's Landing fleet at all. Upon hearing Sengoku's question, Lieutenant General Jonathan, the commander of the G8 branch who was specially transferred to take charge of fleet command, shook his head. Although Jonathan's strength is at the bottom among lieutenant generals, it is undeniable that his fleet command and naval combat capabilities are definitely outstanding among the entire Marine. Otherwise, the Warring States period would not have specially transferred him here. It has been 3 hours since we entered the windless zone. King's Landing still didn't show up, but this made Jonathan's expression become more solemn. Fleet Admiral, I have some bad feelings, what did you find? Sengoku asked. Fleet Admiral, we are now deep into the windless zone, and the fleet speed is even less than 3 knots. Do you know what this means? This means that once King's Landing launches an attack, even if we want to retreat, we can only retreat at a speed of 2 or 3 knots, which will take a full 3 hours. And I don't think that King's Landing's fleet can only have this speed, after all. Speaking of which, Jonathan looked back at the island of the steel battleship where he was. Warring States suddenly woke up. Yes, these steel battleships were bought from King's Landing. Their cruising speed can be as high as more than 20 knots, and their maximum speed can even reach 30 knots. And this speed is the same even if it is placed in a windless zone. Advertisement because it does not rely on sails to drive at all. So, you are saying, the reason why it's still calm after 3 hours in the windless zone is because King's Landing wants to wait until we go deeper before taking action? Sengoku's eyes widened suddenly. Not good. Disperse all the guard ships immediately and maintain absolute surveillance for at least 10 nautical miles around the fleet. Sengoku shouted violently. But, it's too late. A large number of artillery shells streaked across the sky and slammed into the left wing of the Joint Suppression Fleet. There was even a warship that was directly hit. The horrific explosion directly blew the warship into 2 pieces. At the same time, there were also many warships whose hulls were damaged due to near missiles. Jonathan, it seems that you have guessed it. What should we do next? You can't even see King's Landing's battleships. This shows that they are attacking at least 10 nautical miles away from the fleet. At the same time, looking at the number of shells. If we estimate based on the 4 steel battleships purchased by Marine, then there are at least about 20 ships. What Sengoku didn't understand was how they guided and calibrated the bombardment at a distance of about 10 nautical miles. Could it be that there are traitors in the Joint Suppression Fleet providing guidance for the bombardment of King's Landing? Although there are suspicions, there is no time for Warring States to confirm it now. I had to ask Jonathan to see if there was any way to solve this disadvantage. Fleet Admiral, the only way at the moment is to have Admiral Kizaru dispatch and follow the bombardment to find the King's Landing fleet as quickly as possible. Even if we cannot defeat them, we must prevent them from continuing the bombardment. Otherwise, our entire fleet will be here and swallowed bit by King's Landing. Hearing this, Warring States nodded. Then he immediately took out his phone and called a lieutenant on Kizaru's ship. There is no other way. If you call Kizaru directly, most of them will not get through. The Warring States period only had to settle for the next best thing, and specially deployed a lieutenant general on Kizaru's ship. Specialized in liaison and order. Soon, there was another steel battleship 100 meters away. A golden ray of light rose directly into the sky, and then headed in the direction where Jun Lin's cannonball hid just now. Across the sky, Chapter 217 Morgans is live streaming. Sabaody Islands. At this moment, the big screens in each district suddenly lit up. Everyone who passed by was stunned. After all, these big screens are here every day, but they are rarely used. It will only be used for a certain period of time when the world government wants to promulgate new regulations, or when there are world conferences held every 4 years, or large-scale events of the same level. Of course, it can also be rented privately. However, the rental fee is so expensive that it will make you vomit blood. Just for the dozens of large screens on the Sabaody Islands, the rental cost is as high as tens of millions of belleries. And that's just for 1 hour, and I want to rent all the kingdoms in the world. This alone may cost hundreds of millions of baileys in just 1 hour. Ordinary people, I really can't afford to rent it. But half a month ago, some stupid guys with a lot of money appeared. As representatives of the World Economic News, they went to each of the franchised countries separately and rented all the big screens set up in each kingdom. At this moment, more and more people stopped. When he came to the big screen in his area, curiosity was written on his face. A few minutes later, the screen finally moved. This is a bird's eye view shot from the air. However, there is only the vast sea in the entire picture, and nothing else. This baffles many people. However, just a few seconds later, a battleship appeared on the screen. And soon, more battleships appeared. Immediately, the screen zoomed out. That's a whole fleet. Although there are only 40 ships in number, what makes people's scalp numb is that they are all made of steel, have no sails, and each ship has a very terrifying cannon on it. People all over the world. First reaction, is this a boat? Second reaction, whose fleet is this? The third reaction is, what is this fleet going to do? The answer was soon revealed. I saw the screen change, and it was still a bird's eye view from top to bottom. There was also a fleet, even larger, with more than 400 ships. Only, this time, everyone recognized it immediately. After all, the flags in this fleet are all world government and marine. Do you still need to guess this identity? Advertisement? Then the screen switches again. This time, it was divided into left and right sides. The picture on the left shows the steel fleet, while the picture on the right shows the joint suppression fleet. The next moment, amid the exclamations of countless people, the King's Landing fleet took the lead in taking action. The battleship's main gun, which was so big that it made people's scalp numb, began to rotate. A total of 16 ships and hundreds of cannons were pointed in the same direction. Then, boom! Even the sounds are uniform. It can be seen that the soldiers in this fleet are all elite. Hundreds of artillery shells were blasted out instantly, and then streaked across the sky. Soon after, a large number of artillery shells hit the left wing of the joint suppression fleet in the picture on the right before everyone could react. Just such a wave of blows. A world government medium-sized warship was blown into two pieces. There were even several warships. Although they were not directly hit, due to the near miss, their hulls were torn open with large and small holes, and the damage was extensive. This scene directly shocked the whole world. Who is that fleet and which force is it? He actually went head-to-head with the combined fleet of world government and marine, just like that. This is declare war. Hiss. Big event, super big event. In just a moment, countless people gathered in front of every big screen all over the world. Whether it's a civilian, a pirate, or a marine. At this moment, they all stood in front of the big screen, their faces full of shock. Look, that's Marine General Kizaru dispatched. Although I don't know who owns that fleet, but since the general has killed them, they can stop here. Suddenly, a marine pointed at a beam of light rising into the sky from the warship on the right side of the big screen and shouted. Seeing this, the other sailors also cheered. After all, the scene where the fleet was attacked just now was really. But whoever is attacking us marine, they're dead. Come on, General Kizaru, kill them. However, at this moment, the screen switched again. After it lit up again, it appeared on a steel battleship. Everyone in the world, I am Morgans, the president of Economic World. Do you like today's live broadcast? Oh, I know, this question is unnecessary, you must like it very much. Advertisement, after all, big events like this are rare. Okay, I originally wanted to introduce the background of this incident, but it seems I don't have time, because Marine General Kizaru, he is here. As he spoke, Morgans raised his hand and pointed. The screen also turned in the direction he pointed, and they saw a beam of light in the sky heading straight towards them. Hey, this battleship is even more powerful than the one sold to us Marine. King's Landing is really scary. Wait a minute, are you doing a live broadcast? Arrive in front of the King's Landing fleet? The elemental Kizaru reorganized into a human form, and then that mean voice spread directly to every corner of the world. However, Kizaru, who seemed to have noticed something, looked up. In the sky, several newsbirds were holding photophone bugs and pointed them towards them. There were also two reporters on the battleship where Morgans was, also holding camera phones. Good guy. As soon as you live broadcast, you won't be able to paddle. After all, the whole world is watching. Kizaru had a headache. However, the next moment his eyes suddenly froze. Maybe. You have no chance to let go, right? Because, Jianwen sensed 3 strong men in this fleet. One of them is slightly weaker than me, but definitely not much weaker. The most important thing is that this person's aura is too familiar to me. Isn't this Momosagi? Moreover, when did Momosagi become so strong? He was only a little weaker than himself, and he had completely entered the level of general strength. As for the other 2 breaths, Kizaru was really frightened. Not the strength of a new general like Momosagi, but the strength of a complete veteran general. If the generals were to be divided into the post-junior high school stage and the consummation stage in a fantasy way, then at this moment Momosagi would be in the early stage, Kizaru would be in the later stage, and the 2 people he perceived were also in the later stage. Kizaru suddenly lost his composure. What a joke. Want to fight 1 against 2 by yourself? Let alone paddling, even if you take it 100% seriously, you still can't beat 2 guys on the same level as you. Not to mention, there is a Momosagi. Who knows whether she is on King's Landing's side or Marine's side now? Can you pretend I haven't been here? A bit cowardly and a bit mean-spirited.
Spread throughout the world again. And on the Sabayati Islands, the sailors who were cheering for Kizaru. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 218 The temporarily retreated combined fleet. What's going on? Why is the general so scared? I don't know. Could it be that there are powerful men of the general level in this King's Landing fleet, and there are more than one? Don't even say it. Although people all over the world are just guessing. But a few people actually guessed it right. The next moment, I saw a man wearing a kimono and holding a staff sword on the battleship where Morgan's was. While walking on Moonwalk, he came to Kizaru step by step. No passage ahead, not even for Marine General, Fujitora said calmly with a smile. And these words once again shocked the whole world. What is a general? It is the pinnacle of combat power on the sea. As a result, now a guy who looked a bit naive stood in front of a general and warned him not to move forward. How outrageous is this? But it just happened. The most important thing is that after being threatened like this, Kizaru didn't take any further action. Instead, he raised his hands, as if he was surrendering and not moving. This confused everyone. At this time, the screen also switched back to Morgan's. Everyone must be very confused about what just happened. In fact, the reason is very simple, because
the man who is currently confronting General Kizaru is named Yishao, codenamed Fujitora. He is one of the 3 generals of King's Landing. His strength will definitely not be weaker than any of the 3 generals of Marine. And, in this fleet, in addition to Fujitora Yishao, there is also a general, and another person who, although he is a lieutenant general, already has the strength of a general. And it is precisely because he sensed the existence of these powerful men that General Kizaru did not dare to take any further action. After all, even Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest in the world, cannot do it against 3 general-level experts at the same time. Boom. Just when Morgan's finished speaking. At almost the same time, all the battleship's main guns roared again.
And tens of seconds later, located more than 10 nautical miles away, the left wing of the Joint Suppression Fleet was bombarded again. This time, it was more accurate than the last time. Although only one warship was still directly hit, almost all the remaining shells fell within the left wing of the fleet.
This resulted in a large number of near misses, and at least 8 warships were seriously damaged in this wave. The whole world was stunned. I originally thought it was some stupid Aoi pirate group who declared war on the world government regardless of life or death. But what's the result? The general was blocked by the opponent and was unable to destroy King's Landing's fleet, while the world government and Marine's joint suppression fleet was constantly being beaten passively. Advertisement can't even fight back. At this time, Morgan's also took advantage of the fact that one round of bombardment was over and the next round had not yet begun. Through the live broadcast, the cause of this major incident was talked about. At this time, everyone understood. No wonder world government and Marine formed such a large fleet. It turned out to be to go to the kingdom of Hokkaido in the East Daxia Sea to suppress the rebels. Speaking of which, a similar thing happened to South Blue last year and the result. Then that entire kingdom completely disappeared in the long river of history. It is said that most of them were killed, and even those who survived in the end were sent to various parts of the world to work as coolies. What awaits them is death from overwork or starvation. So, this time Marine and world government are going to the kingdom of Hokkaido to cause massacre, and then this organization called King's Landing comes out to stop the suppression fleet from entering the East Daxia Sea? After understanding the cause and effect, people all over the world who were watching the live broadcast were directly divided into 2 groups. One faction supports King's Landing and hopes that they will eventually succeed in stopping the suppression fleet from entering the East Daxia Sea. The other group believes that there is no problem for the world government to destroy the rebels. The only thing to blame is these guys. They were so easily deceived and used by the Revolutionary Army. Even if he is suppressed and killed, that is also your own fault. Of course, none of this matters. The important thing is that since King's Landing is going to the stage today, he naturally has to make an announcement to the whole world. After all, not many people among the common people know about King's Landing. This is not okay. Therefore, Luo Lan found Morgan's and spent a lot of money to create such a worldwide live broadcast. And in order to achieve the best results, Junlin also provided 3 billion in funds to World Economic News as funding for this live broadcast plan, as well as remuneration. As far as Luo Lan is concerned now, 3 billion is really not much. The most important thing is that what he gave was not cash, but gold bricks. That's right, gold bricks worth a total of 3 billion belly. Anyway, Morgan's later told Luo Lan that he sold those gold bricks directly to Gilder Tetsolo. It is said that this guy is particularly obsessed with gold and is even willing to pay 10% more than the market price to buy it. The key is, they are really rich. Let alone spending 3 billion to buy gold, just spend 30 billion, or even 300 billion. He can eat it too. Ever since, Luo Lan directly asked Karina to contact the guy. After all, no matter how much gold this guy sells to him, he can still ensure that it will not flow into the market. Advertisement, in other words, any sale to Tetsolo, regardless of the quantity, will not affect the market. Luo Lan simply loves such a person to death, okay? Simply kill 3 birds with 1 stone. On the one hand, destroy the world government's fleet, and on the other hand, easily eliminate the world government's informants in the Marine. Then he looked at Fujitora and smiled, and this was also the adjustment he made based on his suggestion before entering the windless zone. Luo Lan's original order to Momosagi was to try not to kill Marine and force him to retreat if he was not proud. Therefore, although Marine also suffered losses, it was only those warships near the left wing that were lost. Instantly disappeared into the sky. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. At the same time, with his devastating attitude, he created a perfect excuse for Marine to retreat. Soon, the King's Landing fleet launched 10 rounds of bombardment. So, Momoshagi is naturally following the trend, please. Round 3. From the very beginning, what the Warring States period had arranged were the generals placed by the world government in Marine, and their direct subordinates. A total of 15 world government sailing ships were destroyed and 28 were damaged. Understood, I'll be back soon. Do you even need to ask? Suppressing the entire left wing of the fleet was almost total destruction. Round 4. Poor Shalino, the fleet is temporarily leaving the windless zone, come back. As for how Momoshagi knew, Kizaru hung up the phone bug. Kizaru smiled bitterly, turned around and turned into a stream of light. 5th round. Fortunately, the left wing of the fleet are all world government warships, and there are no marine warships. And these battleships. I am Kizaru, he breathed a sigh of relief. In the air, Kizaru was blocked by Yishao, with a look of helplessness on his face. Now, Marine is actively cooperating. This time, he rarely picked up the wrong phone. Here, Fleet Admiral has given the order to retreat. Are you going to stop it? Yishao made a gesture of invitation, with no intention of stopping her. Chapter 219 Hunting the Revolutionary Army minutes ago. Retreat, Sengoku, do you know what you were talking about? Now, that guy Morgans is broadcasting live to the whole world, and I don't know what method he used, but we can't cut off the signal. With this withdrawal, not only Marine, but also the world government will be embarrassed. The blonde 5 elders, Shepherd 10 Pit Saint, immediately went berserk. Yes, the situation is extremely unfavorable now. If we insist on persisting, the entire fleet may have to stay here in the end. Is it possible to earn back lost face? But if this fleet and 80,000 elites are all lost here, can you bear this loss? Very rare. Sengoku was tough in front of the 5 elders. Which one is more important, face, or 400 warships plus 80,000 elite men?
It's up to you. Soon, the phone bug's voice was cut off. Warring States knew that this was discussed by the 5 old guys. About 5 minutes later, okay, our unified fleet has temporarily withdrawn from the windless zone and is on standby. Let us study what to do next. I see. The voice that came out this time was no longer the blonde 5 elders Saint Shepherd 10 Pit, but the voice of the bald 5 elders Saint Azambalon V. Nastharang. Finally got the order. Warring States also breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly recalled Kizaru. At the same time, let the 20 or so warships close to the left wing stay behind, and the rest of the main fleet immediately retreated. As for the warships that were left behind, they are still all composed of the generals placed by the world government in Marine and their direct subordinates. During the previous East Daxia Sea incident, Warring States took the opportunity to eliminate a group of world government spies in Marine. And this time, even the rest was almost cleaned up at once. The Warring States period made good use of King's Landing this time. However, can anyone really figure out who was being used? Marine actually retreated. Can you not retreat? The left wing of the entire fleet has been defeated, and they haven't even seen King's Landing fleet yet. Although I don't understand naval warfare, I was shocked. So, the combined fleet of world government and Marine lost this battle. That's for sure. The fleet can't defeat it. The generals. I have them too, and there are the same 3 of them. What will the world look like next? Advertisement. In front of the big screens in each kingdom, everyone was discussing crazily about the scene they just saw. Some are excited, some are worried, some are scared. Various expressions are displayed on the faces of different people. However, this time the conflict between King's Landing and world government is far from over. It can even be said that it has just begun. 3 hours later, the huge fleet exited the windless zone and returned to the Grand Route. The number of warships, which was originally close to 450, was reduced by more than 70 when it came out. Among them, some were sunk, and some were abandoned because they were too seriously damaged. There are also more than 20 ships left behind. There are currently 366 ships left, and more than 20 ships are damaged. On the other side, there was a fleet of nearly 100 sailing ships. Pulling tens of thousands of people, they are sailing in the East Daxia Sea. Different from the Marine or King's Landing fleet, this fleet does not have pure battleships, but is composed of ordinary sailing ships. It was the revolutionary fleet that had led tens of thousands of elite rebels to break away from the kingdom of Akado a few days ago. According to Dorig's plan, they will avoid the suppression fleet and leave the East Daxia Sea. But halfway through, the King's Landing and suppression fleet suddenly came. News of the Great War in the Dead Belt. Even just now, there was news about the victory of the King's Landing fleet and the withdrawal of the suppression fleet from the windless zone. At this moment, all the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were dumbfounded. Is King's Landing that strong? You know, King's Landing had threatened the Revolutionary Army before, not allowing them to take action in the kingdom of Akado. But it was obvious that no one, including Dorag, took this seriously at that time. Yes, our Revolutionary Army is indeed far behind the world government in terms of hard power, but who do you think you dare to threaten us? But now it seems that I was wrong, and very wrong. Especially Dorag, who was standing on the bow deck at the moment, with a sinister look in his eyes. Sob, what do you think King's Landing will do next after defeating the suppression fleet in the windless zone? After all, Sabo is the newly appointed chief of staff, so naturally he is the first person Dorag discusses when problems arise. Mr. Dorag, it depends on whether the force used by King's Landing to repel the suppression fleet is their full strength. What if not? Then, the power that hasn't been exposed yet should be heading towards us. ... Send the order to all the ships to immediately break into pieces, all take different routes, disperse and evacuate, and then rendezvous at the predetermined location. Advertisement. If you can hold on for 1 hour, then we will bombard you for 10 hours. Sabo nodded and turned around to deliver the order. A series of roars sounded. Then your physical strength has been exhausted, right? In this situation, Violet naturally cannot escape the consequences of her glare. The strange green wind suddenly blew up, causing the trajectory of all the cannonballs to deviate during their flight. Okay, I'll do it right away, Mr. Dorag. About half a minute later, after Violet reported, the bombardment calibration was completed. Even if there were shells that were still threatening at the impact point, he would throw them away in the final stage and directly use the tornado to clear them away. If you can still hold on for an hour, then we will bombard you all day long. Directly changes the weather of the entire area. Luo Lan did not make any special deployment changes, but ordered the bombardment to continue and not stop. I have to say, the reason is also very simple. However, it seems it's too late. The naval guns have been turned in unison and aimed at the same direction. At this time, can it still withstand the encirclement and attack by a group of strong men in the Second Fleet? A detailed report was given to Luo Lan. Boom 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 boom. Even if you can still hold on. Even if it is attacked by a sneak attack, the speed and power of the new artillery shells are far superior to those in the pirate world. Maybe even Hawkeye doesn't need to take action, the Thunder Trio. The second wave of falling shells was actually shot down by him alone. The second wave of shelling started again. The Second Fleet has a supply ship loaded with artillery shells. No, it is not accurate to say that it was shot down, because the method used by Dorag was not interception, but... Well, even if you can last all day. Your Dorag ability is very powerful, but how long can you continue to activate it? Dorag's ability is very abnormal. How about I bombard you for 3 days without stopping? 7 or 8 nautical miles away, a fleet composed of 6 battleships and 18 destroyers. I'm afraid I can deal with you. But except for the first wave, which was caught off guard and resulted in the destruction of 2 sailing ships and damage to the other. The next moment. Chapter 220. The electromagnetic gun shows its power. The cannons roared. The Revolutionary Army is being bombed. Although Dorag was on top, no ship had been attacked since the second wave. But the terrifying sight of those large-caliber artillery shells exploding around the fleet still made everyone tremble. After all, they are not elite soldiers who have followed Dorag for many years. More than half a month ago, they were even civilians. Only under the instigation of the Revolutionary Army, they began to rebel. And after successfully capturing the palace and killing all the nobles, and after being fooled by the Revolutionary Army, these 10,000 people were selected from hundreds of thousands of civilians. They were relatively strong and had a very fanatical belief in the Revolutionary Army. He just screamed and left with the Revolutionary Army. Not to mention iron willpower, at this moment, they have never even experienced a real war. Do you think it will happen when the rebels capture the kingdom of Akado? You know, in the pirate world, except for a few kingdoms, most of the participating countries have almost no troops, and at most they have some escorts. A kingdom like Alabasta, with a standing army of hundreds of thousands, is a strange flower in the entire pirate world. According to the words of the nobles of various kingdoms, that is. We spend so much money every year as military expenses for marine. Is it in vain? Why do we need to spend another amount of money to form a regular army? If something goes wrong, let marine send troops to protect it. Otherwise the money is given for free. Therefore, it is said that the kingdom of Akado was captured, but in fact it was hundreds of thousands of people who rushed over and killed the kingdom guards of less than 1,000 people. And here, those who had some strength in the guards were overpowered by the Revolutionary Army cadres. So, it wasn't really a battle at all. At this moment, many people were already slumped on the deck, holding their heads in their hands and crying, calling for their mother. Mr. Dorag, it's not good if this goes on. Although you can change the climate environment of the entire region and take action to solve the problems that slip through the net, but you can't keep doing this forever. Sabo was a little anxious. He knew very well that since the opponent could accurately attack him at an extremely long distance, he would definitely find that the shells they fired at him were ineffective. But even so, they still did not stop attacking. What does this mean? It means that the opponent has enough shells and is confident that he can kill Dalag. And think of Dorag's ability and strength. Sabo sighed again. If it weren't for them being a burden, but Dorag was the only one. So, these shells have no way to deal with Dorag. Moreover, Dorag does not need to passively defend here, but can directly follow the direction of the bombardment and counterattack. Mr. Dorag, this is not the way to go. Just rush over. No, if I leave, you will suffer heavy casualties in an instant. Dorag shook his head. There is a new force of 10,000 revolutionary troops here, and more than half of the cadres of the Revolutionary Army today. Advertisement. On Valdigo's side, there had just been a joint attack between world government and marine, resulting in heavy casualties. If this side can't be saved, the Revolutionary Army is really doomed. Even if it is not completely wiped out, it will not be able to recover within 3 to 5 years. Therefore, he doesn't want to give up yet. Of course, if it really comes to a point of no return, Sabo will cut off his tail to survive without even telling him. However, Dorag's statement was very touching to Sabo. Mr. Dorag, if you continue to stay, none of us will survive in the end. But if you just fight back, and I and other cadres temporarily intercept the bombardment, although there will definitely be losses, it's better than being completely wiped out. Sabo looked determined. Several cadres of the Revolutionary Army on the side also nodded. Seeing this, Dorag sighed. Okay, I will set off immediately after the next wave of bombardment is intercepted. After I leave, the tens of thousands of Revolutionary Army recruits will all depend on you. On the flagship of the Second Fleet. After listening to Violet's latest report, Luo Lan put down the phone. Then he looked at Tina, and Ace and Zoro behind her. Electromagnetic railgun. It's still from the second generation. Do you know why it only has the flagship equipment of the Second Fleet? Luo Lan reached out and touched the gun base beside him, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Today, 5 of the 6 battleships in service in the Second Fleet are conducting uninterrupted bombardment. But the ship as the flagship did not take any action. And if you look carefully at the appearance of the battleship, you will find. Although they are all the same type of battleship, this one as the flagship is completely different from the others. Because the 3 main guns mounted on the flagship are not cannons, but 3 electromagnetic guns. Just like Luo Lan said, Momosegi's first fleet does not have this big toy, only the second fleet does. After all, there are now 3 Thunder Fruit capable users, one is Tina, and the other 2 are Tina's subordinates, namely Ace and Zoro. 3 people, all in the second fleet. This is also the reason why the flagship of the second fleet is not equipped with conventional main guns, but all 3 main gun positions are equipped with electromagnetic guns. Go and get ready, give DeLog the store a lot of information. Hearing this, the 3 of them nodded. Then they went to the locations of the 3 electromagnetic guns. Opened the gun seat hatch and walked in. The next moment. The thunder and light masterpiece of 3 electromagnetic guns. At the same time, the opening begins to calibrate. Advertisement. Then, Fleet Admiral, the electromagnetic gun is charged. A King's Landing soldier trotted over and reported loudly. Emission. Yes. After a while, 3 flashes of lightning flashed on the flagship. 3 special artillery shells were pushed out instantly. It is faster than the first generation, with a speed directly exceeding Mach 20. At the same time, compared to the 8-kilogram metal projectiles used in the first generation, the second generation uses 17.5 kilograms of metal projectiles. This weight, and this speed. The kinetic energy it generates is absolutely terrifying. Not to mention the sailing ships of this era, even the 100,000-ton super aircraft carrier like Luo Lan's previous life can be destroyed by one shot. The electromagnetic gun has begun to recharge and is expected to be fully charged in 1 minute. After the electromagnetic gun is fired, the soldier reported immediately. Luo Lan nodded. At the same time, 8 nautical miles away. Sob, after I leave, you will be responsible for coordinating everyone to intercept the bombardment. I understand, Mr. Dorag. Okay, I will do my best. Halfway through the sentence, Dorag seemed to feel something. He suddenly turned his head and looked towards the front of the ship. No, hurry up, from sensing crisis to saying 3 words. This is the limit of Dorag. Because, he didn't have time to say the 4th word. 3 rounds of metal projectiles had arrived. The 2 shells fell into the sea with huge kinetic energy, just like a small meteorite falling into the sea. And there was another shot that happened to hit the sailing ship where DeLog was located. The entire ship was torn apart in an instant. Countless pieces of debris and wood rose into the sky one after another. Everyone on the other battleships were stunned. Even Dorag himself was lifted into the air. A series of identical questions flashed through my mind. What the hell is this? Chapter 221 General Mahawk. Can't stop it at all. Even if you use your own ability, you can't make it deviate from the track. Not to mention, the back-end interception. There wasn't even time to react. Drag was thrown into the sky along with the shipwreck. Drag was able to control the wind to stabilize his body and float in the air. He shook his head vigorously, unable to believe that the attack just now was real. Dorag even had a feeling. That is, the speed of this thing is faster than Kizaru. After all, when he was still in Marine, he had competed with all 3 generals. Although he was not their opponent at that time, as Kizaru, the fastest among the 3 generals, he could still react and defend against his attacks that were said to be at the speed of light. But he had no room to react to the attack just now. So, this is faster than the speed of light. It has to be said that apart from learning to read and write, people in the pirate world basically don't learn anything else except some scholars or scientists. Although he is not illiterate, he is close to it. Basic knowledge is extremely lacking. That's why Kizaru thinks he can reach the speed of light, and Dorag thinks that the electromagnetic gun's Mach 20 shells fly faster than the speed of light. The next moment, Dorag's emotions swept away. His face immediately became ugly. A boatload of Revolutionary Army cadres. 4 people suddenly disappeared. There are more than 10 people left, and they are all in the sea. At the same time, because most of the cadres are devil fruit ability users. There was chaos on the sea at the moment. One by one, the surviving soldiers of the Revolutionary Army dived to save others. Mr. Dorag, leave us alone and go quickly. If we don't destroy the fleet in King's Landing, none of us will survive today. On the sea, Sabo did not sink because he was not an Esper. Shout into the air. Dorag no longer hesitated, nodded, turned around and flew towards the direction of the King's Landing fleet. Dash 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 dash. King's Landing Second Fleet. The bombardment continues, and the electromagnetic gun strikes. Nor did he stop. On the bow deck of the flagship, 2 figures stood at the moment. Advertisement. Mahawk, are you sure? Putting down the phone, Luo Lan asked. Just now, Violet reported that Dorag had abandoned the fleet and came to Luo Lan alone. And the flying speed is very fast, it can reach the fleet's location in up to 2 minutes. I am a swordsman. I never calculate my chances. I can only kill with one sword. Well, the swordsman speaks with force. It's not just eagle eye. In the original work that Luo Lan knows, any swordsman with some strength can speak with great skill. Is this an inherent attribute of a swordsman? Luo Lan smiled and shook her head. Mahawk, even though you said that, what I wanted to ask you just now is not whether you are sure about killing Dorag, but are you sure you can capture him alive? Hearing this, Eagle Eye was stunned for a moment. Kill with a sword. This is the swordsman. You want me to capture my opponent alive? For the first time, Hawkeye looked troubled. Eagle Eye, I am doing this for your own good. Dorag can die, but he cannot die in my hands, otherwise. Anyway, if you're really unsure, it's okay to just kill him, as long as you don't hit him last. Luo Lan smiled bitterly, and then said this. According to Luo Lan's prediction, it would be very difficult for Hawkeye to kill Dorag directly in battle. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides is not that big. Even if Dalag is consumed, it is not that easy to kill him. Just like Luo Lan said, you just have to be patient and don't last any last hits. Hey, it seems I don't have time to continue chatting. The guests have already arrived. Luo Lan looked up at the sky. I saw a figure appearing in the distance. Of course, because of the distance, it's still far away. However, it is already approaching rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Really, just less than a minute. Dorag appeared in the air 100 meters in front of the King's Landing fleet. Luo Lan, it's really you. It's indeed me. I warned you before not to attack the Kingdom of Akado, but it's obvious that you didn't listen. What happened to Baldigo was also your fault. Since you don't listen, I have to warn you again, but it's a pity that you still don't have the right to listen. Hearing this, Dorag clenched his fist fiercely. Advertisement. Even the nails penetrated into the flesh. In the Battle of Valdigo, thousands of elite soldiers from the Revolutionary Army headquarters, plus more than half of the cadres. The appearance of Mahawk directly allowed Dorag to break through the defense. Dorag is heartbroken and hateful. But Dorag never expected it. It can be said that the Revolutionary Army has never suffered such heavy losses since its establishment. Over the years, he has not thought about recruiting Hawkeye, and even visited Kragana Island in person. Even Hawkeye started a fight with Dorag because he was too annoying and drove him out of Kragana Island. Why are you here? Is this something that can be done in a short period of time? Why, will you help Junline? Halfway through, a figure appeared in front of him and stopped Dalag. Stop. Want to repel Hawkeye. However, before he could take action, he suddenly felt something. He put away his hand and turned sideways, narrowly avoiding an astonishing slash. Madly rushed towards the battleship where Luo Lan was, but unfortunately. Otherwise, except for some left-behind personnel in the other 3 seas, the rest of the Revolutionary Army will be lost in the East Daxia Sea. Why, when I saw Hawkeye again, this guy turned out to be from King's Landing. Luo Lan raised his right hand and then waved it down hard. Seeing this scene, Dorag almost went crazy. The words fell. Let me introduce you. However, as soon as he raised his hand, the green wind blew up around him, and he was ready to take action. They all died there. I saw the main guns on the 5 battleships firing another salvo. This is one of our 3 generals in King's Landing, Mahawk, and your opponent today. As a friendly reminder, in the 2 minutes since you just flew over, the Revolutionary Army's fleet has been hit by 4 waves of artillery fire. 7 ships have been sunk, and more than 20 others have been damaged. It is expected that the entire fleet will be destroyed within 20 minutes at most. It will be completely destroyed, that is to say. The 3 electromagnetic cannons on the flagship also blasted out 3 metal projectiles instantly. But obviously, Dorag failed. Mahawk, Hawkeye. Your time is running out. All he can think about now is to repel Hawkeye as quickly as possible and then destroy these terrifying battleships. With a low shout, Dorag took action directly. This was something he couldn't tolerate. Chapter 222 Ace and Sabo. After another wave of shelling, the Revolutionary Army cadres scattered on various battleships were all panting. In fact, many of them were covered in injuries. After all, there are not many people with these abilities in the Revolutionary Army who have the ability to intercept remotely. Not to mention, there will be additional electromagnetic gun shells fired every minute, so even if Dalag is here, there will be no way. Of all the people, Sabo was the most desperate. Although he has learned the weapon color, with his newly awakened level, plus every close interception. After a few rounds, it was really blown up. Even the entire left arm had been broken and hung straight down. I don't know what's going on with Mr. Dorag. After adjusting his breathing, he whispered to himself. And the other side, Dorag frantically attacked the flagship of the Second Fleet where Hawkeye was located. However, Hawkeye, who was standing still and outputting his ultimate move with a flat A, continued to swing out slashes with domineering aura. For a moment, Dorag couldn't get close. They could only watch helplessly as the King's Landing fleet fired wave after wave of cannonballs in the direction of the Revolutionary Army fleet. After Luo Lan watched Hawkeye and Dorag fight for a while, he also shook his head. Hawkeye's fighting method is really two extremes from Zoro's. Although they are both swordsmen, Zoro is the one who constantly develops his ultimate moves. Well, the shots are all kinds of big moves, without any intention of leveling A, but what about Hawkeye? There is always only one move. Raise the knife and chop it down. Yes, in addition to the most conventional flying slashes, there are still flying slashes. This thing may be regarded as a sword move at the swordsman stage, but at the great swordsman stage, it is really just a flat A. It consumes less, has a long range, and is powerful. Then incorporate the armed colors into it, it's simply YYDS. Just as Luo Lan was about to give an order to speed up the artillery fire, he suddenly remembered something. Then he slapped his forehead. How could you have forgotten that matter? What if Sabo was killed by a single shot from the electromagnetic gun? Then Ace still has to collapse. Even if loyalty is locked, there will be no betrayal. But in the future, this kid may not be able to make any progress. After all, it was a huge psychological blow to him. Go to the second gun at the bow of the ship and open the gun seat door. Inside, Ace had transformed into the God of Thunder, standing there like a battery. And some strange devices around him are constantly absorbing electricity from Ace, the battery man. Ace, come out, right now, wait for me to fully charge this round of electricity. Advertisement. If you give me credit, Sob will die. If you don't care, just keep going. Sob. Wait, Sabo. Ace reacted suddenly and immediately released his Thunder God state. Looking at Luo Lan blankly. Sob. Is he still alive? Well, he is in the Revolutionary Army's fleet. If you don't go, I'm afraid you will really die. Luo Lan hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw that Ace had turned into a bolt of thunder and streaked across the sky. And the direction. It is the direction of the Revolutionary Army fleet. Attention all battleships. Stop shelling for 3 minutes. Violet, keep an eye on the Revolutionary fleet and tell me immediately if there are any changes. After seeing Ace flying away, Luo Lan picked up the phone and gave orders. Talk about it. Today's command chain of the King's Landing fleet is a system based on the phone bug and then modified through various modifications. Up to 208 phone bugs can be bridged in one communication at the same time. Don't ask why there are 208, the author just made it up casually. Yes, Fleet Admiral, high-altitude security boat received. Soon, all warships stopped bombarding, and started a 3-minute countdown. And Ace. It only took less than 10 seconds to appear above the Revolutionary fleet. Tisk, tisk, it's really miserable. Transformed into a human form again, Ace looked at the tragic scene below. He spoke. Then, he swept it away with his knowledge. Sure enough, a slightly strong but very familiar aura was immediately felt. This guy Sob is really still alive. Moreover, he has become stronger. Although he was far behind him, he was far superior to that kid Luffy. However, this guy actually joined the Revolutionary Army and followed that guy Dorag to do something that would directly kill hundreds of thousands of people. It seems that we must take the people back and carry out ideological reform. The next moment, Ace turned into a bolt of thunder again and fell directly from the sky. Dash 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 dash. Sob, please bear with me. Korra ran to Sabo, holding a bandage. Advertisement. He bandaged Sabo's left arm in a panic. Kara, you can leave in the ship's boat. Sob, what are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. In this situation, the fate of the Revolutionary Army has been determined. While there is still time. Shut up Sabo, Mr. Dorag has passed. We just need to hold on. Plop. After spitting out 2 words intermittently. He held his head in his hands and screamed. There is no way to stop King's Landing from continuing to attack, let alone escape. Let's go, while there is still time. There are only 2 possible reasons. But Junline's attack still didn't stop. Stop doing these things in the future, find a safe place and live an ordinary life. But no matter which reason it is, the result is the same, that is. Sabo fainted. Immediately, there was a bang in my head, as if I had been hit hard by a hammer. According to time, Mr. Dorag has already arrived, but do you think King's Landing's attack has stopped? One is that Dorag did not go to King's Landing, but escaped alone while King's Landing was storming the Revolutionary Army fleet. A bolt of thunder suddenly fell from the sky and hit more than 1 meter in front of Sabo. In an instant, a large amount of sawdust flew. Yes, he remembered now, the person in front of him. Isn't it? While dragging these flying sawdust, Sabo could vaguely see a figure among them. Yes, according to Dorag's speed, this time is enough for him to fly 20 or 30 nautical miles. Sabo softened his tone and persuaded again. Before Kurla could finish speaking, Sabo had already raised his right hand and directly covered her mouth. This sentence. The next moment, Sabo saw the person clearly. Hey, isn't this my stupid brother? What are you planning to do? Then, the only other possibility left is. Kurla was immediately silenced. Ah, Kira, do you understand? Any last words? However, Kella didn't think Dorag would do this. Soon, all kinds of memories were forgotten by me. But right now, Dorag arrived at the location of the King's Landing fleet, but was unable to make any achievements. I see, like a revolving lantern, it keeps flashing through my mind. Chapter 223 Dorag was arrested, and Garp called urgently. Who are you? Kerr suddenly came to Sabo and stood between him and Ace. Although she recognized the King's Landing uniform worn by the man in front of her. Based on what he said just now and the name Sabo called before he fainted, it can be basically concluded that Sabo has begun to regain his memory and recognizes this man. Who am I? I'm his brother. Glancing at Kella, Ace said. Really Sabo's brother? Nonsense, otherwise what do you think I'm doing here, and you didn't notice that the bombardment of King's Landing has stopped? What? The bombardment of King's Landing stopped because of Mr. Dorag? What are you thinking about? Is it possible that he wants to stop King's Landing by himself? Ace said angrily. He did see Dorag, but that guy was bitten by Hawkeye and couldn't do anything to the King's Landing fleet. That guy Hawkeye is indeed very powerful. Not to mention anything else, he also watched the previous sparring session with Zoro. One move. It only took one move to take down Zoro. You know, with Zoro's current strength, he can be evenly matched with him. With such a fierce man blocking him, Delog couldn't do anything. Can I ask you something? Kurla looked at Ace in front of her and gritted her teeth. Then asked, what's up? Take him away. You don't need to beg for this, I originally planned to do this. That's good, at least Sabo can survive. Hearing Ace's answer, Kerr's tense body relaxed instantly. I just heard Sabo asking you to leave and live, but now. But you tried every means to keep Sabo alive. You too. What's the relationship? Ace was interested. She even showed a hint of anti-smile. It seems that my stupid brother has not lived in vain these years. Although she is a little petite, the parts that need to be hit are not small. Well, not too bad. Looking at the girl in front of him, Ace held his chin with his right hand and commented in his mind. Then the decision was made to bring Sabo and Kara back. However, there is also a troublesome problem here, that is. I was in such a hurry when I came out that I didn't even think about how to take people back. You know, unlike Luo Lan, I can't take people with me when I'm flying in elemental form. Forget it, just think of it as reviewing Moonwalk. He took a step forward, and before Kara could react, he swung his knife down. Advertisement. Then, another person lay down on the deck. Then he picked up one in each hand, stepped on the moonwalk and started heading back. Although at this time the Revolutionary Army cadres on other ships also discovered the situation here. But nothing can be done. One is that the distance is too far, and the other is that Ace's moonwalk is very skillful. In addition, these cadres have consumed too much energy and are all seriously injured, so they cannot catch up. Not to mention, they can't leave at will. After all, at any moment the bombardment of King's Landing would begin again. If even they leave, then there will be thousands of people left. They will all be destroyed in an instant. Dash 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 dash. Other side. King's Landing at the Second Fleet. No matter how many tricks he uses, Hawkeye always has the most ordinary flying slash, but Delog just couldn't get past Hawkeye and attack the King's Landing fleet behind him. The more I fight, the more irritated I become. However, the more irritable you are, the harder it will be to fight smoothly. Directly fell into a vicious cycle. For him, the good news is that the bombardment of King's Landing has stopped. The bad news is that he can't defeat the King's Landing fleet. And being unable to defeat the King's Landing fleet means that he cannot break out with the Revolutionary Army fleet. As a result, there is not much difference. And this scene was broadcast to the whole world by a news bird in the sky. This shocked Marine feelings. The fleet they had been unable to fight back against in the windless zone turned out to be not all of King's Landing. Then, the problem comes. The two fleets currently exposed in King's Landing. Is that all? Even the five elders were not in a hurry to order warring states to prepare for the second round of attack at this moment, but chose to wait and see. This situation is completely beyond their control. In particular, why did Drago run away to King's Landing, and his strength? Has it been greatly enhanced? Although they are both stance outputs, are the attack range and power too great? And just then, the live broadcast screen has changed. I saw that on the battleship where Hawkeye was, all the secondary guns that had not been used were now turning. They all pointed in the direction of Dorag. Of course, whether it is world government or marine, they all know Dorag very well and know what his abilities are. Therefore, it is not believed that these shells will pose a threat to it. The next moment, boom 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 boom, more than 10 high-level dual-purpose cannons roared in unison. The cannonballs hit Dorag directly. With Hawkeye's restraint, Dorag could not be free to intercept the shells at this moment. Advertisement. But he was in no hurry. Because it's just a cannonball, even if it's not intercepted. You can't hurt yourself at all. He intercepted the artillery shells before simply because he wanted to protect the Revolutionary Army's fleet. Even the electromagnetic gun at the back couldn't actually hurt him. Therefore, he simply ignored these shells and continued to concentrate on dealing with Hawkeye. Soon, more than a dozen artillery shells exploded around Dorag. Yes, none of them hit directly, they all exploded around him with proximity fuses. Dorag sneered disdainfully, then raised his hand again, preparing to throw a wind blade at Hawkeye. But at this moment, my body suddenly felt powerless. As for Hawkeye, he also absorbed a lot, but it can still be sent to King's Landing for 100 days to be reformed. Blue brew brew, just after Luo Lan gave the order. No matter how strong you are just a lamb to be slaughtered. Violet's report and inquiries came through the phone bug. It fell straight down, and finally fell into the sea with a plop. Luo Lan shook her head. As soon as she heard this voice, Luo Lan knew who it was. Because it works best at this time. These greatly reduced Dorag's vigilance, thereby greatly increasing the success rate. Garp. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Several King's Landing soldiers who had been prepared jumped into the sea and began salvage work. Coupled with the irritability after being unable to break through for a long time. Moreover, the newly joined 10,000 people were only deceived by the Revolutionary Army and had not committed any serious crime that required death. Being entangled by the Eagle's Eye, I have no time to pay attention to him. Even the Devil Fruit's abilities disappeared inexplicably. After all, there are several good achievements among the cadres of the Revolutionary Army. To be honest, this is not the first time Luo Lan has used cannonballs mixed with seastone powder, especially on the sea. This thing is simply invincible. Hai Lu Shi. After all, without a foothold, once a person with abilities inhales this thing, even if it is only a small amount and a short period of weakness, it is enough to make them fall into the sea. And once you fall into the sea, the personal phone in my arm suddenly rang. After the transformation, they will be soldiers of King's Landing, right? He is not an Esper, so what if he inhales some halustone powder? Maybe he can strengthen his bones. Who makes them all have such weaknesses? As for why it was not used in the first place, it is actually very simple. Ace has confirmed that it has separated from the Revolutionary Army fleet. Do you want to resume bombardment? Boy Luo Lan, it's me. This made him immediately realize what was going on. In short, people with abilities are the easiest targets for ordinary people to deal with weapons. The next second, Dorag could no longer hold on. Dorag has been captured. Order the fleet to attack and capture all remaining Revolutionary Army cadres and other ordinary soldiers. As soon as Luo Lan picked up the phone, before Luo Lan could ask who it was, another urgent voice came from the other side. Chapter 224. Destroy Dorag and earn back a Garp. Old man Garp, long time no see. Luo Lan had already expected this call. After all, the scene of Dolag's defeat and arrest was broadcast live all over the world and everyone saw it. Garp is no exception. For others, it was the capture of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, but for Garp, it was. Boy Luo Lan, when we were at Marine headquarters, we had a good relationship, right? Well, that's really good. Luo Lan nodded and agreed. PFF'd. Ha ha ha, that's good, I want to ask you something. Mr. Garp, we have a good relationship, but let's not talk about Dorag, he has gone too far. I know. No, you don't know. Without my King's Landing, what do you think would have happened to the hundreds of thousands of civilians who were left to fend for themselves in the Akado Kingdom? Luo Lan said loudly. And, he has done this kind of thing 3 times, and now it is the 4th time in Akado Kingdom. According to incomplete statistics, more than 500,000 civilians were massacred on the spot due to the Revolutionary Army's actions in the first 3 times, and more than 1 million civilians were indirectly tortured or died of overwork in the following period. That is to say, adding up, 1.5 million people have been killed by him. Revolutionary Army. That's a joke. Mr. Garp, let me ask you this. Your son's life is life, but the lives of the millions of people he killed are not lives, right? ... Garp was silent. He knows everything. But, who made Dorag his son? Luo Lan. Old man Garp, don't say that I don't miss our old friendship. I can let Dalag live, but the relationship between us is not enough compared to the mistakes he made. If you have any other conditions, as long as you tell me, I will agree to them. There was a turning point upon hearing Luo Lan's words. Garp suddenly became excited. It's very simple, old man, you leave Marine and join King's Landing from now on. In exchange, I won't kill Dalag, but it's equally impossible for me to let him go. He will be stripped of his devil fruit and then imprisoned in King's Landing prison for the rest of his life. Of course, you can visit him at any time. This is the limit of what I can do. Old man, don't think about asking for more, that's impossible. For a guy with monstrous ambitions like Dorag. In fact, death is nothing to him. On the contrary, keeping him alive is a kind of torture. Besides, he exchanged his life for a Garp. This deal. Advertisement. Anyone who doesn't is a fool. Although King's Landing has several high-end combat powers, if Marine and world government unite all the powerful ones. Then in the form of an individual, he crossed the Red Earth continent and entered the East Daxia Sea. This is still quite troublesome. Gradually win over more powerful people in Marine. This is also one of Luo Lan's next main tasks. As for Garp, Dorag is in hand. Luo Lan was sure of him. If the chips are not enough, don't forget. His grandson is also in the East Daxia Sea, and starting from today. This East Daxia Sea belongs to King's Landing. Even if Garp wants to return to East Daxia Sea to see his grandson, he must obtain King's Landing's permission. Let me think about this. Okay, just 24 hours. If you exceed the time limit, I will treat you like an old man. If you refuse. Luo Lan nodded and then gave a time. Then, he hung up the phone. Dash. Half an hour later, King's Landing's second fleet approaches the Revolutionary Army's sailing fleet. Immediately, a war began. Over 1,000 King's Landing soldiers fought their way out from various battleships. They stepped on the moonwalk and forced their way into the sailing ships of the Revolutionary Army. This scene directly stunned everyone in the world. Especially Marine. When Marine Type 6 is so worthless, but even ordinary soldiers in King's Landing are so proficient in using it. What happened next made their eyes widen. Although all the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were injured, a team of about 10 King's Landing soldiers could besiege a cadre and finally subdue him. This is outrageous. This time, Junline's grassroots combat power was exposed to everyone for the first time. It really scared a lot of forces. Even the world government definitely surpasses King's Landing in terms of the number of high-level combatants. But at the grassroots level, now it seems that he was simply crushed by King's Landing. And this is just a small fleet, far smaller than the one in the windless zone. Just under 15 minutes, the entire Revolutionary Army has been captured. More than 20 major cadres, more than 300 minor cadres, and more than 9,000 soldiers who were still alive were all included. And outside the windless zone, on the Great Sea Route. Advertisement. Used as the flagship by Marine, a first-generation steel battleship purchased from King's Landing. A group of Marine executives, 3 CP-0 captains, and several commanders of other CP agencies are gathering in the combat conference room at this moment. Watch the battle between King's Landing's Second Fleet and the Revolutionary Army Fleet. It's too scary. These grassroots soldiers in King's Landing probably have the combat power of the headquarters officers, right? He showed an expression that looked like I was scared, and used a very mean tone. Akainu has reported before that King's Landing has a method that can accurately attack targets from dozens or hundreds of nautical miles away. As for other people, we can't let them walk all the way on the moonwalk, spanning 200 to 300 nautical miles, right? On the windless belt side, Luo Lan sent a fleet to intercept the Joint Suppression Fleet. More than 30 branches or outposts, including the 16th branch and the 153rd branch of the East Daxia Sea, were attacked by King's Landing at the same time. The headquarters believes that this is most, if not all, of King's Landing's power. It is true that moonwalk can reach the sky, but it is very inconvenient to move around. It is neither suitable for long-term battles nor convenient for dodging attacks. Let's not talk about whether the physical strength can sustain it, but how to solve the interception of King's Landing. If you want to rely on a large army to attack with such combat power, then dong. In the desolate waters of the East Daxia Sea, he also dispatched a fleet to intercept the Revolutionary Army. Maybe, before the windless zone can be crossed, most of the manpower on our side will be lost. Even Kaido was once injured by this weapon. How many people did he send? Before the high-end combat power determines the outcome, the low-end combat power on our side will definitely be slaughtered. What news? I don't know how many people will be beaten into the sea on the way. Just when the Warring States period had a headache. Someone knocked on the cabin door outside. What? According to the reports from each branch, they were all attacked by 3 people from King's Landing, and based on their clothes, they should be just ordinary King's Landing soldiers. It was Kizaru who said this. Just relying on Kizaru and a few other people with the ability to fly to rush over would not be able to gain any favor at all. The problem is how to cross the calm zone. Come in. In fact, what Kizaru said is true. Therefore, a group of strong men must rely on this method to cross the windless zone. But now you tell me, this guy has other powers, and that power also attacked all marine branches and outposts in the East Daxia Sea at the same time. Sengoku's eyes widened. So, what about deploying only high-end combat power? However, this time, Warring States did not let him shut up. How many people are needed to accomplish this? Fleet Admiral, the latest news. Chapter 225 Make Lord Supervisor Great. A team of 3 soldiers, and then. Those branches in the East Daxia Sea couldn't stand it anymore and began to ask for help. Should it be that exaggerated? Warring States looked confused. After all, as Marine Fleet Admiral, what he usually pays attention to are things on the Grand Line. All over the world, especially the East Daxia Sea among the 4 seas. If it hadn't happened last time, he wouldn't have paid attention to it for several years. Naturally, except for Smoker and Luo Lan, who were demoted, the base commanders of those branches in the East Daxia Sea were not appointed by him personally, but by Lieutenant General Yishi under him. That was Lieutenant General Val who had left the game early. Well, people from 5 elders. Although the Warring States period knew that those branches in Donghai were rotten. I really didn't expect that it would turn out like this. 3 people. Still 3 soldiers. Yes, Each branch in King's Landing only has 3 soldiers. Was he suppressed just like that? To tell a joke, the colonel and base commander of a marine branch in the East Daxia Sea couldn't defeat a soldier in King's Landing. Is this true? What about the casualties? There are currently no relevant reports, but according to the information we have received, it seems that King's Landing only suppressed and arrested, but did not kill anyone. Call. Hearing this, warring states breathed a sigh of relief. Different from the battle on the Windless Belt, Luo Lan was preventing Marine from entering the East Daxia Sea for massacre. Moreover, those who were killed were also world government CPs, as well as middle-level Marines who had no clear connections with the 5 elders or world government officials. But those branches in Donghai are different. Although they may have suffered a lot from those Marine scum, Sengoku believes that most of the grassroots Marines still have justice in their hearts. Fortunately, Luo Lan didn't go on a killing spree. Just arrest everyone. But, what does Luo Lan want to do? Is it possible that he wants to separate the entire East Daxia Sea? Warring states frowned deeply. Fleet Admiral, what on earth are we going to do now? Yeah, you can't stay here all the time, doing nothing but watching, right? If we continue to stay here, Marine will lose all face. Since we can't cross the Windless Zone, we might as well block the East Daxia Sea. If King's Landing can use the Windless Zone as a natural barrier, so can we. The room was a little messy for a while. But warring states heard those last words. Advertisement. Ghost Spider, what did you just say? Fleet Admiral, I say that since King's Landing can use the Windless Zone as a natural barrier, so can we. Block the East Daxia Sea. Yes, the reason why we are so passive is entirely because in the Windless Zone, except for a few steel battleships, our other ships can only reach a speed of about 3 knots. But if we switch to the Grand Route. Ghost Spider did not continue speaking, but everyone understood. Yes, most of the combined fleets are old-style sail battleships. Once they enter the Windless Zone, they cannot use the sails and can only use auxiliary power wheels for propulsion. At this speed, it is already exhausted after 3/4. And the speed of 3 knots, in front of the King's Landing fleet, is not much different from standing still. But if it were placed on the Grand Line, things would be different. Moreover, the imitation steel battleships have now begun to be produced. As long as King's Landing is blocked in the East Daxia Sea for half a year, and after Marine's large-scale replacement of steel battleships, it will naturally be able to make up for the biggest shortcomings facing King's Landing. This idea, at first glance, does make sense. But warring states knew very well that this was of no use at all. Because even Vegapunk now says that it is impossible to perfectly imitate the technologies of King's Landing under the existing technology. The product after the compromise only has a speed of about 12 knots. Not even half as good as King's Landing. In this case, people can still fly a kite to kill you. Therefore, although this plan sounds very attractive, it is actually of no use. However, Ghost Spider, your proposal is very good. Spandine, you represent the 5 elders, what do you think of this matter? Warring states did not reject Ghost Spider's opinion, but instead asked Spangdine. This made Spangdine a little surprised, but also a little happy. Surprisingly, warring states had always looked down on himself, but now he would actually ask for his opinion. Happily, look, when the critical moment comes, it's up to me, Lord Supervisor, to take action. Ahem, Lieutenant General Ghost Spider's suggestion is very good. I think as long as we wait for a few months to half a year, the situation will immediately turn upside down in our favor. Moreover, with Vegapunk here, we may soon be able to develop stronger battleships based on the battleships in King's Landing. How about I report this plan to the 5 elders? Warring states nodded, said he had no opinion. Spangdine was overjoyed. Although this is not the plan I proposed, what does it matter? After returning to the 5 elders by myself, where is the Ghost Spider, this great plan? It was me, Spangdine, who proposed it. That's right, when you, Marine, are downcast and have no other options. It was me, Spangdine, who stepped up and gave me a perfect solution. It seems that I will be promoted soon. At this moment, Spangdane had long forgotten about his son, and was only thinking about promotion. Advertisement. With his current position, if he gets promoted again, I'm afraid. The authority is no less than that of the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Cyborg Kong. However, he didn't notice. There was a hint of amusement in the eyes of warring states on the side. Sure enough, the guy who is stupid and tries his best to climb up all day long is the easiest to scheme. Why do you think I give this credit to you? That's because I know that it's useless and will end in failure. In this way, he bought Luo Lan at least half a year, and even if there was a problem in the end, it was the fault of Spangdine, the proposer of the plan. Concern yourself. What does it have to do with Marine? In short, the most important thing now is, let Lord Supervisor become great. Soon, Spangdine could not wait to leave the conference room and return to his cabin, ready to claim credit from the 5 elders. The other lieutenant generals and CP's people also left one after another. In the end, only Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru and Suru were left. Fleet Admiral, what were you doing just now? Akainu had anger on his face. How unreliable the plan just now was. If others didn't know, how could he not know? This attack on King's Landing didn't even use those long weapons, okay. Compared to bombardment, that is the real trump card. If King's Landing continues to use that, what will the combined fleet carry? Akainu, if I don't do this, what order do you think the world government will eventually issue? It should be to increase the number of troops and then form a larger fleet to conduct a second operation into the East Daxia Sea. Yes, but do you think this will be useful? Hearing this, Akainu shook his head. Obviously, this is not a problem that quantity can make up for. That's why I told Spangdine this. Even if the five elders blame it in the future, it has nothing to do with us. Spangdine came up with the plan, and he reported it to the five elders. Furthermore, his supervisors, the officials who supervise the fleet on behalf of the five elders, what can we say and what can we say? Isn't that so? Akainu was stunned. By the way, can things still be done like this? However, Warring States seems to be right. Maybe this is the best solution at the moment. Others. Anyway, Warring States Fleet Admiral has been fighting for half a year. Think about it slowly.
7NF Chapter 226 The Takeover of the Capital of Seven Waters. Although Spangdine is stupid, but you have to admit that he knows how to please and persuade his boss. Even in this process, he can even say that the dead are alive. He has mastered the trick of deceiving his boss specifically. Otherwise, it would be really hard for you to understand that he is a guy who wants strength but not strength, wisdom but not wisdom. How could he rise all the way up to his current status? Spangdine's great deception technique was activated again, and he actually convinced the five elders. As a result, the world government specially approved a huge fund of 150 billion Baileys for research and development and mass construction of new steel warships. And ordered Spangdine to take full responsibility for this matter. This made Spangdine ecstatic. 150 billion. Isn't it too much to take away 10 billion from it? Maybe. Is it possible to operate with 20 billion? Looking at this overwhelming wealth, Spangdine fell into the trouble of happiness. As for Spangdine, he's just a stupid son, so be it. Does it matter if he has hundreds or even tens of billions? After this matter is over, practice it again by yourself. No, it's just practicing and trumpets, isn't that enough? I have to learn from the mistakes of the past, and I can't mess with my only son anymore, otherwise I have no choice. Give birth to more children this time, and choose the best one from them in the future. As for the others, just fend for yourself. The next day, a formal order from the world government. Just as in the Warring States plan, it was not an order to attack, but an order to block the East Daxia Sea. At the same time, the order also mentioned that the mass production of new steel battleships should be accelerated, and Spangdine would be fully responsible. For this reason, the five elders also gave Spangdine a power, which is: we can temporarily take over the Seven Waters capital in the name of world government. After all, 99% of the best shipwrights in the world are in the Seven Waters capital, and if the world government wants to build steel battleships on a large scale, they are naturally indispensable. The most critical thing is to build enough warships within half a year. Then, it is necessary for the shipwrights in the Seven Waters capital to stop taking on other jobs in the next 6 months and focus all their energy on the shipbuilding plan. The 150 billion Baileys given to Spangdine is even just the first tranche of funds. Within 3 months, the world government will also raise funds of 200 billion Bailey. We will also invest in this shipbuilding plan, then. Spangdine immediately mobilized all CP8 and CP9 agents and rushed to the capital of Seven Waters. Advertisement. What's interesting is that if Luo Lan were here, she would definitely find it. At this moment, CP9 only knows one person in the original work, and the rest. They are all new faces. After all, Luo Lan's team was wiped out by Luo Lan. Even the few people who survived are now undergoing a 100-day ideological transformation course in King's Landing. Especially Khalifa, who had promised Ace Bagu at the beginning, but after the thought reform, he wanted to send her back and continue to work as his secretary. Therefore, the new CP9 team now is actually an emergency member of the CP9 reserve team. One of them appeared in the original work. His name is Nairo. Is he strong? At the beginning of the original work, they failed to reach 500 power points. Not to mention now, the power level is only 2 to 300, and even the 6 moves have not been learned for a long time, and I have not even started to get started with several moves. The other 7 people are also at a similar level. Compared to CP9 during Lu Qi's time, the overall strength is probably not even a fraction of a percent. However, this is not a problem. With CP8 suppressing them and the new CP9 assisting them, there are no strong people in the capital of Seven Waters. Can be suppressed easily. Ace Bagu, long time no see. I don't want to see you. In Carrera's office, Ace Bagu looked at Spangdine coldly. If there is someone in this world that Ace Bagu wants to kill, then this man must be Spangdine. Fortunately, Frankie went to King's Landing and was not in the Seven Waters. Otherwise, if he knew Spangdine was coming, he would definitely rush up and fight him desperately regardless. Tell me, what are you going to do in the city of Seven Waters? Actually, it's very simple. From today on, it's not you who has the final say in the capital of Seven Waters, but me. Impossible. Ace Bagu slapped the desk hard, stood up and shouted. Humph, it's not something you can do just because you say you can't. Look clearly, what is this? Spangdine took out a document and put it on his desk. His face was full of pride. Ace Bagu picked up the document and read it carefully. There is quite a bad feeling in my heart, really. I saw it written above. In order to cooperate with Marine's replacement plan, all shipbuilding companies in the Seven Waters capital are required to cooperate unconditionally. Advertisement: no other orders are allowed during this period, and marine orders must be completed as quickly as possible. At the same time, the world government appointed Spanda as the general person in charge of the project, and the entire Seven Waters city must obey his orders. What? This chair is not comfortable at all. However, the next moment. Tell me, what happened to Khalifa? I don't believe she would defect. A woman. Spangdeen came to Ace Bagu's position and sat down. Even if I want to say it, I can't say it. What exactly is the difference? Ace Bagu couldn't tell for a while. And the capital of the Seven Waters is not King's Landing either. Although Ace Bagu was very unhappy with this order document, he had no room for resistance. After all, he is not Luo Lan. You grabbed my neck like this, and after asking me, you only gave me 1 second. The woman directly raised her right hand, grabbed Ace Bagu's neck, and pressed him firmly against the wall. It seems to feel a little different. Hearing this, Ace Bagu clenched his fists hard. If you don't obey the world government's orders today, the Buster Call fleet will come directly to kill you tomorrow. The pain in Ace Bagu's heart, but soon, he relaxed. Although it is not all black as before, but all white. Immediately, he stood up and left the office. However, at this moment, Ace Bagu saw a person. Unexpectedly, he would die so inexplicably, and at the hands of a woman who was like a twin to Khalifa. It's quite sensible, so give up your position. A woman he knew very well. Wrong. Ace Bagu sighed in his heart. But no matter how you look at it, isn't this Khalifa? Get out of the office. The strength in his hands gradually increased. Khalifa, how did you? I see, humph, if you don't say so, then go die. Moreover, let alone Buster Call, just these people brought by Spangdeen, the Seven Waters capital has no power to resist. Stop it, Kalfa. Advertisement Chapter 227 Invitation from Luo Lan. Kalfa, stop it. Just when Ace Bagu was about to lose consciousness, a shout came from the side. Kalfa let go of his hand, and Ace Bagu fell to the ground, gasping for air. The visitor wore dark red sunglasses and had sharp eyes. It is Khalifa and Kalfa's father, the previous generation CP8 member, Lasky. Come here, take Mr. Ace Bagu down to rest. Yes. 2 men in black suits heard Lasky's order and immediately stepped forward to help Ace Bagu up. Then he helped me and took him down. Kalfa, do you know what you were doing just now? Isn't it just to kill someone? Isn't it just to kill someone? Do you know who Ace Bagu is? If you kill him now, the entire Seven Waters city will rebel. If you rebel, just suppress them directly. Kalfa looked indifferent. Lasky covered his forehead and was speechless. I said, Kalfa, can't you use your brain to suppress and massacre the Seven Waters capital? Then who will build the ship? If something goes wrong with Marine's costume change plan, we will all die. From now on, you are prohibited from approaching Ace Bagu, otherwise get back. Lasky did not intend to continue talking and directly issued the order. After all, the commander of CP8 died in the naval battle in the Calm Belt, and he was temporarily transferred by the world government to take over this position. Naturally, he has the power to issue orders to Kalfa. After seeing Kalfa retreat, Lasky also shook his head. His 2 daughters didn't let him worry, especially the eldest daughter Khalifa. I don't know where she is now. He never believed in the talk of CP9's collective rebellion or anything like that. You guys keep an eye on Ace Bagu, he must know something. Yes. There was obviously no one behind him, but there was a sudden response. Then, calmness returned. Time. Several days have passed since the naval battle in the Windless Belt and the Revolutionary Army's encirclement and suppression in the East Daxia Sea. At this moment, the First Fleet is still cruising in the Windless Zone, using this natural barrier to guard against the combined fleet hundreds of miles away. Advertisement after all, the fleet did not withdraw, but had been stationed on the Grand Route, near an island closest to the Windless Zone. Even the world government has begun to continuously mobilize materials and manpower to prepare to build this island into a military center and serve as a forward base for future operations to recapture the East Daxia Sea. As for the second simplest, after escorting all the Revolutionary Army members back to Rhode Island. First, they received all the Marine branches, and then sent small teams one by one to the Eastern Poseidon countries and sent an invitation. Yes, Luo Lan gave invitations to various kings. Asked them all to go to Rhodes Island in half a month to attend a meeting hosted by King's Landing. As for the content of the meeting, it is written on the invitation. Embrace the future. Not coming. If there really is such a stupid person, Luo Lan doesn't mind taking action directly. You know, none of the kings of these kingdoms in the East Daxia Sea is clean. Each and every one of them has a way to die. However, Luo Lan had just taken over the East Daxia Sea, so it was not suitable to kill all the royal family and nobles at once. After all, in this era, some ideas are deeply ingrained. It's not that it can't be changed, but it takes time. This is reality. Therefore, these kings Luo Lan will temporarily spare their lives. Well, stay for now. As for what Luo Lan plans to do with Donghai. As mentioned just now, many concepts in this era are deeply ingrained and cannot be reversed at once. Being too radical often fails to accomplish anything. Therefore, Luo Lan plans to take 3 steps. The first step. Ban the nobility. Yes, the first step is very explosive, pointing directly to the core existence of this era, that is, the nobility. Luo Lan didn't leave the lives of those royal families in vain, but had to pay a price. This price is naturally, unconditionally support Luo Lan's transformation of the entire East Daxia Sea. Support, the nobility will be destroyed, but you will still be a royal family and still enjoy the throne. If you don't support it, the nobles will still perish, but before they perish, your royal family will perish first. So, take your pick. Are you obedient and supportive or disobedient and rejecting? As for the second and third steps, according to Luo Lan's plan, it will be implemented in 3 months and 6 months respectively. So there is no rush now. In short, with the support of all the kings, plus the military support of King's Landing. Advertisement: the nobles had no possibility of resistance. Underwater prison is running again and can share just half of it. This should. The 800-meter underwater prison is in operation again. Of course, this purge mainly refers to the pirate forces, and others include the remnants of the Revolutionary Army, or some CP strongholds of the world government, etc. At this moment, Rhode Island has returned to its original position. Also, although Luo Lan never thought of taking prisoners as hostages, but then he returned to Rhode Island. However, even if the two prisons combined can accommodate nearly 10,000 people. Yes, the total number of people in the entire Donghai, all branches and outposts, is only 1,728. As for Luo Lan himself, and within half a month of the start of the meeting, there are only more than 7,000 people alive today. What are you worrying about here? Isn't it too much of a loss to give it back to the Warring States period for nothing? On the marine side, there are nearly 20 branches and a large number of outposts. Many people were injured during the arrest, but no one died. The number of people who will be imprisoned next will definitely rise crazily. Forget it, leave it to that guy from the Warring States period to have the headache. Not too much, right? There is another important figure in the Second Fleet, that is. No, there must be some benefits. Many of these branches only have 20 or 30 people. Well, it won't be difficult to do the Warring States period, just a few people. Thoroughly cleanse the East Daxia Sea. Returning with him was a revolutionary army composed of dozens of sailing ships and escorted by several warships, as well as prisoners from various marine branches. It's not okay if the prison can't accommodate you. This free salary is enough to eat. According to later statistics, there are a total of 18 colonels who are base commanders, with a total number of 1,728 people. The number of people is shockingly small. That is, the first place, only 3 nautical miles away from the windless zone. You know, when she was at the headquarters, Luo Lan had seen the information of Donghai Marine, and the recorded number of people was more than 3,000. Rather, Luo Lan hopes they will resist. From now on, the entire East Daxia Sea will be under his control, coupled with the early cleaning. Among them, the Revolutionary Army lost about 60 sailing ships and more than 3,000 men in the previous battle. It just so happened that there were a lot of prisoners this time. The underground prison built behind the island alone could not hold so many people. Chapter 228. Sabo wakes up Marine Hospital, in a separate ward. Sabo hadn't woken up yet, while Kara was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling glass on one side, in a daze. It has been a day since I came here. It's not the first time I've seen this scene, but every time I look out through this floor-to-ceiling glass, I feel an unreal feeling. High-rise buildings stand tall, and their style is incompatible with the pirate world. It gives people a feeling of traveling to another world, which is extremely unreal. The headquarters of Junlin was really beyond her expectation. Isn't Sabo awake yet? At this time, someone opened the door and walked in. As soon as she heard this voice, Kara knew who it was. The man who calls himself Sabo's brother, and the man who walks in with him. King's Landing Chief, the man called Luo Lan by Mr. Dorag. Not yet. Kella shook her head. It's strange, this kid has been sleeping for 5 days. What a mess. Ace sat down on the chair and complained. Okay, please be quiet, kid. After all, your brain is damaged. Whoever is older can. Wait a minute, did he move his fingers just now? Halfway through speaking, Luo Lan suddenly saw something and asked with some uncertainty. Ace jumped up. Kara on the other side of the floor-to-ceiling window also rushed over. The two of them stared at Sabo's hand that was placed outside the cup. The next moment, all I saw was the middle finger of Sob's right hand. It jumped slightly. There's a reaction, there's really a reaction. Ace was very excited. He was even ready to rush forward and shake Sabo's body to speed up the process of him waking up. Fortunately, Luo Lan stopped him, about a minute later. Sabo slowly opened his eyes. He first looked at the ceiling and was stunned for a few seconds. Then, he turned around and saw Ace. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Advertisement: Ace, I remembered you, you brat, Luffy, and I cried for a long time after your accident. That was the first time Lousy cried. Sorry, although I was rescued by Mr. Dorag after that, I lost my memory. I know, if it weren't for this, let's see if I beat you today. Ace smiled and punched Sabo. Although it was a punch, it was only a light touch on his chest. At this time, Sabo also looked at Luo Lan. Mr. Luo Lan, how is Mr. Dolog? He's not dead, he's been locked up by me for life. That's it. Sabo looked a little lonely. Although his memory was restored, he studied with Dolog over the years and eventually became the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. They're also all real experiences. However, Sabo was already prepared for Dorag to be killed by King's Landing. Unexpectedly, Luo Lan did not kill him, but just locked him up. This is fine, as long as life is still there, everything will be possible in the future. Sob, I know what you were thinking, but don't think about it, that's impossible. On the first day we came back, we took out Dorag's devil fruit and gave him a special medicine that was accidentally developed. As long as you continue to take this drug, your body will gradually deteriorate. No matter how strong you were before, in a few months you will become just like an ordinary person. The powerful physique is gone, the devil fruit has been stripped away, and there is no possibility for his future. What? Not only Sabo, but also Kara on the side was shocked. Although Kara has been in King's Landing for a day, she has been taking care of Sabo in this room and is not allowed to leave. Therefore, I don't know the situation of Dorag and the cadres of the Revolutionary Army. Then I heard this. Moreover, what is this guy talking about? Didn't kill Mr. Dorag, but stripped him of his fruits? You've stripped Mr. Dorag of his devil fruit, so why don't you kill him? Snap. Luo Lan didn't have time to speak yet. Ace rushed forward first and slapped Sabo on the back of the head. What are you thinking about? Isn't it just peeling off a devil fruit? I've been peeled off once too, what's so surprising? Ace, have you been stripped of fruit too? That's right, it's not painful or itchy. It'll be done after a night's sleep. If you're not satisfied with your fruit, you can peel it off and replace it with another one at any time. This is very normal in our King's Landing. If I'm happy, I can even use one kind of fruit a day and not bring the same kind throughout the year. Advertisement, this kid is showing off. You must be showing off, right? Okay, thank you. A day brings a kind of fruit, and a year does not bring the same kind of fruit. I don't know where King's Landing is it necessary to do this? Sabo bowed again. No, I didn't ask you to release Mr. Dorag, just if you could allow me to meet him. If we really want to change the world, we have to come to the throne. Ace walked behind Sabo and patted him on the shoulder. Us. Are you still in your original world? Ace was uncharacteristically acting very sophisticated. However, when I walked to the door, I suddenly remembered something. Sob, this is King's Landing. The Revolutionary Army used Luo Lan's words, that is, after slaying the dragon, it will eventually turn into an evil dragon, and it may be an even worse dragon. This can be seen from the way the Revolutionary Army acts. Luo Lan waved her hand and walked out. Mr. Luo Lan, can I ask you something? What does he mean? Seeing Sabo's puzzled expression, Kara pointed to the floor-to-ceiling window on the side and said, let's talk about it, but let's make it clear first that it is impossible for me to let Dolog go. He must spend the rest of his life in prison to atone for his sins. Everything here is highly confidential. Ace will take them through the process soon and let them both join King's Landing. Think about it, Sob, go and look at the window and you will understand. That's okay, but I will arrange for someone to follow you. There will be no secrets in the entire conversation between you. Is that acceptable? Sabo walked over step by step and looked outside. Not to mention that there are not 365 different devil fruits in King's Landing, but there are. Luo Lan looked at Ace, who was boasting so much, and was speechless. This time, do you know how much it costs to clone a devil fruit? Then he used the words he usually heard from Luo Lan and pretended hard. In an instant, the whole person became sluggish. Do you still have to let yourself join King's Landing to feel at ease? And Sabo was a little confused. Luo Lan is really gone. Getting up from the hospital bed, Sabo bowed deeply to Luo Lan and then said, even the gold of the entire Sky Island is not enough for you to build like this. New, Chapter 229 Ace Baku's Trouble, after some back and forth arguments. The time and place of negotiations with Marine have finally been decided. The time is 7 days later. Marine is allowed to send up to 3 people into the Windless Zone, and then switch to King's Landing battleships in the center of the Windless Zone, and finally go to the negotiation location. Finally, Marine gave the names of the 3 people, namely Garp, Crane, and Yellow Ape. Garp understands Crane and Luo Lan. After all, he had already had an affair with Garp, and finally he took the initiative to ask for a spot from warring states. Of course, just like what was said before, once Garp comes, he will never go back. After all, this is the price for not killing Dorag. As for the Crane, as the chief staff officer of the headquarters, it is not surprising that she comes to negotiate. After all, this is King's Landing's territory, so Commander Zong can't be allowed to do it himself. But what the hell is Kizaru? Can this guy play a role in negotiations? Could it be that the warring states period was afraid of something happening? If something happened, at least Kizaru would definitely be able to bring the news out? Not to mention, although it was not decided by the warring states period, the old guys above did have such an idea. He even asked Kizaru to think of a way to see if he could get the technical information of King's Landing, especially those battleships and weapons. If he could succeed, with Kizaru's speed, no one should be able to stop him from escaping, right? Of course, the above is just what the 5 elders think. But no matter what, Luo Lan is not afraid of what little tricks they will make. Not to mention the 4 general-level combat forces in King's Landing, let's just talk about the 3 Marines. The strongest one among them is already mine, okay? Luo Lan was still looking forward to it. After arriving at Rhodes Island, Kizaru saw Garp's expression after joining King's Landing. That will definitely be very interesting. The world suddenly became quiet. It was as if nothing had happened. Even if the entire East Daxia Sea is out of the control of the world government. But at this time, one force was in dire straits, and that was advertisement: the pirate force in the East Daxia Sea. The second fleet of King's Landing has officially entered the prosperous area of the East Daxia Sea. In addition, the East Daxia Sea was originally the birthplace of King's Landing, and the intelligence network is extremely complete, supported by a large amount of accurate intelligence. Tina turned on the sweep mode, and it was still a comprehensive sweep after breaking it into parts. After all, any soldier of King's Landing can easily challenge any pirate in the East Daxia Sea. It makes no difference whether you are a pirate with millions or tens of millions. On the first day of the purification operation alone, according to Tina's report, more than 100 pirate groups had been killed. As many as 2,718 pirates were killed or captured. Among them, there are also 3 pirates with a bounty of tens of millions. You know, except for Creed, Buggy and the Evil Dragon who were killed by Luo Lan, there are only 5 pirates left in the entire East Daxia Sea with a bounty of more than 10 million. As a result, in just one day, 3 of them were killed, leaving the last 2. This efficiency is simply incredible. In the process, Tina's flagship took turns going to one kingdom after another. After all, they have to go to Rhode Island by themselves. Even if they set off now, they may not have enough time. 1,000 to several hundred nautical miles, relying on their sailing ships, 15 days. Hanging. Therefore, Luo Lan simply asked Tina to pick her up, run through all the kingdoms, and then bring everyone to Rhodes Island. At the same time, Luo Lan also asked Tina to go to Windmill Village and pick up Luffy to stay for a few more days so that the 3 Ace brothers could get together. Luo Lan didn't care about Luffy or anything. I never wanted this idiot. But since Ace and Sabo have begged him, they should just bring that kid over. After all, of these 2, one is one of Luo Lan's proud subordinates, and the other is someone Luo Lan is very optimistic about, who can fill the vacancies in Junlin's staff in the future. It was just a matter of convenience to bring Luffy over and let the 3 brothers get together. The next day, Luo Lan was in the office, looking at a document carefully. Inside is the content of conversation between the 2 when Sabo visited Dorag in prison, verbatim. There was nothing special about it. After reading it for a while, I threw the file aside and stopped paying attention to it. Even if Sabo still has memories of the Revolutionary Army and has deep feelings for Dorag, so what? Now that everyone has joined King's Landing, it only takes 100 days at most. As long as you never betray King's Landing, nothing else matters. Advertisement. At this time, Luo Lan picked up another document. It was a preliminary report just sent by the Intelligence Department based on the interrogation of all cadres of the Revolutionary Army in the past few days. Ashilu, although you are in the Revolutionary Army, are you firmly opposed to seeking new strength for the Revolutionary Army by inciting rebellion? Well, he is very good at intelligence analysis and evaluation, as well as the organization and coordination of combat operations. In addition, he also has good tactical formulation capabilities. She is a good staff candidate. If she is willing to join King's Landing, let her join the upcoming staff department. Luo Lan nodded. It's just a pity that among all the cadres of the entire Revolutionary Army, it seems that only this one person can be used. Others, they are all beings who don't treat civilians as human beings at all, and they can bewitch and tease them at will. If your Revolutionary Army really succeeds, I'm afraid that the moment you become the master of the world, a new celestial dragon will be born, right? Same as Dorag. All the devil fruits were stripped off and their bodies were weakened with drugs. Finally, stay in prison and repent for the rest of your life. After reading the interrogation documents of the Revolutionary Army cadres, Luo Lan looked at the part of the Revolutionary Army soldiers. These people are basically newcomers. Well, the original civilians of the Ikado Kingdom just joined after being completely deceived by the Revolutionary Army. There was no need to think about it at all. Luo Lan responded directly. Give them a choice. One is to join King's Landing, the other is to remain in prison. If you agree to join King's Landing, your sentence will be immediately reduced from life imprisonment to 100 days, and you will serve in King's Landing for 10 years after you are released from prison. As for how to choose, it's up to you. Blue brew brew. Just when Luo Lan had just finished processing all the documents and was preparing to go to the training center to practice, the phone bug on the table suddenly rang. Which one? I'm Ace Baku. Mr. Ace Bagu, what's the matter? That's it. Blah blah blah. Ace Bagu told everything that happened in the capital of 7 Waters. You can tell from his voice that he is very anxious at the moment. Mr. Ace Bagu, don't worry first, actually. Have you ever thought about bringing the entire Carrera Company? Move to the East Daxia Sea? Chapter 230. Lasky is in action. What are Ace Bagu doing these days? Other than a few phone calls, there was nothing special. Can't monitor. Lasky frowned slightly. No, he seems to be using a directional phone bug. We can't monitor it. Then find a way to get the phone bug and see who is on the other side. Clear. A man wearing a black suit and sunglasses like Helosky. After nodding, the figure slowly disappeared. It is the ace of this generation of CP8, and Nevitro, the direct disciple taught by Losky himself. CP8 is different from CP9. CP9's missions are mostly assassinations. CP8 is about secret investigation, surveillance, infiltration, etc. Therefore, compared to combat capabilities, CP8's covert action capabilities are stronger. At this time, Lasky looked at his daughter, Khalifa's sister Kalfa. In the past few days, Kalfa was sent to Spangdine as his deputy. After all, the two major CP organizations are jointly operating. Although you, Spangdine, are the general person in charge, CP8 cannot even get a deputy position. After all, Spangdine is a man who has been able to get to his current status all the way, so he naturally understands this trick. Furthermore, Kalfa's ability is indeed very strong, so Spangdine agreed. Kalfa, what is Spangdine busy with? Fake accounts. Kalfa replied with just 3 words. As a result, Lasky was able to break through the defense directly. Is this the beginning? Did this guy not understand the seriousness of this matter? It's okay to be greedy a little, but if you're greedy too much. If something goes wrong later, can your small body be able to handle it? Do you really think 5 elders are stupid? You must know that the superiors are not aware that they are greedy, and their greed must be within an appropriate range. After all, only greedy people are easier to control. But if you are too greedy, believe it or not, the boss will kill you in a matter of minutes. Kalfa, come back. I'll let others take over as Spangdine's deputy. Lasky shook his head. Spangdine is crazy. Just find a scapegoat, take over the position of deputy, and extract your own daughter as the official business. After this guy fell, his current position, of course it's yours. Advertisement therefore, there is absolutely no need for me to accompany him in this madness. Spangdine. What a fool you are, Ace Bagu, why isn't the shipyard still under construction? Without materials, how can we start construction? What material? In the office, Spangdine was stunned. Then asked. But Ace Bagu looked at him like a fool. As the general person in charge of the project, don't tell me that you haven't even seen the drawings. Nonsense, how could I not have seen it? Okay, then tell me, what are the main materials of this new generation of warships? Well, in fact, Spangdine has never seen the drawings. After all, according to his logic, he is not a shipbuilder, so why should he look at the blueprints? Leave professional matters to professionals. I just need to serve the above few people every day and feel comfortable, and other things are none of my business. Seeing Spangdine's appearance, Ace Bagu sighed slightly. What a fool. Fortunately, I only need to act with them for a few more days before I can leave. Moreover, Ace Bagu could imagine that when he left with the entire Carrera Company's boatmen and family members, how outraged the 5 elders would be, and this time. Even if this guy can flatter me again, I'm afraid he won't have any way to survive, right? Do you think this is? How about taking revenge on Teacher Tom in another way? If it hadn't been for this guy, Teacher Tom would not have died. Thinking of this, Ace Bagu also clenched his fist hard. Soon, in just 3 more days, your death will come. As for now, in order to prevent others from noticing, he had to act out the play well. Steel. We have no iron mines in the Seven Waters capital, let alone smelting equipment. This is a problem that needs you to solve. In short, without steel, this ship cannot be built. Ace Bagu spread his hands. Spangdine's eyes widened. Didn't he just come here to gain a reputation and then take advantage of the opportunity to make money? Do you still want to do practical things? But, yes. Advertisement: the new steel battleship to be built does require steel. It's just that this thing, if I remember correctly, the entire world does not produce much every year. Ask someone, there will always be someone who knows where to purchase. Spangdine waved his hand, while Ace Bagu shrugged, turned around and left the office.
Looking for steel, Lasky quickly searched in his mind, but found that this voice was different from everyone recorded in CP8. This guy is not that smart. Unlike ordinary phone bugs, directional phone bugs do not require dialing, they will dial out automatically when you pick them up. Suddenly, suspicion arose in my heart. For a moment, I couldn't guess what was on the other side. Take away a special phone bug on the table. That's good.
Good guy, the opposite is not about Ace Bagu, it's just a real deal.
That night, Luo Lan frowned suddenly, after Luo and said something casually. The other end of the phone. It's not just me, not a single shipbuilder in the entire Seven Rivers City will be left behind. Blue brew. It can't be Spangdine, right? And soon, the phone bug was placed in front of Lasky. Relying on the ability that he had trained hard in CP8. That's totally wrong. The voice is that of Ace Bagu, but the tone of speaking. If you have the ability, just make it yourself. But, if it wasn't Ace Bagu, who would it be? The Ace Bagu opposite actually accepted it seriously. It's me. How are things going? Lasky picked up the phone directly. When you really find steel and send it to the Seven Waters capital in large quantities. You go down first. Nevatro nodded, and then his figure gradually disappeared and merged with the shadows in the room. It's all ready. It's just the materials for building the ship. I'll send you the Seven Waters capital in a few days. I left long ago. A voice came from the phone bug.
He had no choice but to imitate Ace Bagu's voice and try to have a conversation to get information. Yes, sir. While Ace Bagu was sleeping, CP8 Nevero sneaked into the room quietly without alerting anyone. Chapter 231: Lasky's plan after hanging up the phone. Luo Lan felt something was wrong. The action originally scheduled for 3 days seems to be. It's going to be early, otherwise, if something goes wrong and thousands of boatmen in the entire Seven Waters City are lost, then I will suffer a big loss. You know, the best boatmen in the world are gathered there. Not those D-level apprentice scumbags. He picked up the phone and told Ian that he was going out and asked him to take care of King's Landing temporarily. After all, Tina and Hawkeye are in the Second Fleet and are currently sweeping the prosperous area of the East Daxia Sea. And Momosagi, Yishao, and Aramaki are now confronting the combined fleet in the Windless Zone. Among the people in Rhode Island, only Ian and Ace have the highest military rank. We can't let Ace take care of it. After the explanation, Luo Lan left the Junlin building and directly controlled it with his mind, soaring into the sky. This time he doesn't need to take anyone with him, he can fly at full speed. Coupled with the continuous and substantial growth in physical and mental strength during this period, the current flying speed. No longer any slower than the Thunder Trio. If he continues to get stronger, Luo Lan believes that it won't be long before his speed. It will be faster than Kizaru. Early in the morning, Lasky led a group of CP8 agents in black suits and broke directly into Ace Bagu's bedroom. There was a lot of movement, and Ace Baku naturally woke up immediately. What do you want to do, Mr. Ace Bagu? Please explain why you have this person's directional phone bug. Hearing this, Ace Bagu was shocked and felt that something was not good. You actually stole my phone bug. Please don't change the subject. If you can't reasonably explain why there are his targeted phone bugs, then. From beginning to end, Lasky was talking about him, not Luo Lan, or the leader of King's Landing. In fact, he didn't know who was on the other side at all, because Luo Lan didn't leave any loopholes for her. But it doesn't matter. If you can't find the answer from Luo Lan, then look for it from Ace Bagu. It has to be said that Lasky is much smarter than Spangdine. And all this, through Lasky's extremely serious expression, Ace Bagu did not notice his trick at all. You already know this, why do you need to ask me? Ace Bagu sighed, thinking that he had already been discovered. What else could he say? Advertisement maybe, the world government will throw itself into the city, but I don't know why. I don't seem to be afraid at all. Why? Because Ace Bagu knows that Luo Lan will definitely save him. As long as you tell us what you are plotting with him, how about we not pursue your question? Besides, don't think that it's okay if you don't say anything. When I personally lead the team to capture him, it will be useless even if you want to say it. Ace Bagu was stunned for a moment. What is this guy talking about? Leading people to capture Luo Lan? Doesn't he know that the joint fleet formed by world government and marine a few days ago, with more than 400 warships and a large number of powerful men, also failed? Wait, this guy. Could it be that you don't even know who is on the other side and are you trying to trick me here? Now that I think about it, it seems that he never mentioned Luo Lan or Junlin from beginning to end, but replaced him with them all. It turns out that this is what happened. It seems that I almost fell into the trap. Okay, I say, very good, that's right. Tell me everything and I'll make sure you're fine. Okay, actually, this matter can't be brought to light. I didn't want to talk about it originally. Lasky hummed while pricking up his ears. Actually, that's a friend of mine who specializes in buying all kinds of rare shipbuilding materials for me from the underground world. He can even get Adam Baomu. Ace Bagu, are you kidding me? The more he listened, the more something was wrong, and Lasky yelled. Ace Bagu, on the other hand, was very calm. Seeing Lasky's current reaction, he knew that he had guessed correctly. This guy didn't know anything at all. How could I be kidding you? If I'm lying, then tell me, who is that person? Well, Lasky was stunned. Damn it, I want to know who he is. Why should I use my words to trick you here? Sir Lasky, do you have anything else to ask? If not, please return the phone bug to me. I'm going to rest. Also, please don't steal my personal belongings again in the future, otherwise I will be very angry. If the boatmen under me see me being bullied by you, I will not be responsible if they cause a scene and delay the world government's major events. Ace Bagu became hardened instantly. Advertisement. Whether they were standing guard outside the mansion or those in black suits patrolling inside, they all fell to the ground unconscious before they even had time to send out a signal. Luo Lan's eyes suddenly narrowed, not even half an hour. This huge mansion, except for Ace Bagu, has all been occupied by people from the world government. Finally, after throwing the phone bug to Ace Bagu, he snorted and left. And Ace Bagu also knows. A figure suddenly crossed the sky and appeared above Ace Bagu's mansion. All kinds of rhetoric came one after another, and the people of Lasky were numb. Lasky will never give up, and after today, his surveillance will definitely reach an outrageous level. In the entire mansion, the only exception is Ace Bagu. Ace Bagu fell into trouble, not to mention the useless Spangdine and those CP9 newcomers. The next moment, an unspeakable terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire mansion. It is better to give it to Ace Bagu, and then strengthen surveillance, and wait for Ace Bagu to contact the other party again. But now it seems that he is being watched so closely that he may not be able to do anything. After all, the person opposite already knew that there was a problem here, and even if he called again, the other party would not answer. What to do? At this moment, the bedroom door was opened again. Even Lasky and the elite members of CP8 could not escape this result. How did you appear here at this time? Just when Lasky left with a look of displeasure. After a quick glance at the sights and sounds, it turns out there are no strong people anyway, so let's just go straight. At this moment, he was worrying about what to do next. I originally planned to quietly contact those trustworthy boatmen in the next few days and ask them to prepare secretly for everyone to leave. His room was like another independent space in the mansion, completely unaffected by any conquerors. Hey, Mr. Ace Bagu. He arrived here from Rhode Island at a speed faster than thunder. And, after seeing clearly who walked in, it was Luo Lan. Therefore, there is no point in keeping this phone bug by myself. Ace Bagu's eyes widened. Or in other words, even if you answer the call, you won't be able to speak. Chapter 232 Big Brother 5 Elders. Why are you here? Isn't this not the promised time? Ace Bagu's eyes widened. No, there is a genius who took the directional phone bug I gave you and imitated your voice to call me. I knew there must be something wrong with you here. Hear this. Ace Bagu blushed. It was because I underestimated CP that I allowed them to easily get their targeted phone bug. Sorry, it's my fault, it's okay, but since things are already like this, let's just act as soon as possible. But my people are not ready yet. It's okay, just mobilize the whole island, not just the boatmen, but anyone who wants to go to the East Daxia Sea, I will take them with me. No, what are you talking about? Take everything you want to leave with you. Do you know how many people there are in the city of Seven Waters? Although not many, there are still 100,000 people. How do you take it away? Besides, just mobilize the whole island. With so many CP people in the capital of Seven Rivers, and there is so much movement, aren't we afraid of being discovered? Luo Lan smiled and didn't explain anything more. Turning around and walking out, Ace Bagu immediately followed. As a result, as soon as he walked outside, everyone was stunned. Lasky, who had just been talking to himself in the room, was now lying in the corridor, with a group of black suits following him. Luo Lan, when did he do this? Why didn't I hear any sound? Following Luo Lan outside the mansion, the road could be described as littered with corpses. Of course, he was just lying dead, not really dead. Hundreds of CP people in the mansion were all wiped out, and not even a single conscious one could be found. Ace Bagu, call someone to help. Help, what help? Aren't they all killed? It's just a coma. I don't want them to report the situation here to the world government after they wake up, so that's it, then I understand. Ace Bagu immediately called several of his trusted foremen and asked them to summon people to the Carrera Company headquarters. However, suddenly I remembered something. Luo Lan, it's okay for me to call people here, but there are still many CP people monitoring the entire capital of Seven Waters. So many people coming together will definitely cause alarm. If someone inside calls and tells the news, it will spread. It's okay, just wait for me. Luo Lan smiled slightly and didn't care. Advertisement. The next moment, he closed his eyes. The terrifying sight color was activated with all its strength, instantly covering the entire capital of Seven Waters. Even the ships on the sea, several miles away, were all covered. Haha, there are quite a few rats. Sensing the situation in the entire area, Luo Lan sneered. Then his eyes suddenly condensed. Conquerors launched again, using precise control to strike the targets it discovered and locked one by one. Within a radius of 10 nautical miles, with the support of Luo Lan's terrifying mental power, everything was included in the attack range. No matter whether it is those CPs who are watching in the open or hiding in the dark, no one can escape. All fell down. Done, but you may need more people. How to say? Ace Bagu looked confused. Because I just raided the capital of Seven Waters and killed a total of 487 people. Outside the capital of Seven Waters, there were 7 CP sailing ships. I also killed them all. Give me that map, and I will circle the locations of everyone in the 7 sailing ships. Then you arrange for people to control them all and bring them back, and imprison them with the people here. Ace Bagu is completely numb. You just closed your eyes for about half a minute and did so many things? The most outrageous thing is that I was standing 1 meter away from him, but I didn't feel anything? But what else can I say? The most I can do is shout 666 and then help with the aftermath. Soon, under the command of Ace Bagu, all the boatmen were mobilized. They first followed Luo Lan's map and arrested all 487 CPs, and sent them to Carrera Company's headquarters for detention. At the same time, the people who went to sea also found the 7 sailing ships. Just like in the Seven Waters capital, everyone above them fainted. Not much to say, after being tied up one by one, they were all sent to the headquarters of Carrera Company. In this way, the entire CP team of nearly 8,000 people in the capital of Seven Waters was completely wiped out without even seeing the enemy. Luo Lan, on the other hand, came to Ace Bagu's office. Oh no, this has now become Spangdine's office. The huge office was filled with suitcases. There are standard size suitcases and there are also oversized ones. The standard size is the one held by the protagonist in the original work after the group changed to 300 million belly. Each box can fit exactly 100 million. At this moment, many suitcases are opened in the office. Over there in the original reception area, countless Baileys were piled on the ground, forming a bed. And Spangdine is sleeping on it now. Advertisement. It seems that it is very comfortable. To be able to maintain a satisfied smile even after the Conqueror's attack was amazing. Recharge all the Baileys here, then sign your name and come to Fleet Admiral, Luo Lan. I saw countless Baileys who were used as beds by Spangdine and suddenly disappeared. Before Ace Bagu could finish speaking, Luo Lan spoke first with a smile. As long as the boat is enough, how about I take you to visit Sky Island? Sky Island. But at least, it can add some trouble to the world government, right? Although 150 billion is not too much money for Luo Lan now. 5 elders is 5 elders, either they don't take action, or they take action. But there are so many people, how do we get out? However, Luo Lan raised the corner of her mouth slightly. That's the big brother on the list, Ace Bagu asked anxiously. But Luo Lan knew that although there was no movement, the contents of each suitcase. Unless your King's Landing fleet opens the way, there's no way you can escape. System, come out to work. Thank you Lao Tai for the 1,500 yuan. I love you, close black lens bracket. On the other side, the suitcases filled with Bailey showed no reaction. Although not tall, he still looks like half a meter, and Spandam's pitifully weak body. The command has been received and is being recharged, please wait, close black lens bracket. It must have all been empty. We're ready. There are about 60,000 people in the entire Seven Waters City who are willing to leave together, and more than half of them are Carrera Company employees and their families. Aspagu instantly became stunned. It's not the boat's problem, it's... Without the support of Bailey's mattress, Spangdeen also fell to the ground. Open black lens bracket host, I'm here. Close black lens bracket arriving at Ace Bagu's desk. Luo Lan pulled out a piece of paper from the side, then picked up the pen. Ace Bagu finds Luo Lan. I'm afraid it was a heavy fall. The next day, Luo Lan checked it one last time and was very satisfied, then put it inside one of the suitcases. After the recharge is completed, host has received a total of 15 million points, and the remaining points are 29.08 million. Hear these 2 words. Are there enough ships? Chapter 233 Flying? As early as when she went to Sky Island, Luo Lan was able to use her telekinesis to drag the hull of the ship to ensure that it stayed close to the rising current. Of course, Luo Lan's mental power had just awakened at that time, and his mental power was not as strong as it is now. Just dragging the hull is exhausting, but now. I dare not say that hundreds of sailing ships full of people will fly into the sky at one time. But controlling about 20 ships at a time is not a big problem. The worst thing is, just run a few more times. Anyway, the world government hasn't discovered the situation here yet. Even if it is, it will take several days to deploy manpower. Therefore, I still have plenty of time. If you run 7 or 8 times a day, you can probably finish it in 2 days. 1 hour later, the port of the capital of Seven Waters is crowded with people. Because Ace Bagu said that before going to the East Daxia Sea, he would stop by Sky Island first. As for how to get there, the leader of King's Landing performed a flying performance in person, or the kind of flying with a boat. This aroused everyone's curiosity, and they came to watch one after another. At this moment, 20 sailing ships full of people have left the port and are ready on the sea. Each of its ships carried 200 to 300 people. After all, it is just to send people up, there is no need to consider issues such as eating, sleeping, etc. According to Luo Lan's own estimation, the whole process only takes 10 minutes at most. It's not a problem even to host hundreds or thousands of people at a time. But since there are enough ships in the Seven Waters, there is no need to be so extreme. Luo Lan floated in the air and slowly moved to the middle of 20 sailing ships. Rise. A low drink. There are a total of 20 ships, all of which are medium-sized sailing ships. Each ship slowly left the sea and rose up. Then, with Luo Lan in the middle and a circle of sailing ships surrounding the outside, they all began to accelerate together and soar into the sky. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the entire capital of Seven Waters gasped. Even Ace Bagu's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. If this guy continues to get stronger, will he be able to control Fadian even on islands in the future? Suddenly, Ace Bagu had such an outrageous idea in his mind. He quickly shook his head. It's just that he doesn't know that this idea, which he seems to be outrageous at the moment, will happen in the near future. It really has become a reality. Even in the slightly distant future, there will be more than just islands, even if. Advertisement regarding what happened in the capital of Seven Waters. Neither the world government nor the Marines know anything about it yet. At this moment, Sengoku was looking at Garp with a serious expression. I know my old friend so well. Garp, what do you want to do? I just went back to see my grandson. After all, the East Daxia Sea is occupied by that kid Luo Lan. If he does something to Windmill Village, I'm worried, ha 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 ha. Nonsense, don't you know whether Luo Lan will massacre Windmill Village or whether your grandson is in danger? Warring states, don't ask, just let me go. I have a reason why I have to go. You shouldn't be. A very outrageous possibility suddenly appeared in Zheng Guo's mind. But in the end, he sighed. Forget it, my name has been added to you a long time ago. If you want to go, just go. But Garp, you have to remember one thing. It's Marine, at no time should you do anything that undermines justice. The Warring States period was extremely serious, and Garp also nodded seriously. 5 days later, the time originally agreed upon has arrived. Garp, he and Kizaru stepped on the moonwalk directly to the interior of the windless zone, and went deep into the position they had agreed upon long ago. The distance is not very far, plus the strength of the 3 of them. Using moonwalk to travel this small distance is completely trivial. Sure enough, half an hour later, they saw a warship below and the familiar figure at the bow. It's Gion, let's go down. After he opened his mouth and said a word, he took the lead and fell down. Garp and Kizaru followed closely behind. Gion. Sister he. Although the time is not very long, after all, Momosagi usually spends several months and half a year when performing tasks outside. But this time she left Marine, and the meaning was different. So she was very excited when she saw the crane again. You seem to be enjoying your stay in King's Landing. Of course, I command King's Landing's first fleet, which is currently the largest combat fleet in King's Landing. Look, you can do it, and you just leaked military secrets to me, does it really matter? Crane said with a smile. Tsuru and Momosagi, one is now 72 years old and the other has just turned 30. In terms of age, they are almost 2 generations apart. But in fact, they have always been called sisters, but in fact. Advertisement Momosagi is indeed his sister. Luo Lan had relevant information about this in her previous life. However, Luo Lan only found out after coming to the pirate world. Momosagi is not Tsuru's biological sister, but she recognizes her. That is, there is no blood relationship between them. Sister He, let me introduce to you. This is General Yishao, codename Fujidora, and this is General Aramaki, codename Green Bull. Behind He, Kizaru was even more surprised. There was a sudden explosion. Although I don't know if it's right, at least. When did this guy follow Luo Lan? 2 thunderbolts fell from the sky. This made he feel a little surprised. Momosagi looked proud. Ah, right. Then, they transformed into 2 figures and appeared behind Kizaru. How terrifying is the King's Landing created by Luo Lan? So scary. Hawkeye's true strength has surpassed that of a general and reached the level of the 4 emperors. Kizaru stared at one of them with a complicated expression. Luo Lan said that because General Kizaru and Dorag are not clear about each other, in order to prevent General Kizaru from doing something he shouldn't do, the 2 of them will follow you during the negotiation. I had only heard Kizaru say Fujidora smiled before, but now I saw it with my own eyes, coupled with the perception of sight and color. And, Hawkeye? At this moment, 2 more men wearing King's Landing coats came towards this side. According to that, the man over there is. It doesn't matter, this fleet is not King's real trump card anyway, there's nothing bad to say. Even though he didn't say it out loud, he still screamed in his heart. Moreover, even though Momosagi is already 30, he still loves to act coquettishly towards cranes. However, although they are not related by blood, their relationship is closer than that of biological sisters. That's what she thinks. At this moment, the minds of the 3 of them were like a thunder. The words fell. Isn't this King's Landing fleet the real trump card? Crane's eyes suddenly narrowed. This girl looks so proud. It seems that she has completely forgotten her marine identity and is 100% following Luo Lan. Thunderfruit, and there are 2 of them. This man named Yishao, codenamed Fujidora, is one of the 3 generals of King's Landing. In the previous attack, this man stood in front of him. As for the 3rd general of King's Landing, you all know him. He is Mahawk. He is currently following the 2nd fleet and is sweeping the prosperous area of the East Daxia Sea. Among the Shichibukai, Hawkeye is definitely the most special one. His strength is definitely not inferior to that of a general, even Crane feels. Sure enough, just as Kizaru said, these 2 men are indeed at the level of generals, no weaker than Marine's 3 generals. Chapter 234 The Development of Empty Island Shellfish. 2 people with thunderfruit powers? The 3 Marines were shocked. How is it possible? The 2 people standing next to Kizaru at this moment are Ace and Zoro. Although their current strength is not as good as that of the generals, if Kizaru wants to defeat them, it cannot be done with just 1 or 2 moves. Although Luo Lan didn't know whether there was any relationship between Kizaru and Dolog. But having an extra layer of insurance is always a good idea. Perusalino, you and Drago. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Hearing Garp's sudden words, Kizaru shook his head and denied Sanlian. Don't be kidding, can you say such nonsense? Although I have a good personal relationship with Dolog, and I still kept in touch after Dolog defected. But I'm really not a spy. Seeing the way Garp and Crane looked at him, Kizaru's entire face turned dark. It's over, this time it's not just shit but shit. Luo Lan, I'm not done with you anymore. Okay Gion, now it's time to take us to King's Landing headquarters, right? It's not urgent, we have to wait until Tana comes over. Tana? Well, Tana is the name of a submarine in King's Landing. At the same time, Tana is also the most advanced ship in King's Landing. Submarine. Could it be the ship in the previous report? Sister He, look, it's coming. At this moment, Momosagi suddenly pointed to the starboard direction and said loudly. The next moment, everyone looked in the direction Momosagi pointed. I saw a huge black metal creation, rushing out of the sea like a whale leaping, and then slowly crashing down. At this time, everyone could see its full picture clearly. It was a fully enclosed golden ship, even longer than the largest marine warship. Looking at such a huge steel behemoth at close range, even the 3 of them felt terrified. The most important thing is that this thing drives underwater. With Marine's current technology, there is simply nothing that can be done about it. Could it be that this is the real trump card of King's Landing according to Momosagi? The 3 of them couldn't help but think so, but unfortunately, they still thought wrong. If Tana is fully armed, she will definitely be a crushing thing to this world. Advertisement. But now, there are no torpedoes, no anti-ship missiles, no cruise missiles, no air-laid mines, no self-propelled mines, no anti-aircraft missiles, and no nuclear bombs. There is no arm slave. Therefore, the current Tana is just an unarmed version. It's really not a trump card. Under the leadership of Momosagi, the three came to Tanane. Of course, the bridge would not let them in, but only arranged 3 rooms for them to rest. Sailing at a depth of 3,000 meters underwater, Tana, who has sea stones installed on all parts of the ship's hull, is not worried about attacks by Poseidons. At the same time, we are not afraid of the 3 guests trying to figure out the direction. This is also the main reason why Luo Lan specifically asked Tana to take over. Moreover, Tana did not go directly to the destination, but after going around in circles for more than 10 hours, she finally brought the person to Rhode Island. This made it impossible for the 3 of them to tell where they were at the moment. Of course, it's not impossible. As long as Kizaru goes out for a walk and finds an island that can be used as a reference, he can immediately tell the location. And how could Luo Lan not think of this? Suspecting that Kizaru is an internal agent of the Revolutionary Army has always been just an excuse. An excuse that allowed Luo Lan to arrange for someone to keep an eye on him 24 hours a day in 2 shifts. As long as he is stared at, it will be impossible for the 3 of them to figure out their positions. Here it is. Coming out of Tana, what you see is a completely enclosed but very huge port. Judging from the berths, even the largest warships in King's Landing can probably accommodate hundreds of them, and this is still a standard way of docking. If there is a squeeze, even if dozens more ships are parked. I'm afraid that's no problem either. At the same time, all facilities in the port are complete, and all kinds of large equipment that she has never seen before are everywhere. At this glance, it is very advanced. Even compared to the military port of the headquarters, it is much more advanced. If I had to add a number of years, he would dare to say. At least 100 years. At this time, several cars lined up and drove over neatly. Momosagi, what is this? This is a newly developed vehicle from the Ministry of Science. It was just developed about half a month ago. This is my first time seeing it. Momosagi shook his head. Some time ago, she had been taking the fleet out for training, and 10 days ago, she non-stop pulled the fleet over to fight with the combined fleet. After that, he stayed in the windless zone and never came back. Junlin, you know, if you don't come back this month, it will be a big change. The speed of development is so outrageous. Advertisement. Therefore, it is quite normal that Momosagi has not been seen before. Of course, Luo Lan had made arrangements for him before, including this so-called car. But even though it's called a car, it's actually. This thing has no wheels. That's right, this is not the kind of car Luo Lan had in her previous life, but hovercar. How does this float, you ask? It is said that the Ministry of Science brought all kinds of bakers from Kongdao to study them thoroughly, and then used genetic means to improve some of them and cultivate them in large quantities, and finally applied the results. Take these cars as an example, they use improved fungbei. And this new species of scallops doesn't eat anything else but only drinks cola. As long as the coke doesn't run out, he is a perpetual motion machine. And the output power is stable and adjustable. No, the suspended car is the Ministry of Science's first attempt to use these shellfish. Effect. Not bad. At the same time, it is said that Hodes has also tried to incorporate these new genetically improved shellfish varieties into fighter planes. And still use both at the same time, wind shells and impact shells. It is said that these 2 kinds of shellfish are combined and then applied to fighter planes. It can display unparalleled mobility, and like the wind shell, the food of the shock shell is also cola. Even Luo Lan complained on the spot, you can't live without coke, right? But, complaints are complaints, the fact is. So delicious. A bottle of coke can almost equal half a tank of gas in my previous life. Could this not be delicious? The key is, clean and environmentally friendly. Soon, a row of cars stopped in front of everyone. The King's Landing soldiers above immediately got out of the car. They wore white gloves and opened the door gracefully. Invited everyone into the car. Afterwards, the convoy began to turn back, leaving the port and heading to the center of the island. That's where a few people were going, and compared to what they saw there just now, it was nothing worth mentioning. Chapter 235 I want Garp, Gion, I really wonder if you have brought me to another world. Sister he, when I first came here, I was thinking the same thing as you are now. Momosagi shrugged and said. In fact, it's not just Momosagi, everyone who comes here for the first time feels this way. Of course, Suru's feelings at this time should be stronger than Momosagi's. After all, when Momosagi came, there were no buildings over 10 stories here. And there were fewer buildings than now, but now. There are 7 15-story buildings alone. Not to mention other buildings with more than 10 floors, that's a lot. Not to mention anything else, the Navy dormitories and apartments for family members are all 12-story buildings, totaling more than 30 buildings. There are even 3 buildings under construction. There is no way, the number of people in King's Landing is growing too fast now. And in a few days, 60,000 people from the Seven Waters capital will gradually arrive. Luo Lan is already considering whether to hire more construction teams. Otherwise, it will be too late and we won't build it. Another problem is that if this continues, up to 3 months. Rhode Island is running out of space. Moreover, the conditions for promotion to S-Class Fortification Division include a territory of 10,000 square kilometers. We must find a way to implement it as soon as possible. And he, Lieutenant General Garp, and General Kizaru, let's go. After a few minutes, after seeing how shocked a few people were, Momosagi started leading the way again. He and the other 3 followed behind. You too, have you noticed? It has been discovered a long time ago that there are at least thousands of people here, and their strength is equivalent to that of Momosagi's soldiers in the First Fleet. Kizaru rarely became serious. Yes, there are almost 15,000 people in Momosagi's First Fleet, and the Second Fleet is sweeping the prosperous circle of the East Daxia Sea. Even if it is smaller, there are still 10,000 people, right? Plus here. This means that Luo Lan has at least 20,000 men with a combat strength equivalent to the school level of our headquarters. And I'm not talking about the ordinary school level, but the elite colonel level. It's no wonder that according to the report, Luo Lan only sent more than 100 ordinary soldiers, with 3 people as a small team, and captured all of our East Daxia Sea at the same time. Branches and stronghold posts. Although in terms of peak strength, even if Gion is included in King's Landing, there are only 4 general-level combatants. They are not yet the opponents of world government and marine, but if there really is a fight, although the world government can win, the middle and lower-level forces will probably suffer heavy casualties, or even be completely wiped out, right? Crane said with some concern. She was afraid that the world government would ignore it and force Marine to fight an all-out war with King's Landing. After all, advertisement, it is impossible for Marine to break away from the world government. Military spending alone could cost Marine his life. With tens of billions of dollars in funding every year, once the world government stops providing it, Marine will collapse in minutes. Hundreds of thousands of people eat and drink, maintain weapons and ships, and pay. Even these most basic things need to be supported by massive baileys. So, Crane thinks, currently, there is absolutely no possibility for Marine to break away from the world government. Strength does not allow it, and finances do not allow it. But she didn't know that if she asked Luo Lan about this matter, he would definitely say, "It's okay, I'll take care of you." 5 minutes later, Momosagi took the 3 of them to the top floor of the Junlin branch building. Affiliated to Fleet Admiral Luo Lan's office, just came in. Kizaru's eyes widened. Tisk tisk. This decoration, this big glass, and that big sofa that looks very comfortable at first glance. Luo Lan, your office is 100 times more comfortable than mine. Kizaru's real name Envy comes from the bottom of his heart. General Kizaru, there are toilets, bathrooms, and bedrooms here specifically for me. Do you want to visit them too? What, the office is equipped with these? Huan exclaimed, and then with a flash of golden light, he instantly arrived at the place pointed by Luo Lan, opened one of the doors and walked in. The next moment, everyone heard Kizaru's exclamation. Crane shook his head helplessly and then took a few steps forward. Luo Lan, you are making quite a fuss this time. Isn't there nothing we can do? We can't just watch that man follow the world government and go to the Akado Kingdom for massacre, right? Hey, he also had his own reasons for the Warring States period. Crane sighed. She knew everything Luo Lan said. She also knew what Warring States was thinking. In her opinion, it is really difficult to judge who is right and who is wrong in this matter. I know what he thinks, however, today is not the time to discuss these. As for Marine's prisoners in the East Daxia Sea, I can hand them over to you, but I have a condition. Well, a small, not difficult condition, advertisement. Give me Mr. Garp. At this time, Kizaru was finishing visiting the restroom in the office and walked out with a look of envy and jealousy. Then, I happened to hear these words from Luo Lan. What? X2 Crane and Kizaru exclaimed almost at the same time. Garp is a Marine hero and the spiritual support of countless Marines. Once he breaks away from Marine and joins King's Landing, then it will definitely cause a huge mess. No, this condition must not be agreed to, and there is no need to even ask Warring States. You must refuse immediately. However, when he turned to look at Garp, he found Garp had no reaction at all to Luo Lan's words, as if he already knew it. What is the situation? Garp, you, and he, it's useless. I made Mr. Garp an offer he absolutely cannot refuse. Garp didn't reply, but Luo Lan spoke. I can't refuse. Could it be that it's Dorag? As expected of Auntie, I guessed it directly, so you should also know that this matter is a foregone conclusion. Even if the man is here, Mr. Garp will not change his mind. Hear this. Crane also fell silent. He knew very well what Luo Lan said. Just like what he said, with Dolog as a bargaining chip, even if the Warring States period is here, there is absolutely nothing stopping Garp from joining King's Landing. Garp, have you decided yet? Isn't it just a matter of moving to another place to work? It's all about enforcing justice anyway, so there's no big difference. Ha 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 ha. Garp raised his head and burst into laughter after finishing speaking. Only, this laughter is slightly different from usual. It sounds like, revealing a sense of helplessness. For Marine, Garp has a very deep feeling, no less than Sengoku. Let him leave Marine. One can imagine how many times Garp went through inner struggles and how determined he was in the end. Only then can we finally make this decision. However, this is not important. After joining King's Landing, soon, he wouldn't miss Marine anymore. Chapter 236 Strategic Weapons. Luo Lan, do you know how much impact Garp's departure will have on Marine? Although the matter was a foregone conclusion, he still frowned and said, I know, if the whole Marine comes here too, I can afford it. At this moment, Luo Lan confused everyone. No. Do you know how much Marine's annual military expenditure is? Sometimes it's less than 50 or 60 billion berry, and sometimes it's more like 70 or 80 billion. Can you afford it? Stop joking. However, what Luo Lan said at the next moment was the real Wang Za. Let me tell you quietly, I went to the Seven Waters City a few days ago, and all the boat workers and their families there were packed up and taken away at once, and I also received a donation of 150 billion belly. I have to say that 5 elders is really rich. They gave away 150 billion yuan as soon as they asked for it. Ah, by the way, this matter is a secret and cannot be said casually. Just pretend that I haven't said it. Can you really do such a big thing? Huang Yuan. Luo Lan is so scary, so scary. Garp. How many packs of senbei can be bought with these 150 billion belly? In short, the office suddenly became very quiet. After a full minute, I heard Crane sigh. Luo Lan. The 5 elders are probably going to be P********* D to death this time. Aren't you afraid that they will get mad and use all the hidden power of the world government to launch a full-scale war against you? To be honest, it's not that I look down on them, but the 5 of them really don't have this strength. Luo Lan showed a hint of disdain. 5 elders seems to be superior, but in fact, without Im's approval, the maximum power the 5 elders can use is CP0. As for the others, such as the Knights of God, they are not forces that they can mobilize at will. Or a little further up, Uranus, even if IM wants to use this thing, he still needs to be fully prepared, and pay some price. So, in the short term, unless all 5 old guys are dispatched, they will not be able to threaten me for the time being. But obviously, it's impossible for the 5 of them to come out together. Luo Lan talked eloquently. Crane, on the other hand, looked at him like he was looking at a monster. How do you know all this? She had heard some rumors about the Knights of God, and Uranus was only in legends. As for the name IM, Crane didn't even hear it. But at the same time, she didn't think Luo Lan was talking nonsense. So, here comes the problem. How did Luo Lan know these secrets that even he didn't know? Advertisement, by the way, it's rare for you to come here, and we happen to have a new weapon to test today. Let's go and see it together? Luo Lan seemed to have said something ordinary, don't care. The next moment, he stood up and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Then he said to the Crane. Okay, I also want to see what other weird things you can come up with. Crane also smiled slightly and then stood up. Garp said that it didn't matter whether he wanted to see it or not, but since Xiaohe had already gone, he would reluctantly go there. Only Kizaru's eyes, hidden under his sunglasses, revealed a hint of brightness. As the commander of the scientific force, he has more exposure to various new technologies and weapons than anyone else. At this moment, he also wanted to compare the scientists of King's Landing with Vegapunk. What level is it? Under the leadership of Luo Lan. Everyone came to the east side of the island, a bulldozed open space hidden in the woods. Here, hundreds of people in white coats are performing their duties, all busy. And this scene alone shocked Kizaru. As we all know, the scientists in the pirate world are outrageous, but at the same time, the quantity is also very small. Even in Marine's special science class, Vegapunk and everyone else combined are only a dozen people. There is nothing that can be done about it. After all, there is no universal education in the pirate world. For most people, the most they learned when they were young was to recognize a few characters. Yes, apart from reading, I won't learn anything else. One can imagine how many scientists could emerge under such circumstances. Therefore, the sight of hundreds of people in white coats shocked Kizaru. Brother Luo Lan, you have so many scientists? This is nothing, it's just a project team of the science department. What? How many scientists are there in your entire science department? There should be more than 3,000 people now, right? Kizaru was directly defeated. The case has been solved, no wonder Junlin's technology is so powerful. More than 3,000 people. Can it not be strong? You know, Vegapunk's special science class is already known as the strongest scientific research institution in the world. The result is guess what? Just guessed about 10 people in total. Advertisement moreover, except for Vegapunk, everyone else is really just a shooter. Strictly speaking, he can only be regarded as an apprentice, not a scientist. Luo Lan, what are they doing? In the end, only the King's Landing soldier remained there. After all, the cylindrical object more than 20 meters high and almost 2 meters in diameter was connected to his body. Then, a group of people in white coats swarmed up. After a while, the screen lights up. The next moment, Silas came over. The King's Landing soldier standing in the middle raised his right hand. Apart from relying on what he saw and heard, he sensed that this soldier was very strong, even comparable to many brigadiers in the headquarters, with a power value of about 1,500, and there was nothing else. Suddenly, everyone became busier, and it's all multi-angle. Use a ladder to reach the top of the cylinder, use some kind of tool to open it, and then work on it for half an hour. But at this time, Luo Lan told them that the man named Silas in front of them was not weaker than Vegapunk in scientific research. The next moment, the right hand began to change. About 30 seconds later, the entire right arm had completely turned into a huge upright cylindrical object. I don't understand at all what this is for. Next, you will see several people in white coats on the side immediately launched a huge screen. There is an uninhabited island on this great shipping route, more than 3,000 nautical miles away from us. Comparable to the ancient weapon, a strategic weapon exclusive to our King's Landing. Silas nodded, then turned around and shouted to start. Hiss. The latter snapped his fingers, only then finally finished and left. Okay, let's start. The Coca-Cola turbine on the steel battleship, as well as various advanced naval guns, were all made by him. He is a scientist who is not weaker than Vegapunk in all aspects. How could this not shock them? Yes, Fleet Admiral. It has always been said that Vegapunk is 500 years ahead of the world. She saw a lot of equipment in this open space that she couldn't understand, as well as a King's Landing soldier whose body was covered with various sensing devices and then connected to various devices. There is a top-down picture here, and there is also a small island, which is also a top-down picture, divided into several screens. And let me introduce to you, this is Silas, the minister of our science department in King's Landing. It's ready, and at the end, there is a dark scene. Silas, how's it going? Everyone took a deep breath. The three Marines were a little confused and all looked at Luo Lan. Chapter 237 Destroy the island with one blow strategic weapons. This was the first time he heard this word, however, she immediately understood literally what it meant. Luo Lan. What exactly happened? The next moment, Silas ran over again. Fleet Admiral, launch preparations have been completed, please give the order. Emission. Luo Lan didn't hesitate at all and directly gave the order loudly. The next moment, the King's Landing soldier's eyes suddenly narrowed. In the shape of a huge cylinder, a large amount of flames spurted out instantly, and a huge missile slowly emerged from the top and began to accelerate. Soon, it was rising into the sky, and its speed was getting faster and faster. The King's Landing soldier was also disarmed at this moment and breathed a sigh of relief. A group of doctors on call nearby swarmed over and began to examine the soldiers. Even though his whole body was covered in military uniform, the soldier's skin was still somewhat burned and he needed to be sent to the Navy hospital for treatment immediately. However, with the characteristics of Marine hospital, these are not problems. It heals quickly. Not even a scar left, but this scene made he frown. Although she didn't know what it was, in her opinion, her behavior just now was simply making fun of the soldiers' lives. Of course, if there is any other way, Luo Lan doesn't want to do this. Although it can ensure that the soldier will not die, injury is almost certain. But there is no way. With the current technology, even if you have the technology, you still know how to make it, but it is a pity. If the craftsmanship is not good, it cannot be made. But there is also a special way that can allow Luo Lan to temporarily overcome the problem of craftsmanship, and that is weapon fruit. That's right, this is the reason why Luo Lan hasn't cloned thunder or other powerful fruits recently. For more than a month, the cloning factory's production capacity has been fully reached, and weapon fruits have been continuously produced one after another. Moreover, it is still an improved one, significantly reduces consumption during use. As a result, a special force composed entirely of weapon fruit ability users was formed. And that King's Landing soldier was one of them. When selecting people, Luo Lan emphasized 2 points. 1. Have basic knowledge, strong learning ability, and talent for scientific research. This part is assessed and screened by the science department. 2. The body is strong and the armed color has been awakened. After these 2 rounds of screening, less than 30 people have been selected in the entire King's Landing. 7 of them are country protecting warriors from Amazon Lily. After all, for them, awakening one's domineering energy is the foundation for becoming a warrior to protect the country, so as long as they pass the first round of screening, there is basically no problem. Advertisement after the candidates were selected, they were sent to the science department and trained by Silas and several others. The soldier just now is the one with the best results now. Sister you don't understand Junlin. The medical technology here is definitely the best in the world, and it is at least 500 years ahead of the world. That little injury is nothing at all. In just a few days, that soldier will be alive and kicking without leaving even a scar. Furthermore, Luo Lan has never forced anyone. He made the dangers clear in advance. But when the candidates were selected, almost all the soldiers in King's Landing rushed to sign up. In the end, if Luo Lan hadn't stopped him, I'm afraid a civil war will break out just because of these quotas. Momosagi thought about the original situation and said funny. He and the others were stunned. For such a dangerous thing, the whole people in King's Landing are so crazy, and they even almost have a civil war just for a quota? King's Landing. Is it so outrageous? However, this is of course. He didn't know that King's Landing was a place where everyone was die hard. What does die loyal mean? And we'll talk about those things later, now. Here comes the crucial part. On the big screen, the originally dark area suddenly lit up. And in the form of a 9-square grid, 9 pictures are displayed at the same time. There is sky, there are clouds, there is sea, all angles, everything. However, you can find it just by looking at these pictures. The photographer is moving at an extremely fast speed, even moving upward. Because what one of them saw just now was the sea, and then suddenly it turned completely white, and then the picture changes from the sea to clouds. Luo Lan, is this the thing just now? Yes, and look carefully, the exciting thing is yet to come. Pointing at the screen, Luo Lan said with a smile. At first, he was a little confused, but when all the images on the 9 missiles suddenly went black, a few seconds later, everyone was stunned. The beautiful starry sky, especially the blue planet in one of the pictures. What's this? This is the world we live in, and Crane, Garp, and Kizaru. Just looking at the picture on the big screen, everything was dull. After that, Kizaru even exclaimed. Well, that's definitely Malinfondo, and the one next to it. It's the Sabaody Islands. When the far end of the screen just revealed the endpoint of the first half of the Grand Route, Kizaru suddenly shouted. He did not admit his mistake, that was indeed Marinevondo and the Sabaody Islands. Advertisement, there's even Marie Joa. At this moment, the picture began to change again. The ballistic missile that arrived at the predetermined location, after adjusting its angle, plunged into the planet. And this time, Luo Lan waved his hand, plus that power. Hundreds of them. It can only be a slash from Hawkeye. I saw a red stream of light passing through the air, and almost in an instant, it landed on the top of the uninhabited island at a very fast speed, about a few hundred meters away. I saw that the small island in the picture was instantly opened with cracks of several meters, or even dozens of meters deep. Crane's voice even had some trembling. Each slash shell stores a full-strength slash from Hawkeye. At the same time, this picture was maximized. A few minutes later, except for the huge whirlpool on the sea, there was no trace of the island anymore. Just like that, they all smashed down to various locations on the island below. Moreover, it is also a distant view in the air. How is that possible? Well, it's not very powerful, not even as powerful as a naval gun. There was no threat to the islands below at all. The power of the explosion is not great. And more than 300 of these brand new slash shells were put into the ballistic missile just now. As for the effect. But as the warhead exploded, it seemed that many small things were scattered over the island. To put it simply, it is a product that has been cultivated in large quantities through multiple genetic improvements. Across the screen, he recognized it immediately. And in the end, the island, which could no longer hold up, finally collapsed. Destroying the island in one blow is so terrifying. Just like you saw. Is this Hawkeye's slash? This? All that was left was the image of that uninhabited desert island. Exploded violently. A series of cyan terrifying slashes were released from those little things. New slash shell. After a while. Just the next moment. The next moment, all images disappeared. One way, two ways, three ways. How did you do it? After all, Hawkeye's cyan slash is unique among pirates. The white coat next to the big screen immediately adjusted. Chapter 238 The Tangle of Five Elders. This time the experiment. Luo Lan specially let he look at it. He wasn't even asked to keep it secret, after all. If the five elders didn't know about this big killer, how could they be afraid of it? If you are not afraid, how can you get some development time? For Luo Lan, nothing else is a problem, and the only problem is time. At least before she was promoted to S-class city builder, Luo Lan didn't want to break out into a full-scale conflict with the world government. Therefore, if you can scare the world government, you can fight for a year and a half without using all the world government's trump cards, and start an all-out war with King's Landing now. In order to achieve this, Luo Lan resorted to a strategic killer weapon. However, what Luo Lan didn't tell he was that the brand new slash shell could not be cultivated in large quantities. In the past 2 months, 300 were cultivated, which was already the limit. In other words, the warhead that was hit by the group of white coats on the missile was the only one currently in Luo Lan's hands. If it happens again, it will be 2 months later. This does not include that after the slash shells are cultivated, it will take Hawkeye about half a month to store a full power slash in each one. Therefore, in almost 2.5 months, Luo Lan will no longer have such a powerful weapon to use. Of course, this kind of thing. Luo Lan would not say it. The next day, the two sides began formal negotiations. From the release of marine captives, to temporary borders between the two sides, to safe trade routes and more. A lot of things were discussed and documents were formed, all that was left was to be signed. However, on the third day, when both parties were preparing to sign the document that had been revised repeatedly and finally formed formal written terms, a phone call came to Crane. It's not the Warring States period, but it was directly fought by the five elders. An order was issued directly. Stop the negotiation and come back immediately. Luo Lan knew that something about the capital of Seven Waters must have been discovered. However, he is not in a hurry, after all. The strategic missile experiment that I took he and the others to see the day before yesterday was not for nothing. Even when he and Kizaru were preparing to go back, Luo Lan thoughtfully provided some of the videos recorded at that time. Well, that's the scene where the island was destroyed in one blow. Let Crane take it back to the five elders to see, and then decide whether to fight or make peace. Then, Momosagi sent the two of them away. Advertisement. As for why there were 3 people when we arrived and 2 when we left. Naturally, Garp was left behind. At this moment, Luo Lan arranged a submarine for him and sent him to underwater prison. Even Garp, without a submarine, would not be able to rescue people from the seabed hundreds of meters deep. Therefore, Luo Lan was not worried at all that he had only joined King's Landing for a short period of time and might take risks to save others. Moreover, even if he figured out a way, he could really save the person. But there is absolutely no way to escape. This is the desolate sea area of the East Daxia Sea, and the other side is also a windless zone without islands. After you save someone, where can you go? Not to mention, King's Landing's interception force. Just those nearly 30 weapon fruit ability users, under the saturation attack of a wave of missiles. Garp, which is located above the sea and has no foothold, cannot cope with it. In the end, Garp did not do something as Luo Lan expected. Originally, he asked Luo Lan for leave and wanted to go back to Windmill Village for a visit. As a result, Luo Lan told him that there was no need to go back. Luffy would be here in a few days to meet Ace and Sabo. He didn't leave just now. One day later. Holy Land Marie Joya. Between powers. At this moment, the video from Crane is being played in the room. And this has been played over and over again for the 8th time. What do you think? The god of science and martial arts, Jago Lucia Satan, asked with a solemn expression. I don't believe how could such a thing happen. It's not like we haven't seen Sky Island /Shell before. Even Vegapunk has studied it, but so what? This thing can only store ordinary slashes. Not to mention Hawkeye's full blow. Even the slashes from ordinary swordsmen are far beyond the limit that he can absorb. This is obviously Luo Lan's trick, after all. When he was still on the staff of Marine Headquarters, he was famous for being a scheming person, especially with people's hearts. The blonde 5 elders shepherd 10 Peter Saint, he had a bad temper and said loudly after slamming the coffee table. However, Saint Satan glanced at him and then shook his head. Crane and Kizaru have witnessed the whole process with their own eyes and cannot fake it. Moreover, I have asked the nearby Marine to check the island that was attacked, and it has indeed disappeared. So stop worrying about the truth and falsehood. What we need to decide now is how to deal with it. Saint Satan still had a solemn expression. Advertisement. The other people also looked at each other. Based on the current intelligence, CP0 alone cannot handle King's Landing, and even the knights cannot be called directly, so. This is beyond what we can handle. How about? Wake up Lord I Am in advance. The long-bearded 5 elders, Marcus Saint, said seriously. However, when the other 4 people heard this, their expressions suddenly changed. Wake up I Am Sama in advance? As you can imagine, do you think you live too long? No, Lord I Am is not scheduled to wake up until next year. If he is forcibly awakened in advance, there will be problems. Second. The bald 5 elders, Saint Isambalen v Nasthiring, stood up at this time and directly vetoed the proposal. The other 3 people also shouted their support one after another. I Am wasn't awake all the time, or in other words, I Am didn't wake up much. And every time he uses that special ability, I Am will need to sleep for several years before he can recover. In their view, if I Am was awakened in advance, it would lead to incomplete recovery of I Am, thus affecting the most critical ritual. No one can bear this responsibility. Maybe, when I Am woke up and found that he had been awakened early. The first thing is to kill 5 of them. In my opinion, it is better to maintain the status quo first, block it in the East Daxia Sea, and then delay it until Lord I Am wakes up next year. What about the matter in the capital of 7 waters? Shouldn't we investigate it? Otherwise, letting the combined fleet enter again now is not much different from dying. It doesn't matter whether Marine dies or not, but without Marine suppression, the sea will be completely beaten, and the balance of the world will no longer exist. Yes, the balance of the 3 major forces is the cornerstone of the world, and there must be no room for any problems. Saint Jago Lucia Satan stood aside, listening to the conversation of the other 4 people. The forehead is full of black lines. No, why are you still talking about the balance of the 3 major forces? The 3 major forces that the 5 elders often talk about. One of the factions, Marine, has several people joining King's Landing, even Garp. And the other force Shichibukai, that's even less so. Doflamingo was captured by King's Landing, and Crocodile's whereabouts are unknown. Even Hawkeye, the strongest among the 7, went to King's Landing to become a general. Of course, the 5 elders don't know yet, but even Hancock has now joined King's Landing with the entire Amazon Lily. As for the pirate force, well, it seems that they have nothing to lose from this series of events. In short, the balance of the 3 major forces. It's been broken into pieces a long time ago, okay? Advertisement Chapter 239 East Daxia Sea Conference, Part 1. Closed-door meetings between powers, been driving all day. However, in the end, there was still not much result. Marine was just ordered to continue blocking the East Daxia Sea. At the same time, Letty go there again and sign the agreement with General Junlin. But we need to add one item to the agreement, that is. For 1 year, King's Landing's fleet is not allowed to enter the other 3 seas or the Grand Route. For the 5 elders, as long as they spend a year smoothly, after Yim wakes up, they will naturally be able to deal with King's Landing. As I said before, it is not that the world government does not have this strength, but some hidden forces, or some existence as a foundation, which even the 5 elders have no right to use directly. We have to wait for I Am to wake up. Then, Crane came to Rhode Island again. And informed the 5 elders of their request. In response, Luo Lan said it didn't matter, and then a document called the East Daxia Sea Autonomy Agreement was officially signed. Luo Lan knew very well what the 5 elders were planning. But Luo Lan does need time. Just completely controlling the East Daxia Sea will take a long time. Coupled with the development of new technologies in King's Landing, the expansion of military strength, and the completion of high-end capabilities, these will all take time. Therefore, Luo Lan signed the contract very happily. After the agreement was officially signed, the Warring States period also received the latest order from the 5 elders on the United Fleet side. A portion of the ships were left behind to patrol along the windless zone and conduct surveillance. The rest of the fleet all returned to their respective homes. After all, with such a huge fleet outside, the daily consumption is astronomical. Now that the agreement has been signed, why are they all crowded here? While Marine was busy redeploying, the flagship of the Second Fleet returned to Rhode Island alone. At the same time, kings from 17 kingdoms were brought in, and no one could escape. World Conference, East Daxia Sea King Edition, and so the curtain begins. Some of these kings came alone, and some came with their families. But without exception, when everyone disembarked, they were greeted by the huge and advanced fully enclosed port in front of them. Shocked. After all, except for the marine headquarters and below Mauricio, there really is no such big port in this world. Not to mention, the facilities are very advanced at first glance, and it even feels like entering another world. Immediately afterwards, a large number of black welcome suspended cars arrived. After picking up the kings and other family members, they slowly sailed out of the port with an extremely stable attitude. At this time, all the kings could not sit still, they all talked to the driver. Advertisement: where can I buy this car and how many Baileys do I need? How could they miss such a smooth, fast, and decent means of transportation? But unfortunately, the answer I got was, this thing can only be manufactured in Junlan, and its output is limited, so it is not for sale to the outside world yet. But these kings were not willing to give up just like that. Straight away swinging Pele, 100 million. If it's not enough, then 200 million or even 300 million. In short, money is not an issue, I just want a car. Especially the king of Goa Kingdom, he directly raised the price to 500 million belly, just to get such a car. The driver raised his lips slightly. You know, Luo Lan had already expected this scene and told every soldier who acted as a driver. As long as the price reaches 300 million, it can be sold. Moreover, anyone who sells it can get a military merit. The most important thing is that 300 million is the base. For every 100 million more sold, the military merit obtained will be doubled. Now, this is 500 million, far exceeding the target given by Fleet Admiral. 1,000 points of basic military merit, then quadrupled. 4,000 points. So happy, my noble king, this car belongs to you from now on. Then what are you waiting for? Get your Bailey and get out of my car. But now that I'm gone, who will take you to the venue? Are you stupid? The king of Goa glanced at the driver. Then, he said something that made the driver confused. The car is mine now, so it's not appropriate for you to drive it. So get off the car immediately, and then I'll hire you at a cost of 1 million belly per day, and you'll be fine if you get up and drive again. In this case, you are not driving on behalf of King's Landing, but as my short-term personal driver, do you understand? The driver was speechless for a while, therefore, I still drove him to the venue by myself. It's just that by getting off the bus and getting on the bus again, I changed my identity. And there is a daily reward of 1 million belly? Is it because I can't keep up with the world, or is this king a fool? The driver didn't know, but he did as the king said. Park the car, hit the gate of opening, and get off. Then, get in the car and close the door. After a set of procedures ended, King Goa nodded with satisfaction, and then ordered the driver to take him to the venue. Advertisement: at this time, the king's tone was completely different from before. He used a commanding tone to his subordinates. The driver was complaining in his heart while driving. 20 seats are enough for 17 kings and Luo Land to sit together. The East Daxia Sea will be under the jurisdiction of Junlan from now on. Everyone was silent. The venue is a large conference center newly built by Luo Lan. The welcome cars were lined up neatly outside, as for why it's not carried but held. Not long ago, King's Landing just signed a formal agreement with the world government, and the content of this agreement is. After the kings left, the drivers got off the bus one by one with their suitcases in their arms. It can accommodate more than 2,000 people, this. Luo Lan just spoke. What? The world government ceded the entire East Daxia Sea to King's Landing. Then, a very strange scene occurred. The layout starts from the middle with a circle of seats, and then there is a second circle, a third circle, and even a whole circle of seats without a circle. Because each of them also has at least 3 suitcases. My dear kings, before we begin, I would like to inform you of some news. The entire floor is a huge hall, and many people even have 5 or 6 suitcases. Fake, right? I really can't understand these nobles. Boom. As for the media, there are only a few reporters sent by Morgans from World Economic News. It's actually true. Although everyone was very suspicious, as a group of King's Landing soldiers placed photocopies of the East Daxia Sea Autonomy Agreement in front of the kingdoms. It's really inconvenient to carry. The whole venue was instantly blown up. Of course, there were not that many people in this meeting, only the kings of 17 kingdoms. In addition, there are a large number of media seats in the surrounding area and so on. Of course, the content of their filming and interviews must be inspected by people from King's Landing before they can be taken out. After all, not all the content captured here can be released to the public. Each circle gets bigger. Eventually everyone sat in the innermost seats. The third floor of a large conference center. Chapter 240 East Daxia Sea Conference, Part 2. Is this true? The king of Goa Kingdom held the document in his hand, his voice trembling. The world government actually gave in and even ceded territory to ensure non-aggression between the two sides. How did this happen? How could it happen? He doesn't understand, and he can't understand it at all. Of course, in addition, this is the World Economic News just discovered today. You can also take a look. Soon, the soldiers of King's Landing delivered another newspaper to each king. The huge headline on the front page of the newspaper is also particularly eye-catching. The East Daxia Sea Autonomy Agreement is signed, and Junlin acquires jurisdiction over the East Daxia Sea. Hiss. In the venue, a series of gasps of air rang out. However, what is different from others is that there is one person in the 17 seats with a somewhat excited expression. Then he raised his hand. Representative of the Kingdom of Akado, what questions do you have? Yes, this person is the representative of the Akado Kingdom. He is neither royal nor noble. Before the rebellion in the Kingdom of Akado, he was just a civilian. Therefore, when he entered the venue just now, the other 16 kings kept a distance from him and deliberately left him aside. Luo Lan Fleet Admiral, does this mean that our kingdom will no longer have to pay heavenly gold in the future? As soon as these words came out, the other 16 kings were stunned for a moment. Then they all looked at Luo Lan. They also want to know this question, after all. Heavenly gold is an extremely heavy burden for any kingdom. For example, the normal tax of a kingdom is about 10 billion belly, but the world government will require this kingdom to give 12 billion berry of heavenly gold. Obviously, this simply cannot be done, but you have to do it. Therefore, in order to come up with 12 billion heavenly gold, the king had no choice but to start targeting the common people, imposing various exorbitant taxes and levies in turn. Do you think that raising tax revenue to 12 billion through this method is enough? It's definitely not enough. After all, the construction of the kingdom requires money, and so do the many nobles below. Advertisement. There are many other things that don't cost money? After paying 12 billion in heavenly gold, the kingdom will have no money, so what can we do? Therefore, the king must make the tax revenue reach 20 billion belly, so that he can barely survive. As for the result, naturally, this part of the difference will not be filled by the nobles, but will still be squeezed frantically from the common people. This is also the reason why so many kings in the original book performed all kinds of weird operations in their kingdoms in order to pay heavenly gold. Yes, you can just pay normal taxes from now on. The ratio we set in King's Landing is 20% of the kingdom's total annual tax revenue. For example, if the annual tax revenue of the Kingdom of Goa is 10 billion, then the amount that needs to be paid is 2 billion. But let me state it in advance, if I find that I am still using the same methods to exploit civilians, then... Murderous look. It spread suddenly. How can these kings, who are inferior to ordinary people, withstand such murderous intent? Everyone trembled. They understood what Luo Lan meant. To put it simply, that is, in the past, in order to pay for the heavenly gold, various taxes were increased crazily in various kingdoms. Since there is no need to pay the heavenly gold now, and King's Landing does not ask for much, then... Naturally, these various taxes that oppress the common people must also be abolished. If anyone continues to rely on those who exploit the common people after this, then King's Landing will take action. Luo Lan did not say what would happen to them after Junlin took action. Please imagine. As for resistance, it's not that they haven't thought about it, but they quickly threw this idea out of their heads. Even the world government gave in, even ceding the East Daxia Sea. How many lives do they have to dare to touch Luo Lan? From now on in the East Daxia Sea, even if Luo Lan kills them, their deaths will be in vain. When time comes, there will definitely be no one to help them come forward and cause trouble for Luo Lan. Looking around at everyone, Luo Lan was very satisfied with the expressions of these kings. Now that we've said the first thing, let's talk about the second thing. Since King's Landing collects 20% of the total tax revenue of each kingdom, we will naturally do our duty well. The first thing is to clear out the pirates in the entire East Daxia Sea. Hiss. No wonder the world government has compromised. Luo Lan's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's minds instantly. Advertisement. It seems that everyone has no objections, so the next thing is the third thing, and this thing for you. There's absolutely no way it's the full power of King's Landing. Of course, these people also understand that stationing 100 people in their respective kingdoms not only means protection on the surface, but also has the meaning of surveillance. Luo Lan knocked on the table, then raised the corner of her mouth. The most important thing is that all these 1,700 people have the strength to defeat the former Donghai Marine Branch. East Daxia Sea is about to enter an era without pirates? Starting from today, King's Landing will rectify all nobles. Don't underestimate these 100 people. Each of them has the strength to independently defeat a former Donghai Marine Branch. And this. In the past 10 days, the second fleet of King's Landing has eliminated a total of 478 pirate groups and killed or captured 9,127 pirates. According to our speculation, by the end of this month at the latest, that is, 11 days later, the East Daxia Sea will become the world's largest pirate group. The first sea area without pirates, all the kings became nervous instantly. How terrible is it? How dare he? Moreover, 17 kingdoms, each with 100 people, total 1,700 people. What excitement! Boom! As soon as he opened his mouth, all the kings were stunned. Stimulate. Of course, in order to prevent fish that may slip through the net or new pirates who go to sea, King's Landing will station a squadron of 100 people in each kingdom to protect the safety of each kingdom. You can only recognize it by pinching your nose. After all, he is now the de facto king of the East Daxia Sea. Those who follow me will prosper and those who go against me will perish. Boom! You know, the two things Luo Lan mentioned earlier are already very exciting. You should have heard about this matter, but you don't know the specific progress. Let me briefly introduce it here. What is he afraid of? Yes, no matter what happens in other places, the East Daxia Sea will be the first to enter the pirate-free era in the future. For hundreds of thousands of years, no one has dared to say such a thing. This power is too terrifying, but on second thought, Luo Lan really had nothing to fear. As a result, this guy said that what he was going to say next was really exciting. It might be a little exciting, but they understand clearly, but they have no capital to resist. Rectify the nobility? Chapter 241 East Daxia Sea Conference, Part 2. 17 kingdoms, with 16 kings, are represented. Except for the representative from the Kingdom of Akado, the other 16 people all looked very ugly. In this era, the idea that nobility was the cornerstone of a kingdom was deeply ingrained. Of course, except for the people of Akado Kingdom. They had been deceived by the Revolutionary Army before, and they all directly rebelled and killed all the nobles in their kingdom. Where is the cornerstone that is not the cornerstone? But the kings are different. They stared at Luo Lan with wide eyes in disbelief. Lord Luo Lan, you. A certain king stood up and wanted to say something. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Luo Lan's gesture. I know what you were going to say, but I am not discussing with you now, but informing you. From today on, the nobility will be stripped of all power and will be retained only as an honorary title. Furthermore, the crime committed by a noble will be increased by 1 level. In addition to the original corresponding punishment, even this honorary title will be deprived of it. Finally, the laws of the East Daxia Sea will be unified, formulated by King's Landing and devolved to each kingdom. Professionals will also be sent to each kingdom to supervise the implementation and set up courts. Luo Lan ignored the increasingly frightened eyes and continued talking. As for the so-called professionals, this is very simple. Just purchase the corresponding talents directly from the system. Each kingdom is assigned 1 A level, 2 C level, and 20 apprentice level legal talents. The 17 kingdoms added up will not cost much at all. As for the safety issues after they go there, do you really think that the 100 troops stationed in each kingdom are just for show? As for the kingdoms in the East Daxia Sea, these garrisons can directly overwhelm them. I'm done, you can start speaking now. Who is in favor and who is against? 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. 1 minute, everyone is a little sluggish, no one spoke at all. Luo Lan, on the other hand, nodded with satisfaction. A reporter from the World Economic News over there. Yes, it's you, come here, waving to the media box, Luo Lan shouted directly. Advertisement then, a male reporter wearing glasses trotted over quickly. Lord Luo Lan, what are your orders? Before coming here, Morgan specifically told him that everything must be obeyed by Luo Lan. After coming here, he became deeply fascinated by Rhode Island and realized. What is modernization? Now my mind is full of thinking about how to stay and become a resident reporter stationed in Rhode Island. Naturally, Luo Lan is the first person he wants to serve. Moreover, the service must be good enough to make the other party feel comfortable. No, just call the adults directly. At this time, if Luo Lan asked him to go out to the shore and jump into the sea, this guy wouldn't have any hesitation. How did you record what happened just now? The male reporter was stunned. Then, it suddenly dawned on me. Open the book in your hand. The kings just proposed to cancel all the privileges of the nobles, retain only honorary titles, and at the same time, increase the number of crimes committed by the nobles by 1 level. And request King's Landing to compile a new law for the unification of the entire East Daxia Sea, and send professional teams to each kingdom for guidance. After carefully listening to the requests of the kings, Fleet Admiral Luo Lan readily agreed. The male reporter kept talking. All the kings' eyes widened again. They were all cursing in their hearts. What nonsense is this guy talking about? Why did it become what we requested? However, although I scolded the male reporter bloody in my heart, my body was very honest. Sitting there honestly, not daring to move, let alone retort. As for Luo Lan, after listening to the male reporter's words, she was also very satisfied. This person. I did study journalism, may I have your name? Lord Luo Lan, I am Sanders, the gold medal reporter of the World Economic News. Very good, Sanders. From now on, you will stay in Rhode Island as a foreign correspondent. I will say hello to Morgans, is that okay? No, absolutely no problem. I am always ready to serve you, Lord Luo Lan. Sanders was thrilled. Unexpectedly, my biggest wish came true just like this. Advertisement, however, they didn't know what to do next. Let's do this. King's Landing will support you with a group of city managers. They will help you rebuild the entire kingdom and train a group of talents qualified for various positions for 1 year. This means that after 1 year, these people will leave. Luo Lan Fleet Admiral, we are at your disposal. How do they know how to govern a country? Learn journalism well and be popular wherever you go. Originally, after they were abandoned by the Revolutionary Army, they could only wait for the suppression fleet to come and kill them. Even if they did not die, their future life would be worse than death. This also shows that Luo Lan has no intention of occupying the Akado kingdom. Moreover, it is limited to 1 year. In addition, there are a few things mentioned before. According to the idea just now, you can finish them all and let Morgans send them out together. Bowed deeply. Luo Lan patted Sanders on the shoulder and returned to his seat. Sure enough. Representatives of the Kingdom of Akado, what are you going to do next? Luo Lan first looked around at everyone, and then looked at the location of the Akado kingdom. But now, Luo Lan directly helped him solve this problem. What do you think, however, Luo Lan appeared in this life? Thank you so much. As mentioned before, all the nobles and royal families of the Akato kingdom were killed. Clear. Therefore, the original tragedy did not happen. That's right, their biggest problem is that they don't know how to manage a kingdom of hundreds of thousands of people. After all, they are all civilians. It is good to know a few words. They have no idea how to manage a kingdom. The representative of the Akato kingdom stood up directly. After they left, those who took over various positions were the talents trained by these Junlin people during this year. Okay, let's talk about the last thing. In other words, the Akato kingdom today is ownerless. Luo Lan Fleet Admiral, seriously. After Tina arrived there, she had no choice but to let them nominate a representative to attend the East Daxia Sea Conference. Okay, I will form a professional team in the next few days and let them go back with you. The representatives of the Akato kingdom were immediately overjoyed after hearing this. We have no idea what to do in the future. Well, do your best, I like you. The representative of the Akato kingdom smiled bitterly and shook his head. Chapter 242 Carrera and the Shipbuilding Revolution. The East Daxia Sea Conference has come to an end. All the relevant matters mentioned in the meeting were known to everyone through the World Economic News the next day. The world exploded in an instant. Abolish the privileges of the nobility and retain only honorary titles. Even if nobles break the law, the crime will be increased? Junlin, is this serious? Of course. As for what was written in the newspaper, these were proposed by the kingdoms of the East Daxia Sea, and they were crying and shouting for Luo Lan to support this kind of thing. Naturally, few people believe it. But no matter what, just the part about the nobles is enough to make people's scalp numb. That's ignoble. In addition, another piece of news is also explosive enough. The article writes that since Donghai implements autonomy, it will no longer have to pay heavenly gold starting next year. In return for King's Landing's comprehensive security services, all kingdoms will pay 20% of total tax revenue every year. Due to the disappearance of the pressure of heavenly gold, coupled with the banning of nobles and other reasons, the financial pressure of various kingdoms was greatly reduced in an instant. Subsequently, various taxes in the kingdom were reduced. Examples were also given. A few months ago, when the kingdom of Goa turned over the heavenly gold, the quota was 18 billion belly. The total tax revenue for the entire kingdom for the year was 25 billion belly. Another data is that in order to raise enough heavenly gold, the average monthly income of the lower class people in the kingdom of Goa is about 50,000 belly, but 36,000 belly are paid due to various messy exorbitant taxes and miscellaneous taxes. But according to the results after the East Daxia Sea Conference, after cancelling various unreasonable taxes in the kingdom of Goa, the monthly taxes paid by ordinary people were directly reduced from 36,000 belly to 12,000 belly. Although the kingdom's total tax revenue has also been reduced from 25 billion belly to 10 billion belly. But apart from the 2 billion belly turned over to King's Landing, the kingdom had 8 billion belly left for development. Once upon a time, after turning over the heavenly gold, the kingdom only had 7 billion left, and of these 7 billion, at least 6 billion would be divided up by a bunch of nobles. It would be great to have $3 to $5 billion that can ultimately be used for development. Such a comparison. The pressure on ordinary people has been significantly reduced. The treasury is also richer, it's simply a win-win. Many kings of countries that have joined the world government, after some calculations. Advertisement tears of envy shed from the corners of their mouths. The western part of Rhode Island. In the eastern part of Rhode Island, another Class A shipyard is now completed. This is the third shipyard in Rhode Island. The first is King's Landing's first shipyard hidden in the mountains to the west. The second is the open-air built King's Landing second shipyard in the north. Now this is the third one, but it is not named the third shipyard, but Carrera Shipyard, part of Carrera Corporation. Although Ace Bagu has already joined King's Landing with the entire Carrera, Luo Lan decided to let him still exist under the name of Carrera Company under King's Landing and be responsible for the foreign trade of the shipbuilding industry. After all, the coke turbine currently developed in King's Landing can do more than just make battleships run faster. Other ships are also no problem, and new ships, coupled with new power. What does that mean? This means that the original various types of sailing ships in the East Daxia Sea, which could only reach a speed of 7 or 8 knots at most, can quickly evolve into new ships with a cruising speed of more than 20 knots. This is 3 or 4 times the speed. Cargo that originally took 10 days to travel can now be shipped in 3 days at most. In Luo Lan's previous life, there was a saying that if you want to get rich, you must first build roads. In the pirate world, it's the same, but a few words have to be changed. If you want to be rich, build ships first. In the foreseeable future, when new ships are equipped with coke turbines and bloom throughout the East Daxia Sea. So, in terms of trade and people's travel alone, the East Daxia Sea will be far ahead of other places. Therefore, Carrera Company is of great significance in King's Landing. They will be fully responsible for the ship revolution in the entire East Daxia Sea. For this reason, Luo Lan also gave them enough support. The first is this shipyard, and Luo Lan also said that this shipyard is only temporary and will even build a shipbuilding island for Carrera in the future. At the same time, Luo Lan also sent 10,000 D-class shipwright apprentices to Ace Bagu to increase efficiency. Moreover, the Ship Design Bureau also cooperated with the designers here in Carrera and quickly designed a civilian cargo ship. A new cargo ship with 10 times the carrying capacity and 4 times the speed of a conventional sailing ship. Just ask these businessmen in the East Daxia Sea if they are greedy. Advertisement: if there are no accidents, this type of ship will become the largest number of ships on the East Daxia Sea for a long time to come. Others, such as fishing boats, cruise ships, speedboats, etc. It's all in the design, too. Of course, all of this is inseparable from Coca-Cola power. Therefore, Luo Lan also built many factories next to the shipyard and purchased a large number of workers from the system. Here is a factory dedicated to providing equipment for Carrera. Propellers, coke turbines. All the devices and equipment needed on the ship will be produced here. At the same time, the excess production capacity can also be used for external trade. Whether it is the sale of the entire ship or the sale of individual equipment, Luo Lan is not worried that someone will imitate it. Just kidding, not even Vegapunk can do it, let alone anyone else. This is not a question of whether you understand the technology, but that you cannot do it technically. It's like you traveled to ancient times. Although you know how to make guns, you absolutely cannot make the modern firearms of later generations. Because the craftsmanship of your era cannot support you to do all this. So you can only improve the overall industrial strength step by step. As Vegapunk said, unless the industry of the entire world is comprehensively improved, and it is improved by several levels. Otherwise, he would not be able to create naval guns, coke turbines, or other things with the same performance as King's Landing. This principle is the same. In addition, as part of the East Daxia Sea Conference, Luo Lan also rented a piece of land in each kingdom and arranged a group of sea-level construction teams to go for construction. Don't think that you have to hire more than 10 B-level construction teams to carry out construction at the same time, but this is only B-level and does not cost many points. This is about the cost of 2 A-grade buildings. As for what he was going to build, Luo Lan didn't say, and neither did anyone else. But as the project continued, its general appearance gradually emerged. About 1/3 of the area is a large building. The other 2/3 of the area are roads. At the same time, these roads are also very strange. Each one is extremely wide, many times wider than normal roads. So, although I have seen something so far, everyone is still unclear. What on earth is this building? Chapter 243: Konomi Islands. About half a month after the East Daxia Sea meeting. Although some nobles have experienced troubles, the soldiers stationed in various kingdoms in King's Landing are not vegetarians. No matter how many people were involved, they were all suppressed instantly. Interrogations were also held afterwards, and all the ignorant people who were incited by the nobles were conditionally released. As for what are the conditions? Sign an agreement to join King's Landing for a short period of time and become a peripheral member. The time is 100 days. In other words, they will be the people of King's Landing in the next 100 days. There is no need to go to Rhode Island or perform any tasks. Apart from the name, everything else remains the same as before. And after 100 days, they will automatically leave King's Landing. Everyone couldn't understand Luo Lan's operation and made complaints. But Luo Lan didn't care. As for the nobles who took the lead, none of them were left, except that they themselves were stripped of their noble titles and sent to prison. None of the other noble accomplices they confessed to during the interrogation could escape. Here is a special explanation. No matter how tight-lipped a person is, it will have no effect on King's Landing, because Luo Lan has recently made fun of the cloning factory. After finishing more than 20 weapon fruits, Luo Lan made 5 more staring fruits. Although there is no improved version of the critical hit this time, it is enough. And this batch of staring fruits is divided into several parts. The 2 commanders of the first-line fleet, Momosagi and Tina, each snatched 1. This thing is a good thing for the fleet. Later, Robin from the intelligence department used her fruit ability to massage Luo Lan with various extraordinary techniques for an afternoon, and successfully took away 2 of them. As for the last remaining one, it was taken away by Luo Lan's newly formed Ministry of Justice. Among the people involved in the interrogation this time, one was specially transferred from the Ministry of Justice. Moreover, it was the one in the Ministry of Justice who ate the fruit of staring. With the blessing of the skill of psychic peeping. These nobles cannot hide secrets at all. Therefore, a few nobles can often involve dozens or hundreds of nobles. The nobles of the various kingdoms in the East Daxia Sea were immediately purged. According to the final statistics, a total of 17 nobles in the 16 kingdoms were executed, 127 nobles were sent to prison, and 348 nobles were deprived of their titles. As soon as the wave came down, 2/3 of the nobles in the East Daxia Sea were gone. The barren waters of the East Daxia Sea. Advertisement. It is approximately 370 nautical miles from Rhode Island. There is an uninhabited island here. It's not big, only about 3 square kilometers. Luo Lan floated above the island, looking at the island below. Subsequently, his eyes narrowed slightly. A terrifying force burst out from within his body and instantly enveloped the entire island. The next moment, the island started to move slowly. Although it is very slow, not even a speed, it is indeed moving. A few minutes later, Luo Lan finished her action and sighed slightly. Sure enough, if you want to make the entire island fly, your own mental strength is far from enough, even if it is just a small island. At present, letting it move slowly is the limit of what it can do. However, if you want to move an island to King's Landing in this way, This is too time-consuming, and it is impossible for me to do nothing else all day long, just do this. It seems that it is more practical to find a larger island, directly demolish all the people on it, and finally drive Rhode Island over and merge it with it. Although the cost of demolition is estimated to be very high. After all islands that meet the requirements are densely populated areas in the East Daxia Sea. Specifically, you still have to go back and study it carefully. That night, Junlin Building, high-rise conference room. At this moment, the three-dimensional map of the East Daxia Sea was projected, and several people participating in the meeting were all deep in thought. Luo Lan, are you sure you can expand the island or even splice it? Momoshagi feels a little weird. In her opinion, creating a ground on the sea out of thin air, or splicing two islands together, is even more outrageous than flying islands into the sky. Yes, as I just said, expansion can only increase by 10 square kilometers at a time, and the cost is very expensive, a full 8.8 billion Baileys. As for splicing, this one is more cost-effective, but it also has limitations. The cost of each splicing point is 38.8 billion Belly, but the splicing object cannot exceed the size of a medium-sized island. Otherwise, if there are not enough splicing points, it will not be secure. Luo Lan nodded and confirmed. Then, I talked about the restrictions of the island splicing module. This made everyone frown. Sure enough, it's not easy to handle. This fee is too expensive. Even if King's Landing is not short of money now, it can't be wasted like this. Everyone, the expansion of Rhode Island is imperative, otherwise the development will stagnate, and the path we are currently on cannot stop. My current idea is to capture this place. Advertisement. Luo Lan used gestures to zoom in on the three-dimensional map of the East Daxia Sea. Less than 700 billion, compared with nearly 8.5 trillion. Etc. This condition is very favorable. According to original calculations, if all expansion modules were used to reach 10,000 square kilometers, 8.448 billion Baileys would be needed. After all, that is Kokoja village, her hometown. Hearing this, Nami also nodded. There are dozens of villages on these islands, and Kokoja village is right there. Of course, this person is referring to Luo Lan. In the conference room, Nami, as the director of the navigation department, stood up suddenly, his eyes widening. You know, living in Rhode Island is equivalent to living in the future. Luo Lan, what about the people on the island, after all? Luo Lan explained. Not to mention, in addition to giving away the right to live in a house, Luo Lan also gave cash compensation. Moreover, there is more than one Kokoja village here, there are also a large number of villages. Many modern habits have been developed long ago. Indeed, you can obtain the right of residence in Rhode Island, and you can also own a house built in King's Landing. I have calculated that by splicing 17 medium-sized islands in the Economy Islands, the area of Rhode Island can be increased to more than 10,000 square kilometers, and the cost. This is not Economy Islands. There are hundreds of large and small islands here, which together form an archipelago structure. Yes, it's the Economy Islands, don't worry, we will build a residential area specifically on Rhodes Island. By then, all people in the Economy Islands can obtain the right to live in Rhodes Island, and in addition to demolition compensation, they can also get a house in the residential area. It's just stupid people with too much money. The specific location is southeast of the Jumeda Islands, about 30 nautical miles away. Nami was a little anxious. This condition cannot even be described as excellent. It couldn't be clearer how to make a choice. Luo Lan pointed at the three-dimensional map and introduced it. Now that Nami is asked to go back to live in Kokoja village, he probably doesn't even know how to live. Looking at Luo Lan in the first place, Nami complained in her heart. Isn't it the Konomi Islands where Kokoja village is located? Yes, she recognized where this was at the first sight. Fortunately, I am not in charge of my own money now, otherwise I would really cry to death. It can also be compressed to less than 7,000 Baileys. Chapter 244 Adventurers Guild. Luo Lan has a meeting. The entire King's Landing became busy. Karina began to make money all over the world, especially speeding up her relationship with the Golden Emperor Gilder Tetsolo. After all, Luo Lan asked for nearly 1 trillion in funds. The cost of splicing the islands alone is nearly 700 billion, plus the cost of compensation for the original demolition of the people on these islands, the cost of building new settlements, the subsequent use of these places, and some miscellaneous costs, all added up. This is almost 1 trillion. If we don't make money quickly, how can we support Luo Lan's plan? On the other hand, Nokagao is now the strongest among all the soldiers of King's Landing except Ace and Zoro. Luo Lan was directly promoted to colonel. Then, let her lead a force on a battleship that had just been delivered and had not yet been given to Tina, plus 2 equally brand new destroyers, to form a small fleet and head to the Konomi Islands. In addition to Nokagao, Nami also followed. Her mission was to accurately measure the entire Konomi Islands and give a reference report. Regarding which island, Rhodes Island, and these dozen or so islands, who is inside and who is outside, and from which direction they should be spliced together, the most appropriate plan will be given. It's just right for the 2 women to return home in fine clothes, right? Moreover, after all, the 2 girls were born in the Konomi Islands. Whether it is Kokoja village or the villages on other islands nearby, they are relatively familiar with it. It's up to them to explain and do the work. It is undoubtedly the most suitable. No matter what happens, they can drag Aegean along to other villages. It's easy to get things done when you're familiar with people. And Robin. Luo Lan gave him a very special task. What task? On behalf of Junlin, a new official organization was established in the East Daxia Sea. An organization called the Adventurers Guild. After all, in this era and this world, going to sea is engraved in the genes of almost every man. Sail the sea, take adventures, hunt for treasure, etc. Many people have such a dream, and Luo Lan cannot be like Marine and turn everyone into a pirate in one fell swoop. Instead, he has to subdivide them. Pirates are pirates, adventurers are adventurers, and the two must be treated differently. However, even if adventurers are distinguished from pirates, they cannot be allowed to have complete freedom. Proper management is still necessary. Therefore, in Luo Lan's idea, an organization like the Adventurers Guild also appeared in his mind. This is a multifunctional organization that integrates level registration, information exchange, task release, earning points and redeeming rewards, etc. But at the same time, because these adventurers are not engaged in production, Luo Lan will impose heavy taxes on them. Simply put, it is advertisement if you want to go out to sea as an adventurer, no problem. But the treasures you find, or the tasks you accept in the Adventurers Guild, etc., will be taxed. According to what Luo Lan said, there are two types of taxes imposed on adventurers in Junlin. 1. Task tax. Whenever a client publishes a commission task in the Adventurer Guild, and it is completed by an adventure group, the Adventurer Guild will take 38% of the commission. At the same time, leaving the Adventurers Guild and conducting private commissions with adventurers will be considered two felonies. One is that for the crime of publishing a commission task that has not been reviewed by King's Landing, the client will be sentenced to 1 month to life imprisonment depending on the seriousness of the case. The other is that if an adventurer privately accepts a mission that has not passed through the Adventurers Guild, the adventurer will be deemed to have committed the crime of tax evasion, and will be fined 10 times the amount of tax evaded, and will be sentenced to 1 month to life imprisonment depending on the severity of the situation. Second, there is no production tax. The unexpected gains referred to here refer to adventurers accidentally discovering treasures, or shipwrecks, etc. All unexpected wealth must also be taxed, and this tax amount was set by Luo Lan at 65%, which is very high. After all, those adventure groups that specialize in accepting commissions and completing tasks have at least made some contributions to the East Daxia Sea. But for others, that is, the adventure groups who go out to sea all day just to explore or find treasures, Luo Lan actually doesn't like these people who are not involved in production at all. Therefore, a 70% tax rate was directly set. This tax was even given a very visual name. It's not about production tax. Do you think the tax rate is high? No problem, go home and do some meaningful work. You can even come to my factory in Junlin to tighten screws. If you want to idle around all day, then pay me taxes at this rate. As for not reporting the treasure you found, you can try it. Once discovered, it will be a lifetime start without negotiation. Is it okay if you don't get discovered? Then Luo Lan can only say, I wish you good luck. The headquarters of the Adventurers Guild is located in Rhode Island, and each of the 17 kingdoms in the East Daxia Sea has a branch. In terms of manpower, although Luo Lan will deploy some system biochemical people, Robin will mainly arrange the people. Even this apparently independent organization actually. It is under the King's Landing Intelligence Department, which is why Luo Lan asked Robin to be in charge of this organization. After all, in addition to its original functions, the Adventurers Guild is also an excellent place to collect and even sell information. The intelligence agencies have such good resources, so if they don't go out and make some money. What a pity. Who knows if after S level, the system still has a hidden X level that can be upgraded. Even the sword forging department can produce more sharp knives, even weapons of the supreme sharp knives level, and use them to make a lot of money from the world government. Advertisement. Because this is my dream. No. Why are you so determined to become a pirate? No, pirates can take risks, but they mostly burn, kill and loot. The Golden Sky Island is troublesome to use, and it is not unlimited. But aren't these things what adventurers are? In the future, the Ministry of Science and other agencies will be able to license some civilian technologies. Use these cold weapons to harvest Bailey from them. What a good business. Can't I just be a pirate who only takes risks? What I mean is, I have no idea. Therefore, Luo Lan believes that since Junlin has so many resources, all departments can go out to generate income. In a 3-story villa, Sabo tries to convince Luffy. Okay, Sabo sighed, then sat back on the sofa and gave Ace a look. The next moment, Sabo stood up confidently. I can't do it anymore, come on. That's it, then I will become the first pirate in the East Daxia Sea. Ace slapped his forehead. The intelligence department is a good start. Now we have fully entered the era of thermal weapons. Then he glanced at Sabo. Ace and Sabo both had headaches at the moment. But isn't your dream to have adventures everywhere and then sail freely on the sea? Can't pirates take risks and sail freely? No, I just want to take risks and sail on the sea freely. Luffy tilted his head and said with a smile, hey, can't pirates take risks? My brain. Luffy, there are no pirates left in the East Daxia Sea now. Officers' Villa area. Rhode Island, and this is what adventurers do. Luffy, will you kill civilians or plunder after you go to sea? But the next moment, it seemed that the problem was back to its original point. Chapter 245 Hancock's request a full hour. Ace and Sabo took turns. But in the end, they were all defeated, tired, destroy it. Sob, what should I do? What else can I do? let's eat it cold. But with Jun Lin's current strength and attitude towards pirates, if Luffy goes to sea and becomes a pirate, then... Speaking of this, Ace got a headache. It's not that he looks down on Luffy, but... Now Luffy, he really can't even defeat a soldier in King's Landing. Coupled with King's Landing's increasingly perfect East Daxia Sea surveillance system, if Luffy hangs the pirate flag on his front foot and goes to sea, his back foot will be discovered. As for the consequences, needless to say, Ace was considered heaven-defying Luffy to be able to run 10 nautical miles out of Windmill Village. How about you find Lieutenant General Garp? After Sabo thought for a while, he whispered to Ace. Grandfather, but on this matter, I'm afraid he won't be able to convince Luffy. Ace shook his head. If Garp could convince Luffy, he would have done it long ago. It's not like I couldn't change that kid's mind after so many years. It's not about letting Lieutenant General Garp convince Luffy, it's about beating him into submission. Sabo, you don't know. Grandpa hasn't beaten him enough since he was a child. Is it useful? Hey, that's right too. Sabo was stunned when he heard this. This seems to be the case. Every time Lieutenant General Garp returns to Windmill Village and hears Luffy say he wants to be a pirate, he will beat him up. Sometimes they even beat him to the point where Sabo and Ace couldn't even recognize him. Can it be useful? It's useless. How about you go ask Luo Lan Fleet Admiral, he should be able to find a solution. Luo Lan? Advertisement? Yes. Do you know what Luo Lan did before he founded King's Landing? I know, I'll be a Marine. Ace replied. This is not a secret, and Luo Lan even came to Windmill Village with Garp when she was a Marine. And Luo Lan's time in Windmill Village was simply the dark time that Ace least wanted to recall. Therefore, he naturally knew that Luo Lan was once a Marine. Well, because Luo Lan's fleet admiral called and threatened Mr. Dorag to stop the actions of the Akado Kingdom and revealed the news that he was the leader of King's Landing, the Revolutionary Army specially collected all the information about Luo Lan, and that was the first time I knew there was such a great person. How to say? Hearing what Sabo said, Ace immediately became interested. Although he knew that Luo Lan used to be a Marine, he really didn't know much about what happened when Luo Lan was in the headquarters. Soon, Sabo slowly told the information collected by the Revolutionary Army. Luo Lan, in the year 1498 of the Heian calendar, after One Piece Roger was executed, he was picked up by warring states in the Windless Zone when he returned to his headquarters from Roger Town, and was later adopted as an adopted son by warring states. When Luo Lan was very young, he showed wisdom far beyond his peers, as well as talent in cultivation. At just 5 years old, his power level had already reached 5 points, and he was hailed as the hope of the next generation of Marine. However, that is Luo Lan's peak in Marine. Yes, the Dao power value is 5 points. From the age of 5 to 19, no matter how crazy Luo Lan practiced, he could never increase his Dao power value by 1 point. So, when he was 14 years old, reaching the minimum age for Marine enlistment, he was unable to enter the Marine frontline, fortunately. The then Lieutenant General he took Luo Lan in and took him to the Marine Headquarters Staff Department. Originally, everyone thought that Luo Lan would stay in the staff headquarters for the rest of his life and let it go, but they were all wrong. Although his strength is not good, Luo Lan's wisdom still exists. In just 5 years, he was promoted to colonel in the staff department. If it were not for the fact that Brigadier General must have sufficient military merit and strength at the same time to be promoted, I am afraid Luo Lan would have been promoted to Lieutenant General. In those years, no action plan by Luo Lan failed. Even several operations against the 4 emperors have achieved great results. Maybe you can't imagine that the 4 sea emperors today have all suffered losses from Luo Lan in the past few years. Hiss. Ace took a deep breath. Is that guy Luo Lan so awesome? Even if you don't have any strength, you can defeat all the 4 emperors in turn with just your brains? So, Ace, you understand? Just because we can't think of a way doesn't mean Luo Lan can't. At that time, many people in Marine headquarters praised him as Marine's most powerful brain. Whenever you encounter something, it's absolutely right to ask him. Hearing this, Ace nodded wildly. Advertisement? Okay, Sabo, keep an eye on Luffy here, I'll go find Luo Lan right now. The next moment, before Sabo could say anything, Ace had turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared. Hancock, are you sure you want to splice the entire 9 Snakes Island onto Rhode Island? I'm sure. Hancock nodded seriously, but soon, she felt a little embarrassed again. I know this will waste a lot of your time. After all, you have to move Rhode Island there first, and then return to the East Daxia Sea after the splicing operation is completed. And when you go back, because the island has become bigger, the sailing speed will be much slower. Before Hancock could finish speaking, Luo Lan waved her hand to interrupt her. Hancock, you don't have to worry about these problems. These are nothing to me, but I still have to confirm with you again whether you really decide to merge 9 Snake Island into Rhode Island? You know, once you do this, there is no way back. From now on, Amazon Lily will be deeply bound to King's Landing, and the world government and the celestial dragons will also regard you as objects that must be completely eradicated. Have you really decided? Luo Lan asked very seriously. However, Hancock smiled slightly. Luo Lan, do you think you will lose? How is it possible? It's just a world government, it's easy to catch. That's alright, let's just decide to completely splice 9 Snakes Island into Rhode Island and let Amazon Lily truly become a part of King's Landing. Well, Hancock said so, What else could Luo Lan say? Moreover, I have been craving Amazon lilies for more than a day or two. Okay, let me arrange the defense of the East Daxia Sea to prevent the world government from taking advantage of it, and then we will set off for Nine Snake Island. Hearing Luo Lan's agreement, Hancock smiled happily. From now on, I will never have to separate from Luo Lan again. However, just when Hancock was about to give Luo Lan a hug, or take a small step forward, he suddenly froze because someone kicked open the office door. Then, a strong murderous aura erupted from his whole body, and he turned towards the intruder. Shrouded in the past. Chapter 246 The Red Hare is coming to the East Daxia Sea. Ace arrived at the King's Landing building excitedly. Then he kicked open the door of Luo Lan's office. Immediately afterwards, a murderous aura that was so strong that it almost became real enveloped him. Ace was confused. Completely confused. What have you done to yourself, this woman? Is it necessary to be so murderous? Okay Hancock, calm down your murderous intent. Ah, okay, just for a moment, because of Luo Lan's words. The murderous aura that had almost turned into substance dissipated in such an inexplicable instant. Even her expression changed from the murderous look just now to that of a little woman. Ace, what's the matter? Ah, by the way, it's about Luffy. Ace was so frightened by Hancock just now that he forgot what he was here to do. Now when asked by Luo Lan, she also slapped her head and quickly told her the whole story. Hancock on the side suddenly turned cold. What an ungrateful boy. Luo Lan finally managed to create an East Daxia Sea without pirates, but he actually wants to destroy everything now. Luo Lan, let me turn him into stone, and then stand him in King's Landing forever to repent. Everyone in Ace is numb. Luo Lan was also a little speechless. The most important thing is that Luo Lan knows very well that Hancock. There's really no way to turn Luffy into stone. Hancock, please calm down first, it won't happen yet. Ah, okay, Luo Lan. Upon hearing this, Hancock changed into a little woman's posture again, and even took a step back to stand behind Luo Lan. Ace was stunned by the rapid change of face. Ace, this problem is actually easy to solve. How to say? Ace was stunned. Easy to solve. It was useless for him and Sabo to dry up their throats. And Lieutenant General Garp beat Luffy from childhood to adulthood, but it was also useless. Where is the easy solution? I have two options. First, let Luffy join King's Landing and undergo a 100-day ideological transformation course, provided he joins voluntarily. Advertisement. Second, let him live in King's Landing from now on, and be fed and fed well. In addition to not being able to leave, I guarantee that his quality of life will definitely exceed 99% of the people in the world. Third, send him to prison and release him after we have completely ended the entire pirate era. It's up to you to choose which method to use. Ace was lost in thought. The first was Junlin's thought reform course, which he also attended. Although it sounds nothing special, the effect is surprisingly good. As long as the 100-day course is completed, even a heinous sinner, it will be like a completely different person. To this day, Ace still can't understand why this course, which sounds very ordinary, has such a big effect after 100 days. However, Luo Lan has a rule. Only those who voluntarily join King's Landing are eligible to participate in this course. This is something Ace still doesn't understand, but then again, trying to convince Luffy to join King's Landing is the same as convincing him to give up being a pirate. In terms of difficulty, there is probably no difference at all. So, just pass. Next, let Luffy live in King's Landing from now on. There will be no restrictions except that you can't leave Rhode Island. This is something you can consider, listed as an alternative. The last one is to throw Luffy into prison and wait for King's Landing to kill the world government and end this pirate era. Only when there are no more pirates in the world will he be released. At that time, it didn't matter even if Luffy went to sea under the name of a pirate. At best, other people will only view his behavior as a joke, and it will not have any impact on the world. It's just that Luffy has to be thrown into prison for a few years or even longer. Ace really can't do it. Otherwise, what's the second option? Luo Lan, I'll go back and discuss it with Sabo, and I'll let you know the decision tomorrow at the latest. Okay, you can discuss it slowly. Luo Lan nodded, not caring. No matter what Ace and the others decide, one thing is certain, that is, as long as Luo Lan is here, Luffy will never have a chance to leave the East Daxia Sea. There is no way even 10 nautical miles away from Windmill Village. Although Luo Lan looked down on Luffy, he had to be cautious. After all, he was a guy with the halo of the protagonist. Who knows what outrageous actions the worlds will do for Luffy's sake. Therefore, Luo Lan had already told Robin that once Luffy returned to Windmill Village, he would have people to guard him 24 hours a day. Luo Lan could even give the intelligence department another 2 staring fruits, and then let 2 staring fruit capable users take turns to keep an eye on them, serving only Luffy. Again, for a world protagonist, Luo Lan can never be too cautious. In short, as long as Luffy is not allowed to leave the East Daxia Sea, he will not be able to make any waves. Luo Lan, Ace is also gone, then we. Watching Ace leave quickly, Luo Lan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Advertisement. Suddenly, Hancock's voice came from behind. Hancock, I'm still at work, and this is the Fleet Admiral office. What does it matter? You are the only one on the whole floor anyway. Hancock took action directly, hugged Luo Lan's left arm to his chest with both hands, and started acting coquettishly. However, just when Luo Lan was about to take action. "Who do you think I am, red-haired Shanks? What did he say?" Robin covered his mouth and laughed for a while, then his expression changed and he instantly became serious. 10 minutes? How much time is it? He applied to enter the East Daxia Sea. The door of the office was pushed open vigorously again. "Well, the intelligence department just received a message from the 4 Emperors Shanks. Oh, what I said is true. I can wait for you to finish, if not, 20 minutes. Luo Lan was stunned. "What's the reason?" Luo Lan sneered. "This woman needs to be dealt with. Robin, what's the matter?" Then he was stunned. However, after she made such a fuss, he and Hancock naturally couldn't continue. Thought. "Kakeke, okay, let's get down to business." Robin hurried in. Luo Lan said loudly and angrily. "Old friend. I'm afraid it's just a pretense to find Hawkeye, but the real purpose is to find an opportunity to take Luffy out of the East Daxia Sea, right?" Robin asked with a smile, but soon, something suddenly occurred to me. What Hancock said is correct. Am I the only one on this entire floor? 15 minutes. Said he wanted to visit an old friend, Mahawk to be precise. It seems I came at the wrong time. How about you tell me a time and I'll come back later? Let's get down to business. Whether it was the touch coming from his left arm or Hancock's voice at this moment, Luo Lan couldn't bear it. I have to find a time to let this woman know some other time. Is 10 hours enough? This made Luo Lan's face turn dark instantly. If that's not enough, how about 15 minutes? Chapter 247 The Transformation of Mental Power. Then what are we going to say in reply? Is it rejection? No, what are you refusing to do? Agree, of course I agree. Robin couldn't understand. Since you know what the red hair is planning, why do you still agree to let him come? Robin, let me ask you, if you knew someone was trying to trick you, how would you deal with it? Of course we have to stop him, Robin answered directly without thinking. Luo Lan shook her head. It must be stopped, but the method is very important. Do you think it is easier to deal with people who behave openly or behind the scenes? Luo Lan smiled slightly and then asked this question. Well, it should be on the surface, right? Isn't that right? We prohibit the red-haired person from coming in now. He will definitely not give up. If it doesn't work on the surface, he will definitely find a way to come in secretly. In this case, it's better to agree to his request directly and let him come in openly, and we don't have to worry about this and that. After all, they're here, right? Luo Lan's words made Robin suddenly realize. That's right, so if you are guarding against this and that all day long, you might as well just let him in. Then just stare at him and that's it. A person with the ability to see and hear color radar and stare at the fruit. Even the 4 emperors have no chance of escaping once they are targeted. Okay, then I'll go and give the red hair a reply. Etc. What's wrong? Tell red hair that there are no pirates in the East Daxia Sea now, so he is not suitable to enter as a pirate. Then in what capacity? Robin was stunned, not understanding what this meant at all. Simple, as a temporary member of King's Landing, just ask him to sign an agreement to abandon his identity as a pirate and temporarily join King's Landing during the East Daxia Sea. At the same time, you can tell him that the agreement will clearly state that Junlin will not disclose his temporary identity to the outside world, nor will he use this identity to ask him to do anything. There are no hidden restrictions. This is guaranteed by my reputation as Fleet Admiral. If you don't agree, then don't come. The corners of Luo Lan's mouth raised slightly. Now that they are all here, they still want to make some small moves. If I don't mess with you in turn, how can I be worthy of you? Okay, I don't understand what you mean, but I will tell him. Luo Lan left the office with a somewhat puzzled expression. New World. 4 Emperors red-haired territory. Advertisement on a small island. Beckman, what do you mean by Junlin's reply? Red Hair was not surprised that Luo Lan happily allowed her to enter the East Daxia Sea. After all, it is easier for the other party to monitor you if you go in openly. The redhead understands this, but what he doesn't understand is. Luo Lan used the reason that there were no pirates in the East Daxia Sea, and asked herself to abandon her pirate identity when entering the East Daxia Sea, and temporarily joined King's Landing, entering as a member of King's Landing. This made him very confused. Although it seems to make sense on paper, it does not make any practical sense. And he didn't believe that the extremely smart guy Luo Lan would do things that were meaningless. Therefore, there must be something hidden in it, something that I haven't seen through. Naturally, Shanks found Beckman, the only one who could possibly compete with Luo Lan in terms of intelligence. Honestly, I can't understand it either. What, you can't even see through it, can you? Nonsense, you idiot captain. Do you think I am a god and can see everything instantly? Beckman complained directly. Anyway, I feel like something is wrong, so I suggest you don't go. After complaining, Beckman said seriously. However, Shanks shook his head. No, I have to go. Otherwise, Luffy would have no chance to go to sea, let alone become a pirate. After all, the East Daxia Sea. There is no longer any soil for pirates. Shanks walked to the shore and looked towards the East Daxia Sea. Then he spoke. Beckman sighed deeply. On the same day, Marine received a report that the red-haired pirates leave the station and start taking action. The purpose is unknown. At the same time, it cannot be tracked due to which membrane it uses for submersible navigation. Its whereabouts are currently unknown. This made Marine extremely nervous. After all, Except for Kaido, the 4 emperors basically stay at home and will not leave their own territory easily. And every time 4 emperors leave the territory, it means that a big event is about to happen. How could Marine not be nervous? The next day, Luo Lan is doing daily routine mental training according to the mental training method learned in the Supermarine Academy library. Advertisement originally, everything was normal, until Luo Lan practiced for almost 3 hours and was about to end. The whole brain seemed to have exploded suddenly. As time passed, the pain completely subsided. Well, what exactly is going on with me? This gave Luo Lan a splitting headache. No, it's not just a matter of becoming stronger. As for the transformation of mental power? Although there was still a slight pain, Luo Lan still felt his mental power. The remaining parts need to be opened bit by bit over time. Okay, I'll take you there right now. Could it be that it is completely opened at this moment? 10 minutes later, but before she could make the call. Metamorphosis. Even if it continues at this speed, maybe in half an hour, the pain will completely subside. Luo Lan grabbed her hand holding the phone bug. At this time, Luo Lan's head no longer hurt as much as before. Just like Kaya said, his mental power seems to have completely changed into something else. Brother Luo Lan, congratulations, congratulations? Hearing what Kaya said, Luo Lan also recalled it. Kaya had indeed told herself that although the second genetic lock had been opened, it was not yet complete. In a laboratory of the Underground Scientific Research Institute, Luo Lan was puzzled. After the transformation is over, you should be able to feel that your mental power is completely different from what it was originally. Seems to have gotten a lot stronger. Originally, when she was about to report the red-haired incident, she suddenly discovered Luo Lan, who was holding his head in his hands with a painful look on his face. Luo Lan felt his spiritual power. The pain in the brain is caused by the genetic lock being completely opened and your mental power beginning to change. No need. The Navy hospital can't solve my problem. Send me to Silas. At this time, Robin happened to walk into the library? Is this what Kaya said? Luo Lan was lying on the test table, and standing next to him, in addition to Robin, were Silas and Kaya in white coats. Yes, if my judgment is correct, this is Brother Luo Lan. Your second gene lock has been 100% unlocked. Chapter 248. Let's go. Take you to move. Although it is still unclear what his mental power has transformed into, Luo Lan can feel it. Now my mental power is very strong, ridiculously strong. In terms of strength alone, it is even dozens or hundreds of times greater than before. The most important thing is that this is not just a matter of mental strength, but a feeling of a deeper power being awakened. Kaya, will I continue to evolve in this state? Probably not. According to the test results, unless the third gene lock is opened, there should be no further evolution. Of course, the intensity and density of mental power will still continue to increase with practice, and there will be no upper limit. So that's it, Luo Lan nodded. Although a little disappointed, it is already very good. After just a brief headache, I gained dozens or hundreds of times of mental strength and in the future, you can still continue to increase your intensity through daily practice, and there is no upper limit. What else are you dissatisfied with yourself? But having said that, since the mental strength has increased so much, the quality has also been greatly improved. So, can I do it now, like the Golden Lion, pulling the entire island into the sky? After all, before I improved, I couldn't lift the entire island into the sky. At most, I could only make a small island move slowly with all my strength, that's all. Now, after saying hello to Silas and Kaya, Luo Lan left the research institute directly. He soared into the sky instantly and flew towards the uninhabited island where he tested last time. Along the way, Luo Lan is constantly familiar with new powers, and the method is very simple and crude, that is. Speeding up, speeding up, speeding up, Mach 10, Mach 20, Mach 30. After reaching a full 100 Hz, the acceleration finally slowed down. Luo Lan was extremely excited. What is the concept of 100 Hc, more than 30,000 meters per second? Although it is far from comparable to the speed of light, this speed. Even the fastest missile in my previous life couldn't reach it at all. You know, this is inside the planet, not in space. However, although it cannot compare with the speed of light, Luo Lan is very sure that this speed will definitely kill the Kizaru who claims to have the speed of light. When he was in the headquarters before, Luo Lan often complained about Kizaru's title as the fastest man in the world. But I didn't expect that this somewhat embarrassing title would become my own. Advertisement in just over 20 seconds, Luo Lan arrived above the uninhabited island last time. As he thought, the terrifying mental power instantly enveloped the entire island and then, although it was small, it was at least an island, it slowly broke away from the sea and flew up. After a while, it was floating in the air about 300 meters above the sea. Luo Lan felt her own consumption. The consumption of such an operation is not even as high as the recovery speed of one's own mental power, in other words. There is no consumption at all. Maybe, there is no need to drive Rhode Island to Nine Snake Island. There is no need to readjust deployment in the East Daxia Sea on a large scale. Just follow the original plan and send Rhodes Island to the Economy Islands. At the same time, I personally visit Amazon Lily and move the entire Nine Snake Island to the Economy Islands. Finally, working with those islands in the Economy Archipelago in the shortest possible time. Complete all splicing work. The only remaining problem is Bailey. After all, Luo Land's own points are less than 30 million, and the cost of splicing all the islands alone is nearly 70 million points. Not to mention the demolition, resettlement, and compensation costs for dozens of villages on those islands. Therefore, Luo Land's current points of less than 30 million are not enough. We have to wait for the results from Karina, Golden Emperor Tesoro. I hope you will do the transaction honestly, instead of making some small calculations and trying to take advantage of others. No, I am not a black man, I should say that I am black and eat white. Otherwise, I don't mind making a trip in person, and then I don't have to take out a gram of gold. The Bailey in Tetsolo's hands. It is also my own. Of course, if Tetsolo does this business honestly, Luo Lan will not touch him for the time being. At this time, Luo Lan turned her head and looked into the distance. Well, in the direction of Holy Land Marijoya. Now that his mental power has greatly increased, not only has he gained terrifying speed, but his sight and appearance have also become extremely terrifying. It is no exaggeration to say that Luo Lan can easily cover any movement with a radius of hundreds of kilometers. And after adding up these two things, can I run to Marijoya once to see if I can find any trace of him? After all, Hancock is also the Emperor of Amazon Lily, and he also has the consideration of being an emperor. Hancock, follow me. Luo Lan shook her head and gave up the idea for the time being. Advertisement sooner or later, Snake Island will fall, and all the citizens of Amazon Lily will become slaves. A broad road that allows the citizens of Amazon Lily to live a stable life for generations to come. Hancock actually understands this. At this moment, Luo Lan's figure suddenly appeared outside the second-floor window. Forget it, now is not the time. Even if I have read the original work in my previous life, it is not over yet. Yes, but not entirely, therefore, she wants to find a way out for Amazon Lily. He extended his right hand to Hancock and said with a smile. Looking at the scenery of King's Landing, the brother who pooped and peed and pulled himself up. If not in my own generation, then definitely in the next generation. A sound barrier erupted on the spot and soared into the sky. Hancock stretched out his hand, but Luo Lan pulled him over and held him in his arms. Snake Island, I will take you to move. Then, there was a bang. He wants to merge Amazon Lily into King's Landing, or even splice Snake Island directly onto Rhode Island. Never lose everything because you are overconfident in a moment. This is not just because of Luo Lan. Even if those pirates don't come to cause trouble, Marine will send an army to attack. Don Quixote Rocinante. The power of thought formed a barrier, enveloping the two of them. Who knows what other trump cards the Tianlong people have not revealed yet. So, you ask Hancock, is it because he fell in love with Luo Lan that he gave the entire Amazon Lily as a dowry? Where to go? The current stability is only based on my identity as Shichibukai, otherwise. Junlin and his founder Luo Lan are what Hancock thinks are the best choices. Hancock rested his chin on the window sill with his hands. This is the answer. 1. Inside the villa. In her opinion, although Amazon Lily has a natural barrier like a windless zone, it is not absolutely safe. Chapter 249 Snake Island, take off. The location of Nine Snakes Island is approximately in the first half of the Grand Route, slightly behind the middle of the windless zone on the East Daxia seaside. It is about 2,700 nautical miles from the current location of Rhode Island. There is still some distance, however, with Luo Lan flying at a speed of over 100 Mach, this was nothing at all. Just 3 minutes. Luo Lan took Hancock and appeared above Nine Snakes City. Throughout Nine Snakes Island, many people discovered the uninvited guest in the sky. Especially the soldiers who protect the country, all of them raised their bows to the sky, ready to fire arrows at any time. However, someone soon discovered it. Of the two people who suddenly appeared, wasn't a woman among them Mr. Hancock. The next moment, when they saw clearly that the man's left hand was hugging Hancock, they were all shocked. Even the arrow on the bow fell to the ground and was not noticed. Luo Lan, are we here yet? There's something incredible about Hancock. How long has it been? Is it 3 minutes enough? Even General Kizaru, couldn't fly from Rhodes Island to Nine Snakes Island in such a short time, right? So, Luo Lan's current speed is already faster than Kizaru's? Well, let's go down. Luo Lan hugged Hancock and fell directly. Arriving at Nine Snakes City, at this time, Guluoliosa, also known as Granny New. Although he was very old, he was running as fast as flying at the moment and rushed over. Hancock, what are you? When I come back to move, do you have any objections? Moving, you want to leave Nine Snakes Island? No, you are the Emperor, you can't leave. Shut up. Did I ever say that I would step down as Emperor and leave Amazon Lily behind? Hancock directly kicked Granny New away, then raised his head and said. Looking at this scene, Luo Lan's brain was a little down. Is this really the girl who was acting coquettishly in his arms just now? Besides, doesn't it matter if you kick Granny New like that? Respect the old and love the young, hey, after a while of fuss. The city of Nine Snakes finally became quiet. At first, Luo Lan was worried about Guluoliosa, but after watching it for a while, she realized. Hancock looks like he's kicking the ball hard, but it's actually a coincidence. Guluoliosa looked miserable, but every time she got up she looked like she was fine and was not injured at all. Advertisement fortunately, I just let them make trouble and ignored it. Are you Luo Lan? At this time, Granny Niu ran over, glanced around Luo Lan, looked at her carefully and then spoke. You are indeed good looking. If you had been born in my era, maybe I wouldn't have had to. Granny New sighed for a while, but before she could finish her words, she was kicked away by Hancock again. This time, she was obviously much more vigorous. He even kicked Granny New towards the balcony and flew directly out of Nine Snakes City. Luo Lan felt ashamed. Hancock, it's okay, she has long been used to it, and she will run back in less than a minute. All right. Sure enough, it was like hitting the right time. In exactly 1 minute, Granny New opened the door and ran in again. Hancock, after all, I am also the Emperor of the Amazon Lily of the previous generation, you should at least show me some respect. HMPH, you just want to marry the man you're concubine with, you don't even know how old you are, and you still want to respect me. When did I have an idea for your man? I was just lamenting your good luck, do you have to be so sensitive? I want you to take care of it. Seeing that Hancock was about to move his legs again, Luo Lan quickly stopped him. If this commotion continues, when will we get down to business? HMPH, today I'm giving Luo Lan some face, so I won't let you go for the time being. Hancock snorted coldly, and then he seemed to be a different person in an instant. Blushing, she hugged Luo Lan's arm and stuffed it into her arms. Seeing this scene, Granny New was stunned. Okay, Hancock, let's get down to business first. Well, I listened to you, well, originally I wanted Hancock to speak, and I could just do the last thing, but now it seems. Can't count on Hancock. Granny New, Hancock has discussed with me and plans to send 9 Snake Island to the East Daxia Sea, and then connect it to Rhode Island through King's Landing technology. At the same time, Amazon Lily will also be incorporated into King's Landing. If there are no problems, we will leave today, Luo Lan directly stated his intention. But Granny New's eyes were wide-eyed. Hancock, you gave him the entire Amazon Lily? I am willing, and no matter what I do, I will be forgiven by everyone, because I am so beautiful. Advertisement good guy, I finally heard such a declaration. To be honest, it has been almost 2 months since I brought Hancock back to King's Landing. I once doubted whether this was a fake Hancock. After all, I had never heard her famous saying before. But now, Luo Lan is sure that it's Hancock. Children and old men are not deceived. No, I don't agree. I am the Emperor, and you are just a sinner who has abandoned his responsibilities. What right do you have to object? Hancock, are you crazy? Sooner or later King's Landing and the world government will engage in a full-scale war. If you merge Amazon Lily into King's Landing, doesn't that mean you are directly involved in this super war? So what? As long as Luo Lan wins world government, won't there be no problem? Win? If the world government could win so easily, it would have been overthrown in the past 800 years? Just because others can't do it, it doesn't mean that my man can't do it either. I saw the two quarreling again. Luo Lan also smiled bitterly and shook his head. Until a minute later, Granny New was kicked out from the balcony again by Hancock. And this time it seemed to fly far beyond the scope of Nine Snakes City. Okay, the troublesome person is gone, Luo Lan, just take action. Don't you need to inform the people first? No need, no matter what I do, the people of Amazon Lily will support me, because I am so beautiful. Okay, as long as you're happy. Hear Hancock once again make the declaration that he is too beautiful. Luo Lan also smiled bitterly and shook his head, then, his eyes narrowed slightly. The vast spiritual power was released instantly, covering the entire Nine Snakes Island. Different from the previous island, Nine Snake Island is a genuine medium-sized island, on the same level as Rhodes Island. Even in terms of area, it is much larger than Rhode Island, covering more than 900 square kilometers. The next moment, the whole island began to shake. This made many people on the island panic, thinking it was an earthquake. But soon, they were all stunned, because the tremor didn't last long. And when the shaking stopped, it was replaced by the entire island actually broke away from the sea and began to rise slowly. Nine Snake Island actually flew. The whole Amazon Lily, everyone's jaws are at this moment. All fell to the ground. Chapter 250 The Prelude to the War on the Top. Carrying the entire Nine Snakes Island to the sky is different from carrying Hancock. After all, Hancock is only one person, and Luo Lan can easily use his mind power to create a barrier that surrounds the two of them. In this way, no matter how fast it flies, it will not have any impact on Hancock. But Nine Snake Island is a genuine medium-sized island. Luo Lan has already spent a lot of money dragging it into the air and moving it, and can only barely maintain it. I want to create another barrier that can cover the entire Nine Snakes Island. That's really a bit difficult. Without such a barrier, the movement speed of Nine Snake Island would reach dozens or hundreds of Mach, just a Mach speed. Believe it or not, it can blow the people up to pieces and even destroy most of the building. Therefore, Luo Lan can only control his speed. But having said that, even if the speed is controlled, it is still about 10 times faster than the battleships of King's Landing. Just when Luo Lan took Nine Snake Island and flew to the East Daxia Sea, a certain guy who had a lucky escape in Punk Hassad contacted Marine. I hope to exchange one person for the position of Shichibukai. The person who made this request was none other than Blackbeard. All the people in Punk Hassad were either dead or captured. Only 2 people managed to escape, Blackbeard and his men, Van Oka. After that, Blackbeard was silent for several months. The whole person seemed to have disappeared from the sea. Therefore, even Marine thought that Blackbeard was either dead or captured by King's Landing when he was in Punk Hassad. Unexpectedly, one day, warring states suddenly received a call from Blackbeard. Marin's numerous high-rise conference rooms, except for Aokiji, who was rotated to garrison in the G1 branch, everyone from the elite lieutenant general to above was present at this moment. You all know about Blackbeard. The higher-ups have already decided on this matter and agreed to Blackbeard's request. After all, now in the Shichibukai, Crocodile and Doflamingo were captured by King's Landing, and Hawkeye also became the general of King's Landing. Now it is said that there are Shichibukai, but there are only 4 left. So, the higher-ups have decided to fill up the Shichibukai quota. If necessary, it is also possible to create a Yabukai or even a Jiabukai. Blackbeard just meets the above requirements, and the bargaining chips he offers are indeed very attractive. Everyone must understand that since the East Daxia Sea was occupied by King's Landing, and the world government and marine were blocked from the windless zone and unable to enter, we have suffered a huge crisis of trust. Is there still a need for marine to exist? Advertisement? This question is what everyone wants to ask now, so. The world government needs to change its image, and we at Marine need it even more. For this purpose, the person in Blackbeard's hands is indispensable. We can't move in King's Landing for the time being, but Whitebeard is getting old. It's time to send him out of this world, and at the same time, the world can regain its confidence in Marine. As long as we win this battle well, we can take advantage of this momentum to launch a worldwide troop surge to further strengthen our strength. So, Sakazuki, please go and bring Shichibukai's invitation letter and relevant agreement documents to Blackbeard, and bring that person back by the way. If everything unfolds as expected, the war between Marine and Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, will begin. The warring states period ended. There was an air of solemnity in the conference room. These days, Marine is really frustrated. The superiors scolded them for being incompetent, the people shouted for disbandment, and the participating countries even shouted that if Marine could no longer achieve results, they would collectively put pressure on the world government and demand the establishment of a new armed group. After all, today's Marine has nothing to do with them. But if Marine is abolished and a new one is built, so, they more or less have the opportunity to put their hands in, instead of being like now, where they clearly provide the annual funding, but in the end they don't get even a shred of power. Therefore, when Marine is now caught in the whirlpool of public opinion, all franchise countries naturally jump out. Of course, they take it for granted. It's just a franchise country that wants to put its hands into the Marine organization. How can 5 elders agree to it? As for the matter of Blackbeard and White Tuan, let alone the 5 elders who agreed to it, it was the warring states period. Also very supportive. Even the world conscription of the warring states period was proposed by the warring states period. Originally, the 5 elders would never agree to Marine doing this. After all, the stronger Marine gets, the harder it is to control him. This is why Marine's generals are always limited to 3 people. Is it because you can't find anyone else with the strength of a general? Obviously, this is not the case. Otherwise, there will be no Fujitora Yishao and Green Bull Aramaki in the future. There are still a lot of powerful people unknown to the people. The Whitebeard pirates, the captain and ship's doctor of the first team, Marco. Although it doesn't look like anything special, like I just went out on patrol for a few days, in fact. Even if a Poseidon discovered and approached, the man on the bow deck only glared. Advertisement. Although he could hide it from Marine, he couldn't hide it from King's Landing. Listening to the cold female voice coming from the other side. As for the follow-up plan, if nothing unexpected happens. Sure enough, it's not that easy to avoid King's Landing surveillance, Beckman. And Blue Brew Brew. As a result, those who have the strength of a general will naturally refuse to join Marine. Everyone agreed. Even after entering the windless zone, the ship still did not choose to float. Red hair, come up immediately, otherwise. But this time, because of King's Landing, the 5 elders have released all the restrictions on Marine. Although there are some differences from the original work, Blackbeard still gave Marine a key figure, thus obtaining the identity of Shichibukai. A few days later. But it is obvious that the world government does not want Marine to escape its control, so the number of generals is firmly limited to 3 people. Blackbeard is still targeting Impel Down, however. It can directly scare the opponent away. Strong people are very proud. Shanks smiled bitterly and shook his head. This time when he returned, Akainu also brought a special person with him. Akainu's steel ship returned here again 5 days after leaving the headquarters. Even things like world conscription and expanding the number of generals. Stay at a depth of about 1,000 meters underwater. Someone who is enough to cause a super war. We will treat your behavior as a hostile intrusion and launch an attack. Why is it that I am not weaker than him, but he is a general and I am only a lieutenant general? Successfully promoted the war between Marine and the White Group. Come up. At the same time, a pirate ship used the ship's membrane to dive and successfully passed through all Marine surveillance. It successfully entered the windless zone from the first half of the Great Route and sailed towards the East Daxia Sea. About halfway through the windless zone, the phone in the man's arms rang on the bow deck. Chapter 251. The red-haired pirates arriving at King's Landing. I told you a long time ago not to do this. Will you be slapped in the face? Beckman looked contemptuous. A group of crew members nearby shouted, "Idiot captain," and laughed. Shanks scratched his head. You kid, come up quickly, otherwise people will start attacking soon, and we can't hide underwater. After hearing this, everyone quickly got busy. Although I don't know if Junlin has the ability to attack underwater, no one wants to take a chance on this matter. What if, as Shanks said, there is no way for them to avoid or intercept underwater? Once King's Landing is able to conduct underwater attacks, they will be in dire straits. Soon, with everyone's actions, the entire ship finally slowly floated up. On the sea, a fleet consisting of 1 battleship and 3 destroyers was ready to launch torpedoes and depth bombs. And in the bridge, Momoshagi looked at the slowly rising little red dot on the screen displayed by the color radar. There was a trace of anger on his face. Originally, she was waiting here according to Luo Lan's order, preparing to guide the red hair into the East Daxia Sea. But in the end, the red-haired guy wanted to test Junlin. He did not choose to stay at the promised position, but continued to go deeper. This is a bit provocative. What if after the warning on the phone just now, the red hair still does not rise? Then Momoshagi will really attack. It just so happened that Luo Lan was afraid that the world government would enter the East Daxia Sea in this way, and specifically asked the Ministry of Science to develop these depth bombs and torpedoes, but they have not been used in actual combat. The red-haired man didn't know it yet, but he was almost becoming a test rat for King's Landing's new weapons. It takes about 10 minutes, the pirate ship finally surfaced. In the First World War, 3 battleships and 4 battleships immediately aimed all their guns at him. The shells are loaded and ready to fire at any time. Red-haired Shanks, you are provoking King's Landing. Walk out directly from the bridge of the battleship, then jump into the air, and step on the moonwalk to the front. Momoshagi had a cold face and said murderously, "Sorry, it's my fault, I apologize, please forgive me." Shanks bowed and apologized very bachelorly. Everyone apologized, and they were so sincere. Advertisement looking at Shanks who bowed deeply, Momoshagi didn't know how to answer the question. Follow our fleet, I don't want what happened just now to happen again. Momoshagi turned around, stepped on the moonwalk, and returned to his battleship heroically. Soon, 4 battleships began to clear the way ahead, with the red-haired pirates following behind. Of course, the fleet commanded by Momoshagi is very slow. It's not that I can't drive fast, but if I go a little faster, the broken boat behind me won't be able to keep up. Shanks's ship was actually a pretty good ship, but in the eyes of the people in King's Landing, it was just a broken ship with nothing wrong with it. Captain, the strength of that woman just now is probably not weaker than that of the general, right? Jesus B.U. said with a somewhat solemn tone. My real name is Gion, codename Momoshagi, former Marine Headquarters General Candidate, current Vice Admiral of King's Landing and Commander of the First Fleet. Before Shanks could say anything, Beckman spoke directly. He is the think tank of the red-haired pirates and is also an encyclopedia. When everyone heard it, good guy. He was originally a candidate for general in the Marine Headquarters. No wonder he is so strong. No, such a strong woman is only a lieutenant general in King's Landing? Then what kind of monsters are the 3 generals of King's Landing? I was still sighing at first, but suddenly someone realized something and exclaimed. The 3 generals of King's Landing are Mihawk, Fujitora, and Aragaki. Beckman, you mean Hawkeye? Yes, it's the Hawkeye you know. I'll go, that's a ruthless man who can fight with our stupid captain. Everyone was amazed. Almost everyone in the red-haired pirate group knows Hawkeye. After all, Hawkeye and the red-haired too have been competing for more than 10 years every 3 days. How could they not know each other? Although he is a lone ranger, there is no doubt that Hawkeye's strength has definitely reached the level of a general. And he will still be an emperor among the generals and emperors, not a general. Although it is said that generals and emperors are of the same rank, whoever has read the original work would be so stupid as to think. Are the generals and emperors at the same level? 1 emperor fights 2 generals, or even 3 generals. Isn't it a normal operation? In the minds of the Red Group people, Hawkeye belongs to the level of Redhair and Beckman. To put it bluntly, it is on the level of 4 emperors. Of course, it is definitely not as good as the 4 veteran emperors today, but it definitely has the strength to surpass the general level and has initially entered the emperor level. Eagle Eye. Then I wonder what kind of monsters the other 2 are. Advertisement. Okay, when we get to King's Landing later, you all should be more honest. Led by the 4 ships, the red-haired pirates finally arrived at Rhode Island. Captain Idiot, even if someone stabs me, it's definitely not someone else, it's definitely you. In everyone's minds, since Hawkeye is one of the 3 generals, the other 2 should not be much different. That's their home base. If something happens, we won't be able to defeat them there. Scenes like this are already the daily routine of the red-haired pirates. As for Green Bull Wild Mew, there is currently no information about him. At this moment, 9 Snake Island is connected to Rhode Island, and a large number of workers are working on the connection. At this time, the red-haired man also turned around and gave serious instructions. He is no stranger to 9 Snake Island. The rest of the people also lamented that Junlin's high-end combat power is really not weak. Before you warn us, you should warn yourself first. Fujitora Yishao, whose real name is Yishao, codenamed Fujitora, is a blind man. His specific strength is unknown. However, in the battle with the Joint Suppression Fleet, he once faced off alone and wanted to surprise King's Landing's first fleet Kizaru, making him unable to do anything during the entire battle. One step beyond the thunder, however, Shanks was immediately dumbfounded. I get yelled at every day by saying something stupid to the left and stupid to the right. That's right, as long as you don't do anything stupid, it'll be absolutely fine. It's just that they have never heard of those two people, and they don't know where they came from. Basically, except when fighting, Shanks has absolutely no majesty to speak of. Because, he actually saw 9 Snake Island. However, all the pirates laughed out loud. Shanks scratched his head, completely confused. Otherwise, there's no way to explain it. This is. A few hours later, Beckman said again. The golden lion is rattled, but does Junlin get the fluttering fruit? What's going on? Naturally, he knows this island. At that time, the Emperor of Amazon Lily was still Shaggy. When he was a trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates, he followed the captain to 9 Snake Island. Shanks rubbed his head with a silly smile on his face. Could it be? At least it will not be weaker than any 4 Emperors group, and may even be comparable to 2 4 Emperors groups. Chapter 252 2 Agreements. Sign it. In the military port, as soon as Shanks and others got off the ship, Momoshagi stopped in front of them and handed over a stack of documents. Shanks took the file and looked at it. Sure enough, it was a very strange request. That is to say, during the East Daxia Sea activities, the members of the Red Hair Pirates must act as members of King's Landing. As for the reason, Luo Lan said it directly, because there are no more pirates in the East Daxia Sea, and no pirates are allowed to appear. Without the blessing of any special abilities, it's just an ordinary document. Beckman held one of the documents, studied it for a moment, and whispered. Shanks nodded. Then he signed his name. The rest of the people followed suit one after another. As for the illiterate ones, they just pressed their fingerprints. After everyone was finished, Momoshagi took back all the documents and checked them carefully. Then he nodded and handed it to the King's Landing soldier on the side. Red-haired Shanks, you can follow me to see Luo Lan, but the others can only stay on the boat. No problem, Shanks nodded. This had been expected. After all, it is King's lair, so it is surprising that he can enter, let alone let the entire red-haired pirate group enter. Beckman, please watch carefully and don't let these guys cause trouble. I know, don't worry, Beckman nodded. In fact, Shanks understood it without having to tell him. Making trouble in King's Landing's lair isn't it because you think you have a long life. 10 minutes later, Shanks walked into the King's Landing building with a shocked look on his face. It's not that he hasn't seen the world, it's that this world is simply. That's outrageous. It was even so outrageous that it made him wonder if he had entered another world. After all, everything along the way is so incompatible with this world. And, those soldiers in King's Landing. Even those recruits who have just joined the army have 500 to 600 power points, while other veterans. Each one has a power value in the thousands. According to his knowledge, there are nearly 10,000 such soldiers. This does not include the first and second fleets who are on missions outside. There must be at least 30,000 to 40,000 people there in total. If it's all about this strength. Advertisement in the previous naval battle in the Windless Belt, the Joint Suppression Fleet was not unjustly defeated. On the 15th floor, Momoshagi knocked on the door. Come in. Hear Luo Lan's voice. Momoshagi opened the office door. People brought it to you. Really, the fleet has so much to do, and you still ask me to pick up this guy. Let me tell you, this guy is not honest. He actually coded the boat, and then planned to cross the windless zone underwater and sneak into the East Daxia Sea. Fortunately, we carried out underwater control in advance, otherwise he might have succeeded. Shanks, who was following Momoshagi, looked embarrassed. He had no choice but to raise his hand again and grab his hair. After complaining, Momoshagi left directly. She was not talking nonsense just now, but she was really busy. So, Luo Lan and Shanks were the only ones left in the room. Red-haired Shanks, I know you came here for Luffy, and I can roughly guess the plan that Roger made, but it's a pity. Luffy, you can't take him with me, Luo Lan just spoke. The smile on Shanks' face disappeared instantly. You are truly worthy of being the man who defeated Beckman 5 years ago, but I'm curious, how do you know these things? Let me tell you another good thing. The fruit in Luffy's body has been stripped away by me. What? Shanks stood up suddenly, his eyes widened to their maximum size, and his face was full of shock. Unlike others, Shanks knew Roger's plan very well, and he was even one of the promoters of the plan left behind by Roger. Therefore, he knew very well that it was not only Luffy who was important, but also the fruit in Luffy's body. And without that fruit, then, even if Luffy reaches Rafteru, it will be useless. Just like the captain back then, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, the devil fruit has been stripped away. Could it be that Luffy also? Okay, don't wait for me. Luffy is still alive. He can peel off a devil fruit and there's no need to kill anyone. This is impossible. Haha, you, who have been a local emperor in the New World all day, only have this little vision. You. I want to see Luffy. Okay, after signing this agreement, you can see him. Shanks was stunned. It's an agreement again. Does Luo Lan like doing this so much? I took the document over and looked at it. It said that I would stay in King's Landing to be Luo Lan's training partner for 100 days. There are even clear terms. After completing this task, Luo Lan can not only hand over Luffy to him, but even the Nika fruit. Advertisement you can also give it to him. This is too simple, but directly increasing loyalty by 1% every day is no joke. In fact, even if he is not as smart as Beckman, he is definitely not much worse. Moreover, although the red-haired man himself looks stupid on the surface, that is just an appearance. Can I think about it? But this Junlin building has it? Luo Lan didn't show any purpose in the first agreement. But unfortunately, I just couldn't tell what was wrong. As long as you stay for 100 days, what if Luffy and Nika give you the fruit? No, as far as this agreement is concerned, there are no traps. The reason why Luo Lan did not specify 3 months in the first document, but only stated that during the period in the East Daxia Sea, and that as long as the red hair leaves the East Daxia Sea, the agreement will automatically terminate. That is because Luo Lan did not want to show his purpose too much. Too obvious. Captain Roger's plan, Luffy and the Nika fruit are all indispensable parts. Without any one of them, the entire plan is at risk of collapse, so I have to take a gamble. Shanks, what are you going to do? At this moment, Luo Lan is in her office. Despite Beckman's reconfirmation, Shanks still felt something was wrong. However, no matter how I looked at it, I couldn't see any problem. Read forth. Beckman, is there a trap? The second agreement that followed was the moment when Luo Lan really showed his fangs. Yes, there are no special abilities imposed on the file. But I always feel that there is something wrong here. Shanks nodded, took the file and stood up to leave. Port. The red-haired man has a very smart man named Beckman beside him. Only in this way can we deceive two smart people and make them stay here willingly. Luo Lan said. After all, after Shanks pondered for a moment, he finally made up his mind. Don't worry, there is absolutely no special power such as devil fruit applied to this document. Immediately, he signed his name on the document. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. He was holding a phone in his hand and had a solemn expression. Shanks always felt like there was some kind of trap here. No problem, but it's best not to keep me waiting too long. When the red-haired and Beckman lowered their guard, Luo Lan kept him in King's Landing for 100 days with a straightforward agreement that seemed to have nothing to do with the first one. Chapter 253 King's Landing prepares to intervene. Blue Brew Brew. I am Luo Lan. The phone rang. Luo Lan answered it and said directly. Luo Lan, I am Morgans, something big happened. What's the big deal? Hearing Morgan's anxious yet excited voice, Luo Lan also became energetic. Marco, was caught by Marine. Just now, world government contacted me and asked me to cooperate with Marine in publicity. That's Marco. Marco, do you understand? The more he said this, the less anxious there was in Morgan's tone. Instead, there was more excitement. Of course, this is normal. Who told him to run a newspaper? I even wish that tomorrow would be the end of the world. Marco was caught. Aokiji did it. Luo Lan was stunned for a moment. It seemed that Aokiji was stationed at the New World G1 branch now. But this guy doesn't look like someone who would actively provoke the White Group, does he? Probably not, but apart from this incident, they asked me to release another news tomorrow, which I feel is related to this incident. About a new Shichibukai nomination, and this person happens to be the Blackbeard who has been lurking in the White League for many years as I reported before. Wait, who are you talking about, Blackbeard? Luo Lan's eyes widened. Good guy, no need to guess now, the person who captured Marco must be Blackbeard. And just like in the original work, this guy became Shichibukai after giving Marco to Marine. Sometimes, Luo Lan had to sigh at the wonder of the timeline ending. Obviously because of his appearance, things have changed so much. But once the timeline ends, big events will still happen. Although Ace is gone, Marco. This weight is enough to kill Whitebeard. Although I am not interested in the top battle between Marine and White Group, but as for Baituan's devil fruit abilities, still very interested. Especially Marco and Whitebeard's too. To fight the war, King's Landing is determined to intervene. Advertisement. The only question is how King's Landing will intervene. Well, yes. Using this method, King's Landing can not only intervene in the war, but even earn a vote from the world government. But if you want this plan to succeed, you must lay the groundwork. Morgans, do you know the time of Marco's public execution? It seems that Marine has not finalized the decision yet, but it should be within 2 months. 2 months is enough time. No, Luo Lan, do you want to intervene in this war? Morgans was stunned, but then, he asked excitedly. Marine fights the 4 emperors, and then even King's Landing gets involved. Good guy, this is a proper world war, simply awesome. Morgans was shaking with excitement. I can't wait for tomorrow to be a war. That's right, don't you think it's too boring to have just one white ball? Although 4 emperors can compete with Marine, and even have a much stronger overall strength than Marine, that refers to the 4 emperors together, and a single 4 emperors group is far from being a match for Marine. Then what do you mean? Morgans was excited. He felt that Luo Lan was going to do something big. His ears immediately perked up. Drag the Beast's pirates and the BIGMON pirates into the water as well. As for the red hair, forget it. He hasn't been able to take action in the past 3 months. Although the red hair part, Morgans didn't understand what it meant. But pulling the Beast's pirates and the BIGMON pirates into trouble, he completely understood this. Compare according to strength. If there is only one 4 emperors group, then Marine can easily take it. As for why the fight was so hard in the original work, wasn't it because 3 of the 5 top combat forces were paddling? Even among the remaining 2, one of them only came out for a few activities at the end of the battle. That's right, I'm talking about you during the Warring States period. Therefore, the only person who did not paddle during the whole trip was Akainu. That's it. In the end, only some grassroots combat forces were lost, while the high-end combat forces were all intact except for a few injured ones. Advertisement. Of course, if there are 2-4 Emperors groups, Marine will not be so relaxed. Even if there is still an advantage in terms of combat power, it should only be slightly better. As for the 3-4 Emperors groups, the combat advantage is not on Marine's side, but on 4 Emperors' side. 4. Then Marine will only be abused. This is the rough comparison between Marine and the 4 Emperors group. However, it is basically impossible for the 4 Emperors to stand on the same side. Although they are all 4 Emperors, it sounds like they are in the same camp, but in fact, they are also hostile to each other. Otherwise, Marine would have been abused long ago. Help me spread the news. This shouldn't be difficult for you, just say. A moment later, on the other end of the phone, Morgans was stunned. Isn't this too damaging for you? No, you have to think about it from another perspective. If these 2 pirate groups didn't come to the war together, then what do you think they would do during the war on the top? You should be taking the opportunity to seize Whitebeard's territory, right? Yes, it's a land grab. Who do you think is the unlucky one in this process? This. Morgans is not stupid and figured out the key immediately. The White group came out in full force, and it was okay to win, but once they lost, not only the other 4 Emperors groups, but also countless pirate groups in the New World would rush in and bite them like sharks smelling blood. In this process, it will definitely be a disaster for the civilians in the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. By then, it is unknown how many people will die in this catastrophe. Although Morgans didn't care about this, when he thought about King's Landing's code of conduct, he somewhat understood. This is not just Luo Lan's attempt to lure the 2-4 Emperors into trouble, it's more. Maybe it's to protect civilians, but, Luo Lan, even if you drag the other 2-4 Emperors groups into the water, what about the other pirate groups in New World? Those hundreds or even thousands of pirate groups can cause no less damage than the 4 Emperors group, or even more damage. That's right, the 4 Emperors group is just trying to grab territory at most, and won't cause too many casualties to civilians. Compared to ordinary pirate groups, the 4 Emperors group has become more like a kingdom, and for a kingdom, the people are the most important. But those ordinary pirate groups are different. All they can do is burn, kill and loot. Massacres of villages and islands are commonplace for them. It's okay, I'll let someone else take care of the New World issue. Well, since you said so, let's do what you want. As for the news, I guarantee that it will spread throughout the world within 3 days. Chapter 254. 5 Elders vote the end of the first half of the Grand Line. Marine Headquarters, Marineland, Fleet Admiral Office. Blue brew brew. I am Sengoku. The phone rang, and Sang Guo raised his hand to pick it up while processing the documents. Then he said, "It's me." This voice made him startled. At the same time, my mood is very complicated. What's up? About the Whitebeard pirates and the war you were planning. Huh? King's Landing wants to intervene in this war? Warring States frowned slightly. This was a battle he personally planned to revive Marine. And, with full confidence, however, if Junlin intervenes, the matter will become complicated. I have no interest in your war, but you don't seem to have considered the consequences of this war. Or maybe you have considered it, but you only considered Marine's gains and losses, and forgot why Marine exists, who it should serve, and who it should protect. My staff has conducted several deductions. Yes, Marine can win every time, but even in the best scenario, 100,000 innocent civilians in the New World will die because of this battle. As for the reason, you are known as a wise general, so you won't be unable to figure it out, right? Warring States was stunned for a moment. Indeed, as Luo Lan said, he had been planning this plan for many days. Even the staff department also cooperated in conducting various simulation exercises. But from beginning to end, what they evaluated was only Marine's winning rate in this battle, as well as its gains and losses. Yes, Marine's gains and losses. Not civilians. Now that Luo Lan said this, Warring States suddenly understood why Luo Lan said that at least 100,000 civilians died in vain. Isn't this obvious? The White Group will come out in full force, and all the elites of Marine will also gather at the headquarters. By then, in the New World, the strength of both the White Team and the Marines will be severely diminished. Especially the White Group, the strength will almost drop to 0. If at this time, the White Group is defeated at the Marine headquarters, or even Whitebeard dies. Hiss. Advertisement. A picture immediately appeared in Warring State's mind. It was countless burning villages, the cries of civilians, and the wild laughter of the pirates. 100,000 people is definitely not an exaggeration by Luo Lan. As he just said, that's just the best case scenario. But if we want to stop the plan now, not to mention whether there will be collective opposition within Marine, even the world government will not allow it. What do you want? After a long silence, Warring States asked in a deep voice. Leave Kuzan to stay in New World to deter some independent pirate groups. It's impossible. Even if I agree, the superiors won't agree. After all, we are fighting against the strongest 4 Emperors group. How could he, as a general? Stop it, that guy Kuzan, even if he participates in the war, it is just paddling. It is better to let him be a mascot in the G1 branch and rely on his reputation to scare some pirates. Before Warring States could finish speaking, Luo Lan interrupted him directly. Said very ruthlessly. The key is that Warring States has not been able to refute this statement. As for the vacancy of your generals, how about we send someone from Junlin to make up for it and make sure that Guy Bikuzen is useful? You want someone? The 5 elders can't agree. If it were before, it would be impossible for them to agree, but what if King's Landing dispatches a complete fleet to the New World to help you capture the entire White Legion territory and hand it over to you? What? At this time, Warring States was completely shocked. A fully organized fleet in King's Landing? Isn't that Momosagi's first fleet, or another fleet with the same organization as the first fleet? You know, such a fleet could once defeat the Joint Suppression Fleet. If we go to the New World, coupled with the strength of Aokiji and the G1 branch, it is really possible to kill everyone and completely capture all of Whitebeard's territory. The East Daxia Sea was lost, but if Whitebeard's territory and the population in these territories were obtained, then, we can definitely make up for a lot of the losses in the East Daxia Sea. Maybe. 5 elders would really agree. Please wait for my news about this matter. Good. Holy Land Marie Joya, between powers. At this moment, it was already an hour after Warring States and Luo Lan talked on the phone. The content of the call has also been written down and presented to the 5 elders verbatim. Advertisement, what do you think? How can you see? Just use your eyes. Don't be impulsive. I think Luo Lan's proposal will not do any harm to us. Don't be ridiculous. This is Marine's battle to turn around. If Junlin is involved, even if we win, it won't have the original effect. If you say that, why would you let Shichibukai Ginseng come in? Wouldn't it be better to let Marine do it by himself? You can't say that. No matter what, Shichibukai can be considered our power. Okay, although the effect will be slightly worse, taking over Whitebeard's territory is equivalent to taking over 1/10 of the New World and millions of people. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Indeed, this is a real problem. If the New World is divided into 10 parts, then the 4 emperors occupy approximately 1/10 each, and they are still the best 40% in the New World. Of the rest, Marine's G1 and G5 branches each control 20%. As for the other pirate groups, they are basically mixed in the last 40% of the area. And how big is the entire New World? In fact, it is the same as the first half of the Grand Line. In other words, winning 1/10 of the New World is equivalent to winning 1/10 of the first half of the Grand Line. Not to mention, the 1/10 controlled by Whitebeard is still the 10th with the most concentrated islands and the largest population in the entire New World. A truly prosperous place. How much revenue does this bring to world government every year? Although it is not as good as the entire East Daxia Sea, it is definitely comparable to half of the East Daxia Sea. And Baituan is Baituan, and world government is world government. Although they have the same size of territory and population, if it is controlled by the world government, the tax. At least 10 times that of Baituan. Want to know more about Heavenly Gold? This is a benefit that cannot be ignored for the 5 elders who have now lost the money bag of Donghai. Regarding this issue, we still follow the old rules and vote. First of all, I agree to this cooperation, Jagaluja Satan Street. After a long silence, Saint Satan spoke. I don't agree. I don't agree either. I agree, in the end, except for Saint Shepherd 10. Peter and Saint Isambalen v. Nastalong, who objected, the other 3 agreed. 3-2, the proposal was passed. In that case, let Marine communicate with King's Landing, during the war with Whitebeard. Working with them on an ad hoc basis. Chapter 255 Ralph Drew's Eternal Pointer? The next day, world government publicly announced 2 things to the world through Morgan's World Economic News. The first thing is that in order to fill the vacancy of Shichibukai, world government has appointed 3 new people. They are Marshall D. Teach, Edward Wabel, and Ambrio Ivankov. They will replace Sand Crocodile, Dontio D. Doflamingo, and Hawkeye respectively. At the same time, the world government issued a mandatory conscription order for the 7 warlords of the sea. After receiving the order, all Shichibukai must go to Marine's headquarters, Marineland, to be on standby within the specified time. The second thing is that Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, was captured by Marine recently. In order to combat the arrogance of pirate forces and safeguard justice on the sea, it has been decided. In 2 months, Marco will be publicly executed. These 2 pieces of news were reported by the World Economic News, causing a stir in the whole world. Although the 3 new Nanami and the inexplicable disappearance of the original 3 were a little surprised, it was okay. But the second news is really incredible. Who is Marco? That was Whitebeard's adopted son number 1, and he was also the captain of the first team. He is even the crown prince of the Whitebeard pirates. Coupled with Whitebeard's love for his sons and his protective character. How could he watch his most important son, Marco, being publicly executed by Marine and remain indifferent? So, 4 emperors Whitebeard's war with Marine. It's about to start. One is 4 emperors and the other is Marine. Once these 2 forces start fighting, it will definitely be a super war. No matter which side wins, but the loss will definitely not be small. Of course, this is just the opinion of ordinary civilians. After all, world government and Marine are promoting how powerful the 4 emperors are every day. Most civilians across the country thought that a single group of 4 emperors could fight on a par with Marine. But in fact, for a single 4 emperors group, Marine may have many middle and lower level casualties, but in terms of high-end combat power. That was absolutely crushing. The whole world began to panic. Especially New World, the islands within the territory of the Whitebeard pirates and under his protection. I have to say that over the years, because of Whitebeard's protection, the people on these islands have lived a good life. You don't have to turn in too much, and you don't have to worry about pirate attacks. Even if there are occasional pirate groups that have just entered the New World and are not long-sighted, they will be quickly defeated by those in the White group. Advertisement. But now, the Whitebeard pirates are going to start an all-out war with Marine. To be honest, they really wanted Marine to lose. One is that in the past 20 years, it has never been Marine, but Whitebeard, who has protected their stable life. The other is that once the Whitebeard pirates are defeated, their peaceful days will also come to an end, and what they need to face next is the true darkness and cruelty of the New World. Almost all pirate groups will rush into the White group's territory, and then burn, kill, loot, and even massacre villages and islands. Just thinking about it makes me tremble, and this, on the other hand, reflects how much Marine has failed in the past 20 years. It actually makes people think that it would be better to be controlled by pirates. With the release of this wave of world economic news, all forces have begun to make plans, hoping to get a share of this wave of war. A super war has begun. That's when another news also began to spread through the underground world and flowed into the major forces. And the shock brought by this news is no less than that of the war above. In Whitebeard's hand, there is an eternal pointer that Roger entrusted him to keep. This is not an ordinary eternity pointer, but the final island, Raftru's eternal pointer. Currently, Whitebeard has hidden this special eternal pointer, and has promised that he will only bury the location and make it public in the Linfondo. And the commander informed those forces that participated in the war on top and helped the White group rescue Marco. Although this news only spreads through the underground world, ordinary people will not know it. But ordinary people don't need to know this, and those big forces who get the news. All crazy. Where is Raftru? It was the last stop of the Grand Line, a place called the Final Island. At the same time, it is also considered by most people to be the location of One Piece. And most importantly, reaching Raftru is considered the only gold standard for conquering the Grand Line and the only way to become One Piece. Raftru. There is also an eternal pointer. How does this not make people crazy? And now King's Landing will also send people over. Even if they're 3-4 Emperors groups, the Warring States period is not empty at all. Advertisement. A 4 Emperors regiment, he was absolutely confident that he could capture it with controllable casualties. Especially the Warring States period. This is no longer a problem of a few 4 Emperors groups, but the major forces on the sea, as well as the big pirates among the pirate forces, may all flock to Malinfondo like locusts. It's really terrible. That's right, that's right. After all, it's still that damn Roger. A look of disbelief. Whitebeard mused. After listening for a while, his face immediately darkened. New World, Whitebeard territory. The Warring States period at this moment. How many games did this guy lay before he died? If Marine wants to compromise this time, it depends on whether we agree. If you ask me, they will ignore Marine, and then just kill Marinefondo, and together with other major forces, ravage Marine. Shut up, my silly sons. Even with 2-4 Emperors teams, Marine still has a chance to win. This discussion, as well as the yelling of the entire ship behind them, directly interrupted Whitebeard's train of thought. As expected of my father, he actually has such a trick. I'll see what Marine will do now. Moby DK. I've done all the calculations, but I just didn't figure it out. That's right, Dad's move is so awesome. I'm afraid Warring States won't even be able to sleep at this moment, ha 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 ha. He would never have thought that Whitebeard was more confused than him. What? And aside, however, compared to the madness of various forces, Marine has a headache. Who spread this news, and what is its purpose? Destroy Marine and I will be invincible. But now, Whitebeard's eyes widened. What? Lousy has Raftru's eternal pointer in his hand, and will tell all the forces that come to help him where it is buried during the war. Whitebeard actually got something like this back in his hand. If they were smarter, they would just let Marco go and send him over intact. Your father doesn't have that kind of stuff, someone is doing it behind his back. Suddenly, everyone was confused. Chapter 256. The Golden Lion appears. The captains who knew Whitebeard's character well did not think that their father had done it and refused to acknowledge it. Since Dad said so, it must not have been done by Dad. So, who spread this rumor? Although this matter has some benefits for Baituan, at the same time. Isn't this trying to trick Baituan? If you have Raftru's eternal pointer in your hand, then of course it doesn't matter, just give it away. They Baituan don't care about this kind of thing. But if not, how to deal with the aftermath? At that time, they will join forces to brutally torture all the forces in Marine. I am afraid they will join forces again to fight against the White group, right? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but sweat broke out on their foreheads. Who is it that has such a dark heart? I want to take down the Marine and 4 Emperors groups at the same time. Isn't this just plain deceiving? Dad, why don't you come forward to clarify? With your reputation, all forces will believe you. Chowzi made a suggestion, and the others nodded in agreement. But Whitebeard. But he remained silent. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and made a decision that surprised everyone. We neither admit nor deny this matter, Dad. Haha, Whitebeard is not as stubborn as in the original work. He didn't even say anything to clarify. It seems that he also wants to take advantage of this situation. As for how to deal with the aftermath in the end, with Whitebeard's character, I am afraid that he will bear it alone, and the worst is death. But at least Marco was rescued, right? Listening to the latest news, Luo Lan had basically guessed Whitebeard's thoughts clearly. However, the three knew Shichibukai. He didn't think so of either Teach or Wabel, but Embryo Ivankov. Isn't this guy one of the 5 army commanders of the Revolutionary Army? How did it become Shichibukai? Could it be a new force formed by the remnants of the Revolutionary Army? However, even if this is the case, logically speaking, they should not cooperate with the world government unless. What are these people planning? Let Robin go check it out. Luo Lan stood up and came to the floor-to-ceiling class. Looking at the much enlarged Junlin headquarters, Luo Lan said to herself. Dong dong dong. Come in. Advertisement. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. Luo Lan, something happened. It was Robin who pushed open the door and spoke immediately as soon as he came in, very anxious. What's wrong? Someone is invading the East Daxia Sea, and they are not coming through the windless zone, but directly across the Red Earth continent. Who? Luo Lan frowned slightly. He actually crossed the Red Earth continent directly to invade the East Daxia Sea. This is no small feat. The target is at an altitude of about 7,000 meters. There are multiple targets and each one is very large. They were discovered by our airship. We have now contacted Violet and asked her to confirm further. Oh, it turns out it's him. Do you know who he is? Robin was stunned. Well, it's almost the same. The second fleet just came back today, right? Yes, the prosperous area of the East Daxia Sea has been gradually taken over by the newly established offshore patrol force. Therefore, except for a small number of warships, the second fleet has returned to Rhode Island to rest. Based on time, it will arrive in almost an hour. Although I'm a little sorry, Tina's vacation will be suspended. I will go directly to the second fleet. Robin, you will continue to be responsible for tracking and keep me informed at any time. Luo Lan grabbed Junlin's coat from the chair and gave instructions. No problem, but you have to tell me who it is. Who else could it be? Golden Lion Shiki. Luo Lan answered as he walked out of the office without looking back. Golden Lion? The one that pushed Roger into desperate situations several times, even. A legendary pirate who can also start a super sea battle with Marine? Robin was shocked and ran out quickly, less than a minute. Luo Lan had already appeared on the bridge deck of the second fleet. Luo Lan, what are you doing? With a swish, Tina came to Luo Lan and asked a little strangely. Sorry, Sister Tina, your vacation will be temporarily postponed. Something happened. Yes, the second fleet will have a new mission next, a combat mission. Target. Tina didn't complain at all, but was a little excited. After all, he controlled such a powerful fleet. As a result, Momosagi went to fight with the combined fleet of world government and marine, and he. But he can only bully the weak pirates in the East Daxia Sea. It's just killing a chicken with a knife. Advertisement. I hope my opponent this time can make me have more fun. Luo Lan could see what was in Tina's mind at a glance, and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Don't worry, you will definitely have fun this time. After all, your next opponent is a legendary pirate. Upon hearing the word, legend, Tina's eyes suddenly lit up. Legend is good. Anyone who can carry these two words is not bad, otherwise he would not be labeled with the word legend. Which one is it? Pluton Rayleigh, a living legend. The first thing Tina thought of was Rayleigh. He asked with excitement on his face. No, it's the Golden Lion Shiki. Immediately, Tina's excitement weakened a lot. When she was at Marine headquarters, Tina had read information about Shiki. Shiki. One of them broke his legs, and his strength declined severely. From the strength of the 4 emperors, it has declined all the way to the strength of the current general candidate. If this happened before, even if it was a candidate for general, it would not be something Tina could deal with. But now, she has also reached the level of a general candidate and is no worse than Shiki today. Plus most of King's Landing's second fleet, it's really not that difficult to hit a Shiki. Okay, Shiki is Shiki. At least he is stronger than those pirate groups in the East Daxia Sea. Shall we leave now? Wait a minute, the protagonist of this battle hasn't arrived yet. Main character? Tina was stunned. The protagonist of this battle. Shouldn't it be yourself? Yes, the special strategic team established before was just pulled out for a practical test this time? Luo Lan nodded. Tina was speechless for a moment. Special strategy team? She naturally knows about this army. There are only 25 troops in total, and their captain is Baby 5, who has now been promoted to Brigadier General. Don't underestimate these 25 people, because this army of only 25 people is definitely one of the trump cards of King's Landing today. Therefore, this can very well explain why Tina was speechless. If this army takes action, what will happen to me? Just the old, weak, sick and disabled one in Golden Lion, eh? It seems that this time, I am still playing the role of transporting troops, and I am simply responsible for transporting people until the attack. Tina felt so bitter in her heart. Chapter 257. The battle begins. Compared to Luo Lan's speed, although the special strategy team set off as soon as possible, it was still quite slow. There is no way, with the speed of Moonwalk, it is naturally unable to compare with Luo Lan, who can open the genetic lock. After everyone arrived and Robin announced the latest location of the Golden Lion, Tina immediately prepared to command the fleet to turn. However, he was stopped by Luo Lan. The next moment, Luo Lan's eyes narrowed slightly. The entire fleet consisted of more than 30 warships. At this moment, they all broke away from the sea and began to float directly into the air. Nowadays, Luo Land can even hold up a medium-sized island, and these more than 30 warships are simply a small scene. There are two practical topics for today. One is the saturation strike of the strategic team, and the other is Second Fleet airstrike. He even had his share. Tina was a little surprised. She originally thought that she would be the captain of the transportation team and would not be able to participate in anything else. But as a result, there was actually an airstrike drill by the Second Fleet. Simply awesome. Now let me talk about the combat mission. The next moment, the large screen on the bridge lit up, and some radar charts and several photos taken from a distance appeared on it. Because there happened to be a reconnaissance plane nearby, so I took this set of photos outside the opponent's perception range. From here we can also see that the Golden Lion Sky Pirates are composed of 11 islands. Although they are all small islands, the largest one among them is close to the category of medium-sized islands, and this is also the Flying Pirates group, the main island or the flagship. In addition, the location of the war must be chosen carefully, especially when the Golden Lion has entered the prosperous area of the East Daxia Sea. One is, if the Golden Lion gets angry and knocks down multiple islands at once, I won't be able to handle it at the same time. And even if it falls into the sea, it will be enough to cause serious damage to the surrounding sea area. Furthermore, we also need time to order all ships to stay away from the sea area where the battle is taking place, so once the war begins, the Second Fleet will be the main attacker, but don't take the lead in attack, focus on containment. As for the Golden Lion himself, leave it to me. After the sea area below is cleared, the strategic team will take action to first crush the island with small-yield special bombs, and then further saturate the island wreckage to reduce the quality of each island wreckage and reduce the secondary damage caused after falling into the sea. Disaster hazards. The above is the battle plan. Who has any questions? Luo Lan explained the complete combat plan in conjunction with the photos taken by the reconnaissance plane. It can be roughly divided into 3 stages. The first stage is to track and wait for the most suitable time to start the war. Advertisement. The second stage is to contain and entangle the Golden Lion, and at the same time, fully evacuate all the ships below the combat zone. In the third stage, the strategic team used small-yield special bombs to disintegrate the island, and further used saturation strikes to destroy the still high-mass wreckage. After a few seconds, no one made a sound. Luo Lan stood up. Since there are no problems, let's start preparations. Once the suitable combat location is confirmed, the battle will begin immediately. Yes, Fleet Admiral. 2 hours later, under Robin's remote guidance and Luo Lan's control, the Second Fleet was at a position of about 6,000 meters, less than 10 kilometers closer to the Toby pirates. The distance between the two cannot be seen visually due to the obstruction of clouds. At the same time, the Golden Lion's knowledge and color cannot cover a range as far as 10 kilometers. Therefore, at this moment, Golden Lion didn't know that he had been unilaterally monitored by Luo Lan. Luo Lan, there are still 30 minutes to arrive at the scheduled combat location. How is the evacuation situation at sea? Although the battle area was determined 2 hours ago and evacuation began, you also know the speed of the sailing ship. How much longer will it take? Luo Lan naturally understands what Tina means. Even if a large number of soldiers who are proficient in using moonwalk are sent out, they are dispersed to the ships in the area and guide them to evacuate. But at the speed of the sailing ship, it still takes a lot of time to evacuate to a relatively safe distance. After 2 hours, relative safety can be ensured, but absolute safety. At least 5 hours later, hearing this, Luo Lan just nodded, and then looked at the big screen on the bridge ahead. At this moment, a small hollow circle composed of red dots has appeared in front of the fleet, and as time goes by, this hollow circle is also spreading outward, getting bigger and bigger. Obviously, this is the evacuation effect of the planned combat area ahead. But as Tina said, this evacuation effect, not enough. The time and location of the battle remain unchanged. Try to delay it for 2.5 hours after the start of the battle. Clear. Advertisement. More than 20 minutes later, the battle alarm on every battleship was sounded at the same time. All soldiers quickly entered their combat positions as quickly as possible and completed the first level of combat readiness. Just waiting for the attack order to be issued, and Luo Lan also began to raise the height of all battleships. 6,100 meters, 6,200 meters, finally, 7,000 meters. The fleet passed through the clouds, and the vision suddenly became clear. The 11 flying islands of the Golden Lion also appeared in everyone's sight. All fleets, attack begins. At this moment, Tina's order instantly sounded in all the battleships. The next moment, countless large-caliber artillery fires also roared in the air. Although the distance was still 10 kilometers away, the bombardment had a 100% hit rate. After all, the goal is too big. Even if it misses by hundreds or thousands of meters, it will not miss. A few seconds later, a large number of explosions covered the island. It looks truly spectacular. Round after round, the shelling showed no sign of stopping. That is to say, the island, if it were a ship, it would be gone long ago. Finally, during the 5th round of bombardment, a figure flew out from the main island. His face was filled with anger and he rushed towards the fleet at extremely fast speeds. Who else could it be if it wasn't a Golden Lion? However, a figure also flew out from the Second Fleet of King's Landing. After the previous sharp change in mental power, Coupled with Luo Lan's current physical condition, he was originally a general candidate with the same strength as Tina, but now he has fully reached the level of a general. It can even be said that he is no longer weaker than the veteran generals. If all the trump cards are used, even the 4 emperors can fight for a short time and finally escape safely. Although the Golden Lion is no longer strong now, for Luo Lan, it is still a very good actual combat test subject after his strength has been greatly improved. Kid, suffer death. Chop, Chapter 258 Luo Lan's Domination. The Golden Lion is indeed a Golden Lion. When the distance between the two was still 2 kilometers, the flying slash was already released. Even if they are great swordsmen, there are definitely only a few people who can attack from a distance of 2 kilometers. This shows how powerful the Golden Lion was in its heyday. Otherwise, Sengoku and Garp would not have joined forces and spent a long time to finally defeat him. You must know that whether it is Sengoku or Garp, they are not just as simple as generals, but 4 emperors level experts without any compromise. In the world of pirates, there are really few people who are qualified to enjoy the joint attack of 2 people. Facing the oncoming Golden Slash, Luo Lan unhurriedly took out a white pistol with his right hand. Then, boom, the Golden Lion was stunned. Musket? What the hell? This was the first time he encountered someone using bullets to counter flying slashes. Moreover, it was the flying slash of a great swordsman like myself. Isn't this a joke? The result must be that the bullet is cut into 2, and after cutting the bullet, his own chopper will continue to chop at the kid. At the same time, because of the relationship between drawing a gun and shooting, I'm afraid this kid has lost the best chance to avoid it. Stupid, absolutely stupid. Shiki showed a hint of disdain, but what happened next moment was, I saw an insignificant bullet directly hitting Shiki's chopper. But the scene of the bullet being cut did not appear. On the contrary, Shiki's chop is like hitting a transparent wall that cannot be seen, let alone cut through. Forced to stop, competing with that inconspicuous bullet. But if you look carefully, you will find that there is no complete contact between the bullet and Shiki's chopper, but there is a distance of about 1 meter. Yes, the two are competing in the distance. Conquerors entangled. Shiki was once a legend, and was even called the strongest pirate between the ages of Rox and Roger. It can also be said that between these 2 eras, there is also an era called Shiki. Although this era was short-lived, it was later replaced by the Roger era. But you can't deny that Shiki is indeed a legendary pirate. And he, of course, would not fail to recognize this move. Yes, Conquerors entangled. Advertisement, however, in Shiki's perception, Luo Lan's Conqueror's entanglement is similar to what he is familiar with. There are some differences, but what exactly was different, he couldn't tell for a while. Now, there's some trouble. Shiki frowned slightly. Although he is proud and looks down on anyone except Roger, he also knows that his current condition is not good. And for a guy who can use Conqueror's entanglement, even if he hasn't reached the peak of the sea, he will definitely not be far behind. If he was in his prime, he could naturally take care of it, but now. The next moment, while Shiki was stunned, his chopper was shattered like glass, and the bullet came straight towards him. Impossible. Even if you add Conqueror's entanglement to the bullet and defeat my chopper. However, it is absolutely impossible to have such power, and the attack range is still so far. Seeing that the bullet still maintained its speed, it had already arrived in front of him. That's 2 kilometers away. Shiki had no idea that the bullet could fly so far. After all, Conqueror's entanglement has no effect on increasing the range of bullets. And when he realized something was wrong and wanted to hide, it was already a little late. Although it can be avoided, it is domineering. Even if it didn't hit directly, just grazing Shiki's cheek and flying by was like a heavy punch hitting him directly in the face. Shiki was sent flying straight away. He flew hundreds of meters away before finally regaining his balance. A cut appeared on the left cheek, and bright red blood slowly flowed down. This kid, according to the information, has just turned 20, right? Awakening at the age of 20, Conquerors is not just a secret, but I even learned Conqueror's entanglement. Coupled with this, he has a physique comparable to that of a general. What a monster. The one that can make Shiki say, monster. Luo Lan is also the only one in decades. At this moment, Shiki regretted coming to the East Daxia Sea. He thought that Junlin's sea combat power was awesome, but he was not afraid of the air combat power. Taking advantage of the world government and Marine's combat power to be driven out, he could just come in and cause trouble. But who would have thought that King's Landing would actually have the ability to launch an entire fleet into air combat? It's simply outrageous. Shouldn't this ability be unique to me, the person with the Piao Piao fruit ability? However, even if I am in poor condition now, I am afraid that my physical strength is weaker than this brat. But there is one thing that will definitely crush this brat. That is experience. Advertisement, yes, combat experience. Although I was a little surprised just now, I naturally already knew that this boy would be entangled by Conquerors, so next. But I won't be tricked again, little brat. Let me let my seniors teach you what is the fighting style of a peak warrior. Hip ha 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 ha. Without warning, Shiki suddenly burst into laughter right there. Luo Lan was left speechless for a while. After being knocked away, why did he suddenly laugh wildly? Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? However, if you think about it carefully, Shiki's mind is indeed not normal, after all. It's so big that if a paddle is inserted into it, it will be normal. If it weren't for him to be killed directly now, Luo Lan would have rushed forward and done it. After all, if the Golden Lion is knocked unconscious, he may die directly. Those 11 islands fell at the same time, and I couldn't hold them all back. Even if the strategic team can act as planned and smash all the islands, but the evacuation on the sea has not been completed, those island fragments will still cause huge disasters. Therefore, Luo Lan was not in a hurry to take action. As long as the Golden Lion doesn't take action, all he has to do is keep an eye on him and prevent him from getting away. Unless this guy takes action or wants to escape, he will follow up and make a few moves. In short, I won't kill him, but I won't let him go either. Just hold on. Outside the flagship of the Second Fleet. At this moment, there are more than 20 figures floating around. They did not step on the moonwalk, but were wrapped by Luo Lan's telekinesis, so they could levitate. After all, if you step on the moonwalk, your body cannot stay still, making it inconvenient to operate. That's not okay. At this moment, the hands of more than 20 people turned into 2 sets of huge hair-hanging devices, each set containing 48 units. Although it is much smaller than the strategic missile tested before, the number is. There are 50 sets in total. In other words, there are 2,400 missiles in one wave of salvos. On the 2 sets of Captain Baby 5's hanging hair, a group of King's Landing soldiers are currently lying on it, busy installing special tactical warheads. Moreover, there are 3 different markings on these warheads. Although the weapon fruit is very good, as long as you understand the structure of a weapon, you can directly construct it, but special ammunition. They really can't construct it directly, after all. Even if the thing contained in the special tactics warhead is not the original strategic level killer, it is still a tactical level weapon. Moreover, they are not serious. This thing. Weapon fruit abilities cannot be constructed by users. Chapter 259 Unlimited Mixed Bullets. Although there are still 2 full hours before they take action. However, they had to be ready to take action at any time, after all. Who knows, in the next second, the Golden Lion will smash all 11 islands. Once this happens, Luo Lan can hold up to 4 or 5 small islands at the same time, and the rest. But we can only rely on them. Soon, the King's Landing soldiers who were responsible for installing the special tactical warheads quickly evacuated after completing their work and returned to the battleship. Everyone in the strategic team was nervous at this moment, and they each locked onto their pre-assigned targets. Just waiting for the order to be given. Chop. 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 If 1 doesn't work, then do 2. If 2 approaches don't work, then 3 approaches. If the 3 steps are not enough, then I will keep cutting. For Shiki, chop is just the most basic flying slash, just like Hawkeye's flat A, which consumes almost nothing. Can be released at will, and soon after he swung the chop wave, a gunshot would be heard from the opposite side. Therefore, every time Shiki releases a chop, he will change his position and then release another wave. One after another. In just a few minutes, hundreds of chop waves were released one after another. At the same time, as Shiki continues to move, the distance between the 2 parties is getting closer and closer. Although it's very slow and not obvious, it's definitely getting closer. Soon, the first results of Shiki's tactics appeared. Luo Lan withdrew the magazine, and at the same time touched his left hand to his waist, and was stunned for a moment. Good guy. No more bullets. Okay, why are you having so much fun that you forget that bullets are limited? Luo Lan smiled bitterly and shook his head. After all, using bullets to intercept the swordsman's slashes is a new thing in the entire pirate world. The same is true for Luo Lan. So, on a whim, I had fun. It wasn't until the bullets were fired that he came back to his senses. Speaking of which, in this minute of fighting, is the distance between you and Shiki getting closer? Originally it was exactly 2 kilometers, but now, if I feel right, it has almost been shortened to 1.7 kilometers, right? So, you were making this idea. Although I was having a bit of fun just now, I didn't pay attention. But at this moment, Luo Lan immediately understood what the Golden Lion was planning. This is to use up one's own ammunition while shortening the attack distance and compressing one's reaction time as much as possible. However, is this thinking too much? He put the casul back into the holster with his right hand, and then took out the jackal with his left hand. Advertisement: the jackal at this moment is no longer the same one as before, but the one that Silas had just transformed a few days ago according to Luo Lan's request. Although the appearance has not changed, today's jackal. No magazine. Yes, you heard it right, this is a pistol without a magazine. Of course, this cannot be an energy weapon. If you want to attack, bullets are indispensable. At this point, there is no doubt about it, but there is no magazine. How to supply ammunition? The answer is a hybrid bullet of telekinesis and domineering power. Of course, pure telekinesis bullets can also be fired. After the mental power reaches a certain level, the power of thought can be condensed into an entity. And this is the origin of telepathy bullets. Finally, on top of the telekinetic bullets, add armament color winding, or after Conqueror's winding, it becomes a hybrid bullet. Because this kind of bullet is essentially composed of Luo Lan's mind power, Luo Lan can control it more easily after firing, as if it is part of his own body. In addition to better operation, both speed and power are faster and greater than controlling foreign objects. For example, Luo Lan controls an ordinary bullet, which can reach speeds of up to Mach 100, but if he controls a telekinetic bullet, that can reach Mach 200. That's the difference. On the other side, Golden Lion saw that Luo Lan's previous continuous shooting had stopped. A look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. Sure enough, Ginger. It's still the old one that's hot. As a gunplayer, how many bullets can you carry? Even if it is Ba Tang, it must have something to attach itself to before it can be activated. However, if you run out of bullets, as long as I don't get close, then Ba Tang will not play any role. As for now, it's time for me to end this battle once and for all. The corners of Shiki's mouth raised slightly. The next second, Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Shiki was seen using his feet together, wildly waving the two sharp knives that replaced his feet. Golden chops that were more powerful than the previous chops were continuously thrown out. 5 ways, 10 ways, 20, 30. The Golden Lion has no intention of stopping. He kept swinging his legs. No, he was swinging the two big sharp knives. Finally, after throwing it hundreds of times, Shiki finally stopped. This wave of consumption is not small for Shiki. Almost 10% of his physical strength was used up. Don't underestimate this, nearly 10%. You must know that the strong men in the pirate world are monsters who can fight for several days or even more than 10 days in a row. Advertisement: one move consumes 10% of the physical strength, which is already terrifying. After all, when Shiki usually uses this move, he can only throw out 3 or 5 hits at most, but now he can hit hundreds of hits at a time. Moreover, this is not only a matter of quantity, but also in terms of quality. Shiki has not relaxed at all. In almost every slash, he used 90% of his strength. This is also the first time he has done this. And this also proved how much he valued Luo Lan as his opponent. In Shiki's view, Luo Lan, who had run out of bullets, had no way to rely on Ba Tang to intercept remotely. These hundreds of enhanced chops can still cause considerable damage even if they can't kill him. Even in terms of momentum, it completely overwhelms the opponent. Kid, learn from it. Although you have good strength, your combat experience is still too young. Watching it coming straight towards me, an enhanced version of the chop that fills the sky. Luo Lan was speechless. Shiki, there must be something wrong with his mind. Do you really think that all opponents are the kind who will reveal all their cards as soon as they come up, without any reservations? Even if you find that I have run out of bullets, there is no need to attack in such a hurry. Shouldn't it be a test first? How do you know that I had no other means and just made a big move on myself? The jackal I just took out with my left hand has been raised, and then bang, 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 bang. A gunshot that is much deeper than Kasul's. This is certain. After all, Kasul uses small caliber bullets, while Jackal uses 13mm caliber bullets. A series of dull gunshots sounded, and the next moment, these bullets hit their respective targets very accurately, and this time, the scene of the two wrestling did not appear, but Shiki's slashes collapsed at the first touch, being directly shattered by bullets like pieces of glass, and then turned into stars and dissipated in the air. After the smashing slash, the bullets seemed to have exhausted all their attack power, after taking off 100 or 200 meters forward. It also dissipated. It's not that Luo Lan's control distance is not enough to continue to move forward and directly attack the Golden Lion, nor is it that the power of telekinesis can only be separated from the body at this distance, but in no mood. As for the reason, I still don't want to stimulate the Golden Lion too much. After all, the ships on the sea below were far from being evacuated. At this time, Luo Lan did not want to destroy all hopes of the Golden Lion. So, just pretend that the control distance is not enough. In this way, the Golden Lion Club believed that as long as they stayed 800 meters away from Luo Lan, they would not be threatened by these flying knives. Then it won't take risks. At this moment, the Golden Lion's eyes widened. I've done hundreds of slashes, and it's just gone? Moreover, that is not a physical bullet, but a special bullet formed by a certain ability? This kid, he's actually a devil fruit user. Chapter 260: The Falling Island. Luo Lan's ability surprised Shiki. His physical strength is almost as strong as that of a general, and he developed the Conqueror's tyranny at a young age. He was even a devil fruit user, although Shiki didn't understand what kind of fruit user Luo Lan was. Such a person, even in his time, was definitely the darling of the sea. This kid. What a monster. What shocked Shiki the most was that Luo Lan could attach Conqueror's winding to so many bullets at the same time. This point, let alone him, is the same Roger. Neither can be done at all. Yes, as Shiki said, Roger really couldn't do it. As for why Luo Lan can do it, it's naturally because the intensity of his mental power has far exceeded the level of the 4 emperors, and he may even be the strongest in the world in terms of mental power alone. Why is it just possible? Because Luo Lan still doesn't know Yi Mu's actual strength. Therefore, it can only be said to be possible for the time being. The Golden Lion gritted his teeth. Hundreds of bullets were fired at the same time, and each bullet had to be attached with a tyrant. How can physical exertion be so small? Since you can't fight head-on, then fight and consume. Suddenly, Shiki had another idea, and immediately launched another attack on Luo Lan. Even if you can bear it physically, what about the mental exertion? You know, mental exhaustion is more serious than physical exhaustion. Luo Lan, on the other hand, took advantage of the situation and was not in a hurry. Mentally exhausted, my mental strength is not only stronger than others, but more importantly, I have just completed the dimensional jump, and this mental power is no longer the same thing as the mental power of the natives of the pirate world. Want to consume your own mental energy? Good luck. More than 2 hours. More than 2 hours. Shiki can no longer understand Luo Lan at all. Because of the high intensity and non-stop attacks, I was already out of breath, but this kid named Luo Lan. But he still acts like a businessman. Advertisement. He dealt with his attacks again and again in an understatement. What's going on with this kid's physical strength? Not only physical strength, but also large-scale and high-intensity use of tyrants. Normally, shouldn't it be mentally exhausted by now? Even if you are not overdrawn, you must be mentally tired, right? But what's going on with that energetic look? After all, you know, conquerors. Although the physical consumption is very small, the mental consumption is very large. This is why, even if the 4 emperors cast conquerors, it usually lasts only 2 or 3 minutes at most. The consequences of mental overdraft are more serious than physical overdraft. And the other side. Luo Lan noticed something and turned back to look in the direction of the fleet. I saw a red signal flare rising into the sky from the flagship. The corners of Luo Lan's mouth raised slightly. This is the agreed signal, which means that the evacuation below has been completed, and this battle. It's time to end too. The next moment, the telekinetic bullets were fired one after another in response to Shiki's attack. At this moment. But under Luo Lan's quick pull, a large number of bullets were fired like a machine gun. In just 10 seconds, hundreds of bullets were fired. He blasted straight towards the Golden Lion. Although he didn't understand what Luo Lan was doing, Shiki didn't care much. After all, the ability Luo Lan showed before could make bullets fly farther or be more powerful. But it has never shown the ability to change the flight trajectory of bullets. Since it is a straight line attack, what is the difference between one bullet and hundreds of bullets? After determining the flight trajectories of all the bullets by sight, Shiki moved more than 10 meters to the side to ensure complete avoidance. However, when the bullets came less than 100 meters away from Shiki, they suddenly scattered. Hundreds of bullets that originally had a straight trajectory were scattered in strange arcs like fairy flowers. Then, from all different directions, they attacked Shiki simultaneously in an airtight semicircle. This turn of events immediately made Shiki dumbfounded. Immediately retreated wildly. After all, the rear is the only unblocked route at this moment. But as he retreated, the hundreds of bullets seemed to have eyes and a consciousness of their own. Maintaining a tight hemispherical encirclement, they chased after him. Moreover, the speed is getting faster and faster, many times faster than Shiki. Seeing that he could not escape, Shiki had no choice but to face him head-on, countering with a powerful slash. Advertisement, however, there are too many bullets. The Golden Lion suddenly woke up, and how far can a sailboat travel in more than 2 hours? Golden Lion, Shiki. You, how? Smash down. Because it's been cleared down there, although I can't beat Luo Lan, but... In other words, it has been almost 5 hours since the evacuation began. Even if you want to escape, you can still do it. It can block 1, 2, or 3, but it can't block 10, 20, or 30, let alone hundreds. Although compared with the disaster caused by the island being smashed, these 40 or 50 nautical miles are still far from enough. The premise is that these islands will really be smashed down with full mass. Bloodshed in the sky, he grabbed him by the neck. The next moment, a large number of telekinetic bullets were controlled by Luo Lan and entangled by conquerors. Kid, you are still too young. It turned out that I was buying time so that all the ships on the sea could evacuate, in case I directly smashed the island. Is it clear below? Whether it's strength or ability. Therefore, the current evacuation range is not 20 nautical miles at all, but 40 or 50 nautical miles. They all bombarded Shiki. Almost at the same time as Shiki flew out, Luo Lan appeared next to him at a speed of over 100 Mach. However, you kid, are you too proud? He also created various illusions to confuse himself, always making himself think that he had a chance to capture this kid. Of course, Shiki didn't know at this moment that Luo Lan had already planned the battlefield more than 2 hours before the war started and started evacuation on the sea in advance. In just over 2 hours, how far can these ships travel? And the power of all 11 islands being smashed down, the tsunami alone is enough to destroy everything within hundreds of nautical miles. Shiki didn't understand why this kid suddenly seemed like a different person. 11 islands, except for the main island, the other 10 islands directly started free fall. At the thought of him, I saw a figure flying far away in the sky, and on his flight path, there was a trail made of blood. Shiki suddenly laughed. But, no wonder this kid obviously has the strength to defeat himself, but he keeps struggling with himself. The next moment, 20 nautical miles is already the limit, right?